Chapter 715. After Yang Dingtian gave the order, the headline of the next day's Chaos Times was a huge portrait of Wu Yuming. The face of this portrait was a realistic sketch, while the body was drawn in an elegant freehand style. Wu Yuming was graceful and calm. Her incomparably handsome face immediately appeared on the paper. There was only a huge portrait of Wu Yuming on the front page, followed by a headline. Wu Yuming was defeated in a single move in the duel 2 days ago, and her whereabouts were still unknown. As for the content, it was less than 100 words. Basically, it was about the time, place, people, and events. It described Wu Yuming's defeat and disappearance in an extremely objective way. Only Wu Yuming had such a huge portrait and such luxurious treatment on the headline of the Chaos Times. Even Yang Dingtian hadn't been there before. As for the content of the second page, it was a review of the duel between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming at the Taekwondo League conference a year ago. Whoever won would be the master of the Taekwondo League. After that, in the following pages, the news about the duel and Wu Yuming came to an end. It was all the normal content of the newspaper, all the way until the gossip section, where the content related to Wu Yuming appeared again. Moreover, it was indirectly related. The title of the content was The Running Bride Ling Wu. This gossip was about Ling Wu and Yang Dingtian. It was about Ling Wu's strength, diligence, and independence. Then, how she met Yang Dingtian, how Yang Dingtian saved her, and how he saved Ling Wu's father. In short, the entire content could only be described with one word, and that was reality. Absolute reality. There wasn't a single bit of fiction. Yang Dingtian wanted to completely drive Wu Yuming away from public opinion. However, he definitely wouldn't create a single rumor, nor would he deliberately smear Wu Yuming's name. Everything was based on the facts. Therefore, it had to start from the story between Ling Wu and Yang Dingtian. And from today onwards, it would be a special issue of the Chaos Times for an entire month. He would expose everything that had happened between Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian. Everything, including Ling Wu saving Wu Yuming, their chance encounter on the ship, Wu Yuming marrying Vulture, Kuei Si's disappearance, and so on, would only be revealed when Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian entered the Ghost Hell region to have a secret talk with Dongli. Only then would Wu Yuming's identity as the Demon King Wen Tian be revealed. In short, everything that had happened to Wu Yuming after she walked around the world would be written clearly and truthfully. He wouldn't lie or exaggerate at all. Every sentence, every matter was backed by evidence. Finally, all the judgments were left to the readers. Therefore, the entire gossip would be serialized for an entire month from the beginning to the end. It could be said that Yang Dingtian, who had control of the Chaos Times, could have attacked Wu Yuming in public and exposed his identity a long time ago. However, he didn't do so, because before the duel ended, although these public attacks were meaningful, they were absolutely meaningless. He had to wait until Wu Yuming was completely defeated before he could be completely judged by public opinion. This was because Wu Yuming was different from the 7 refined lane. Wu Yuming was incomparably powerful. As for the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian could destroy it with a raise of his hand. All he needed was a reason. Therefore, he had to destroy their reputation first before destroying their physical body. Today was merely the beginning of the serialization of Wu Yuming. However, those who were observant had long smelled a terrifying scent. This was because they could see that although the Chaos Times was reporting on Wu Yuming, it wasn't just targeting Wu Yuming. It was targeting those fence-sitters. Once Wu Yuming's identity as a member of the Evil Ways was completely confirmed, there would be an absolute reason to destroy the leaders of Zhongzhou State by force. At the same time as the newspaper, the negotiations with the leaders of Zhongzhou State began. With Dongfang Minmi as the leader and Qin Wanqiu as the deputy, the negotiation team undoubtedly looked luxurious and sincere. Instantly, the leaders of Zhongzhou State heaved a long sigh of relief. As expected, Yang Dingtian was anxious to solve the problem and was also full of sincerity. This way, their danger was greatly reduced. In fact, the leaders of Zhongzhou state even felt some disdain in their hearts. They felt that Yang Dingtian was really not shrewd. He was really superficial to come in such a hurry to negotiate. Very soon, the representative of the Central Content Forces was also elected. On the 4th day after the duel, the negotiations were officially held. On behalf of the Council of Light, Dongfang Minmi directly put forward 3 main conditions. Disarm 90% of the vassals of Zhongzhou state. These vassals could enter the various defense areas as civil officials or military officials. Remove the territories of most of the vassals. The Tiando League would use the treasury, the shares of the Chamber of Commerce, and money to redeem their territories. All the leaders of the major sects who had surrendered to Wu Yuming, especially the leaders of the first-tier forces of the Tiando League, would be replaced. The old leaders would all enter the observation period to see what would happen in the future. Although the leaders of Zhongzhou state were afraid, they immediately exploded when they heard the news. Some of the leaders of Zhongzhou state couldn't help but be angry and directly curse, laughing at Yang Dingtian for being whimsical. Without a doubt, the first negotiation ended on a sour note. Then the forces of Zhongzhou state and the Council of Light entered a state of indifference. The forces of Zhongzhou state stepped up their contact with the representatives of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea, who stayed in the South Mansion. It wasn't easy to hold a second negotiation. The forces of Zhongzhou state hoped that the Council of Light could lower the conditions. However, Dongfang Minmi still put forward the same 3 conditions. Suddenly, the representative of Zhongzhou state couldn't stand it at all. He sneered and said, "Leader Yang Dingtian is so powerful. Why didn't he punish the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea? Instead, he keeps making trouble for us. Is he bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Immediately, the second negotiation ended on a sour note. The indifference between the Council of Light and the forces of Zhongzhou state became more and more intense. The special issue of the Chaos Times continued to be published every day, and the progress of the negotiation was reported in real time. Therefore, the circulation of the Chaos Times during this period increased day by day, and Wu Yuming instantly replaced Yang Dingtian as the most famous person in the chaos world. His presence was even stronger among the ordinary people, because in the gossip he was almost described as the protagonist, so he was very immersed in it. As a result, Wu Yuming gained many loyal fans, especially women. Therefore, the truth, objectivity, and authority of Wu Yuming's article was recognized by everyone. Although the half-saint Wu Lingzi's flying speed was not as fast as the Demon Vulture King, it was still very fast. Only 1 day later, he reached the sky above the Netherworld Sea. Looking from the sky, the warships of the Southwest Fleet were densely packed and fully armed. They surrounded the area within a radius of a few hundred miles. At the entrance of the Netherworld Sea region, the ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao, had already occupied the dozens of kilometers of sea beside the Silver Beach. Its gigantic body, which was thousands of meters long, was swimming in the sea, full of irritation and uneasiness, and almost all the underwater creatures in this sea had been eaten by it. The ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao was extremely fierce when it killed great masters in the sea. But as a half-saint, Wu Lingzi was not afraid of it. Of course, he didn't want to fight with such a stupid thing. Others might not be familiar with the entrance of the Netherworld Sea, but he was quite familiar with it. At a height of tens of thousands of meters, he found the entrance of the Netherworld Sea. Then, like a flash of light, he swooped down in an instant. Almost before the ancient giant beast Xiao reacted, he had already entered the sea, passed through the entrance, and entered the boundary of the Netherworld Sea. Wu Yuming was defeated, and she was defeated in 1 move, Wu Lingzi said. Wu Yu's beautiful and mysterious face was hard to distinguish between male and female. Even after so many years, Wu Lingzi still felt a suffocating feeling when he saw this face that was so beautiful that it made people hold their breath. When Wu Yu heard the news, there was almost no expression on her face. After a long time, she just sighed. It's only been 4 years since Yang Dingtian started cultivating. Although we don't have to be afraid of him now, we won't be able to control him when he breaks through to the half-saint realm in 3 to 5 years, Wolingzi said. And this person hates the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea to the bone. I predict that in less than 10 years, he will definitely come to destroy the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. We can't raise a tiger and invite calamity. Then what do you mean? Wu Yu asked. Kill him before he becomes a half-saint, Wolingzi said. At this time he has entered the Zhongjing. Kill him. Okay, then you go, Wu Yu said. Wolingzi was stunned and said, You won't go with me? Wu Yu smiled and said, Why should I go with you? You alone are more than enough to kill Yang Dingtian. Wolingzi said, But Yang Dingtian will certainly know that I want to kill him, so he will ask Duge Shao and Zhu Qingzhu to help. Although I'm not afraid with the two of them, I won't be able to kill Yang Dingtian. What I'm worried about is that if Queen Hai Xian is here, then not only will I not be able to kill Yang Dingtian, but I will also fall into a trap. It's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. So, you invited me to the Zhongjing to kill Yang Dingtian. Wu Yu smiled and said, That's exactly what I meant, Wolingzi said. Wu Yu said, Wu Ling, first of all, let me tell you that Hai Xian will not be here. Although she has fantasies about Yang Dingtian, she doesn't want him to be strong, and it's not like she doesn't want Yang Dingtian to die. Secondly, Duge Shao may be secretly protecting Yang Dingtian, but Zhu Qingzhu won't. He's not even in the primal chaos world anymore. So, you alone are enough to kill him. Really? Wolingzi's eyes brightened. Of course, Wu Yu said. Wolingzi said, Then why don't you come with me? Wu Yu said, Because I can't go. Wolingzi said, Why is that? Wu Yu said, Because I have indirectly promised someone that I won't kill Yang Dingtian with my own hands. Who did you promise? Wolingzi asked. The guardian of the celestial Red Sea, Saint Tantai, Wu Yu said. Wolingzi was shocked. Tantai wants to protect Yang Dingtian, but you want me to kill him? Wu Yu said, First of all, Tantai has no intention of protecting Yang Dingtian. It's just that she and Yang Dingtian have a very small fate. When Yang Dingtian came to the Sea of Hades to take Shimin Yanyan away, he had a grudge with Songyu. He defeated Songyu and angered the Sea of Hades. I wanted to get rid of him, but I found Tantai's mark in his brain, a very faint mark. Tantai didn't want me to kill him at that time, although this fate has already been used up for Yang Dingtian. But since I have promised, I can't go back on my words. More importantly, you alone are more than enough to kill Yang Dingtian. If you want me to go with you, I think you are overestimating him. I am ashamed to go. Wolingzi nodded, then said, Queen Hai Xian really won't help Yang Dingtian. Of course not, Wu Yu said. In fact, in the matter of Yu Ming and Yang Dingtian's duel, Hai Xian secretly helped Wu Yu Ming, hoping that Yang Dingtian would lose or even die. There's such a thing. Wolingzi was pleasantly surprised. Wu Yuming has a woman called Third Lady Gong's son. She is already dead, killed by Wu Maji. At this time, the soul in her body has become Qin Ji. Wu Maji went to Dongli grassland to ask for a huge darkness crystal and asked Qin Ji to poison Wu Yuming. However, Wu Yuming repeatedly asked for the darkness crystal from Dongli grassland, but to no avail. This is because he has the darkness mystic flame in his body that specializes in devouring mystic flames and darkness crystals. Hai Xian clearly knew that the darkness crystal could only make Yuming stronger, but she still gave it to Wu Maji. It can be seen that she wants to help Yuming, Wu Yu said. And during the duel, Wu Yoming's darkness mystic flame was much stronger than what I remembered, because it devoured the darkness mystic flame. Wolingzi said happily, It seems that Hai Xian really wants Yang Dingtian to die. However, Yuming has such a strong darkness mystic flame. Why was he killed in one move? Wu Yu shook his head and said, This is not what I know. Maybe Yang Dingtian specializes in subduing the darkness mystic flame. If Wu Yuming didn't use the darkness mystic flame, she wouldn't have lost. It's really fate that Yang Dingtian was born to subdue him. After saying that, Wu Yu smiled and said, "If that's the case, why are you still afraid of Yang Dingtian?" Being stimulated by the goddess, Wu Lingzi's ambition was immediately ignited. He smiled and said, "What a joke! Why would I be afraid of such a small ant? I'll go to the central capital now and slaughter him." Wu Yu said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." Wu Lingzi smiled and said, "Why don't you hear Yang Dingtian's head fall to the ground in 3 days' time?" Then Wu Lingzi bade farewell and left. He turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the netherworld sea region. The ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao, couldn't stop him. It instantly went berserk and set off huge waves on the surface of the sea. However, inside the netherworld sea's barrier, Poland was not startled. After leaving the netherworld sea, Wu Lingzi's heart was filled with disdain and killing intent towards Yang Dingtian. Without Zhu Qingzhu, without Queen Haiyexan, what did Wu Lingzi have to fear? Yang Dingtian, you're dead meat. Wu Lingzi's speed reached the extreme and flew towards the central continent. The netherworld sea and the southern barbarian continent were on the same level. After a full day, Wu Lingzi flew above the southern barbarian continent. He originally wanted to go to the central capital to kill Yang Dingtian and then return to the Vulture Palace. However, after thinking about it, what if something happened in the Vulture Palace? Therefore, he returned to the Vulture Palace first. After confirming that everything was fine, he went north to the central capital to kill Yang Dingtian. After entering the Vulture Palace, he first received a handwritten letter from Yang Dingtian. It was an imperial edict in the name of the Council of Light. Wu Lingzi, as one of the leaders of the Tiando League, you colluded with Wan Wentian's adopted son, Wu Yuming, and plotted to take over the position of the Tiando League. Your intentions are punishable by death, and your crimes are monstrous. I order you to come to the central capital to plead guilty within 23 days after receiving this letter. If you're late, you'll have to bear the consequences. The words in the letter were strict, and it was completely in a commanding tone. It was as if Wu Lingzi was one of those random sects in the central continent. After reading it, Wu Lingzi flew into a rage. His killing intent was limitless. Chapter 716. Yang Dingtian, you're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Endless anger turned into a sentence of gnashing teeth. Then the letter in Wu Lingzi's hand directly turned into ashes. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the north. He wanted to go to the central capital and dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces in front of everyone. He wanted to make him fall into hell when he was at his most glorious and complacent time. However, he had just flown for less than 100 miles. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Why did Yang Dingtian write me such a letter? He wants to provoke me on purpose. He wants to provoke me to go to the central capital to kill him? Otherwise, why would his letter be so rude and presumptuous? He's not an idiot. No, there's a conspiracy in this. There must be a conspiracy in this. I can't go. If I go, I'll be walking right into a trap. Yang Dingtian must have set a trap for me. Although I don't know what kind of trap it is, there must be a trap. Otherwise, why would he specially write a letter to me? Then Wu Lingzi immediately shivered and stopped completely. Then he started to doubt Wu Yu's words. She said that Haiyexan hoped for Yang Dingtian to die. Maybe she was lying. Maybe Haiyexan already knew that Yang Dingtian had a way to restrain the darkness mystic flame. That was why she gave Wu Yuming the darkness crystal. Haiyexan wanted to help Yang Dingtian. She wanted him to kill Wu Yuming. I treat Wu Yu as a goddess, but she might treat me as a weed. She might also want to harm me. Then Wu Lingzi laughed loudly and said, Yang Dingtian, you want to trick me and kill me? It's not that easy. The letter you wrote is completely a case of being too smart for your own good. Ha ha ha. Instead, I saw the flaw. Then Wulingzi suddenly felt incomparably lucky. Fortunately, his wisdom was unparalleled, and he saw through Yang Dingtian's plot. If he rushed into Zhongjing, Zhu Qingzhu, Dugashao, and Hai Exan would all be waiting for him. Although he wouldn't die, he would be seriously injured. Evil spirits could give people an immortal body, but their lifespan was limited. At most, they would reach the end of their lifespan after 100 or 200 years. The netherworld ghost flame gave people eternal life, but there was no such thing as an immortal body. He would still die if his heart was pierced by a sword. That was why Wulingzi cherished his life so much. It wasn't easy for him to obtain immortality. If he were to be killed by someone, it would be such a waste. Therefore, for more than 100 years, Wulingzi hid in the Vulture Palace and never came out. I've really lost my mind. Why did I get entangled with that little bastard, Wu Yuming? Wu Yu is completely heartless to me. Why did I still have fantasies about her? I ended up in such a sorry state. I was actually humiliated by a mere junior. Hateful Wu Yuming! Hateful Wu Yuming! Wulingzi cursed loudly in the air. Then he decided to return to the Vulture Palace like this. Yes, he was really dejected. He flew out angrily and wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. In the end, he flew out less than 100 miles before he turned back. Therefore, Wulingzi instinctively covered his face. He hoped that when he went back, he couldn't let the vulture see him. It was really too embarrassing. But what was he afraid of? What would come? Vulture directly flew over from the front and shouted, "Great-grandfather! Great-grandfather!" Wulingzi planned to pretend that he didn't hear anything and flew directly back to the thatched hut. "Great-grandfather, I've thought about it. You can't kill Yang Dingtian. You can't kill him." Vulture shouted loudly. Wulingzi was stunned and delighted. Then he flew over and said coldly with a straight face, "Why can't I kill him? This ant thief should be cut into pieces. He actually dared to provoke me. He's purely seeking death." Then Wulingzi stared coldly at Vulture and said, Are you soft-hearted? You can't kill him?" "No, I forgot. I still have the evil spirit planted in me by Wu Maji. If you kill Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji will definitely kill me," Vulture said loudly. For some reason, Wulingzi felt slightly disappointed. Vulture continued, "Before we deal with Wu Maji, we can't kill Yang Dingtian. I'm thinking, how can we get hold of Wu Maji's weakness, so that she won't dare to kill me?" Wulingzi said, "Who does Wu Maji care about the most?" "Yang Dingtian and her twins." Vulture said, "Yes, we'll capture her twins and use them as hostages. At that time, not only will Wu Maji not dare to kill me, she'll bow down to us and beg for mercy. When the time comes, I will definitely make her suffer 10 times the amount of torture." After saying that, Vulture's eyes lit up. She imagined the scene of torturing Wu Maji. Suddenly, her delicate and beautiful face became slightly distorted. Then she looked at Wulingzi and said, "Ancestor, you haven't seen Wu Maji, right? She's a peerless beauty. None of the women in Vulture Palace can compare to her. She's even on par with Wu Yu. Don't you want to have a taste?" Suddenly, Wulingzi's eyes lit up. He wasn't lustful, but he had a preference for peerless beauties. Vulture said, "Wu Maji's twin children are currently in the Snow Clan. There are several great Grandmaster Realm powerhouses there. Ordinary people won't be able to take the twins away, but if you go, you'll definitely be able to capture them." Hearing this, Wulingzi's face turned cold. His eyes became clear, and he said, "Girl, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't touch the twins or Yang Dingtian's children. Otherwise, he'll use all means to exterminate the Vulture Palace." Then Wulingzi said coldly, "All right, since that's the case, I'll let that brat Yang Dingtian go before I deal with the evil energy in your body. However, since he dared to write a letter to insult me, I won't let him off lightly. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." "How?" Vulture asked. "Go and send a message to Ling Chuzi. Tell him to send 30,000 Black Vulture army directly into Zhongjing. If God or Buddha blocks, kill them all. Wulingzi said coldly. Vulture gritted his teeth and said, If I don't send the message, you'll send someone else. Why? Wulingzi asked. Before I find a way to get rid of him. I don't want to provoke him directly. Vulture said. Wulingzi's face twitched. Then he circulated his Xian Qi and said loudly, Listen to my order. Let Ling Chuzi lead the Vulture Palace's experts and send 30,000 Black Vulture army into Zhongjing. If God or Buddha blocks, kill them all. Yes. Immediately, several Vulture Palace's experts shouted. They sat on the black vultures and flew towards Nanzhong continent. At this moment, it had already been 6 days since the duel. The Council of Light's aerial army had almost searched the entire Nanzhong continent. However, they still couldn't find Wu Yoming's figure. It was as if he had really disappeared completely. Sect Master, Ling Wu has gone missing, Yun Zhenu reported. The people monitoring the southern residents have discovered that Ling Wu's figure isn't there. She should have left after disguising herself. Is it possible that she knows Wu Yoming's whereabouts? Yang Dingtian asked. It shouldn't be possible, Yun Zhenu said. From Tai Muley and Mu Tsin's reaction, Wu Yoming's whereabouts are completely unknown. I think that Ling Wu should be looking for Wu Yoming alone. However, she definitely won't be able to find him. Then Yun Zhenu said, Sect Master, should we send more people to search for Ling Wu's traces? We can send more people. However, don't have too much hope for her. Even our people can't find Wu Yuming, let alone Ling Wu alone. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian turned his gaze and looked at Yun Zhenu's extremely charming face. Yun Zhenu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. She said angrily, If you continue to stare, I will really force you to marry me. Yang Dingtian stared at her small face, her gradually growing chin, her big eyes, and her delicate nose. There was simply no more charming oval face than this. Instantly he couldn't help but laugh. Did anyone say that your face is purely the face of a vixen? It's not just my face. People have directly said that I'm a vixen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the heavens in one step and become your eternal pet. Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian said. Recently, Master Yun Kalin seems to have become at least 10 years younger. I don't even dare to admit it. Compared to his previous appearance, he's at least 10 times more beautiful. He's simply radiant and dazzling. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, the knot in his heart has been removed. Naturally, he'll become younger. Yun Zhenu said. Furthermore, he's already living together with my father openly. I reckon that Kuei Ning's mother is going to blame you. She won't. For City Lord Kuei Si to only have 2 women, it's already very impressive. Yang Dingtian said. Who can compare to you? Yun Zhenu rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, Sect Patriarch Dongfeng only has 1 wife. Cough. Yang Dingtian pretended to cough awkwardly and said, I didn't notice it previously. After Master Yun Kalin turned into a great beauty, I realized that you do look rather similar to her. I'm her child. Of course, we look alike. Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian's mind was in a mess. He had once thought that this Yun Zhenu was Dugu Fengwu. After checking, he realized that she wasn't. Immediately after, he thought that Huang Yu was Fengwu, but she wasn't either. Therefore, Yang Dingtian turned and looked at Yun Zhenu again. In the end, after Yun Kalin became a great master, she became 10 years younger and 10 times prettier. She became a charming great beauty. Yun Zhenu might be prettier than her, but the 2 of them looked very similar. Ordinary people would be able to recognize her with a single glance. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was completely confused. Furthermore, Wu Yuming had previously revealed that she wanted to use Yun Zhenu's identity to make an issue out of it. She was using Yun Zhenu to threaten Yang Dingtian. Therefore, during that period of time, Yang Dingtian brought her along with him every day. In the end, Wu Yuming didn't make a move on Yun Zhenu. Some time ago, Senior Duga Shao was actually in the central capital. He might still be around now. Did he visit you again? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenu shook her head lightly. Do you know who your master is? Yang Dingtian asked. I heard that she's Queen Hai Xan of the Snake Men Empire. Yun Zhenu said. She's a half-saint. Why is your martial arts only at that level? Yang Dingtian said. I'm a martial honor. I'm only in my 20s. Yun Zhenu said. However, Master doesn't put in much effort in teaching me martial arts. She doesn't spend much time in the valley. Most of the time she's outside. I'm always alone at home. Yang Dingtian said, Zhenu, tell me honestly. You might be her? Sister Fengwu? Yun Zhenu said, I don't know and I don't care. I think my master is the only one who knows about this. Yang Dingtian rubbed his forehead and said, All right, let's not talk about this. Right. How's the negotiation going? The first failed, the second failed, and the third negotiation is still far away. Yun Zhenu said, It seems that because the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea are watching from the front, the Central Continent's factions are becoming more fearless. All right, the more fearless they are, the better. Yang Dingtian said. Then what about Wolingzi from the Vulture Palace? Why hasn't he reacted? That shouldn't be the case. My letter should have completely infuriated him. Who knows? Maybe he wasn't at home when he received the letter. Yun Zhenu said. At this moment, Zhu Hongshue's voice came from outside. Sect leader, there's a change in the South Central Continent. The Black Vulture Army is forming up in the sky. They might invade the Central Continent. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. How many? I don't know, but it shouldn't be the whole army. Zhu Hongxue said. Good. Yang Dingtian said happily, Wolingzi is indeed interesting. Good. Has our secret weapon been prepared? Yun Zhenu said, We have already created 700 Phoenix grade mini crystal bullets. These Phoenix grade bullets are made with special crystals. Also, we have created a few thousand fire grade mini crystal bullets. These are normal crystals. Their power and flying speed are much smaller. Other than that, we have already created 1,000 launchers. These weapons have all been equipped to the most elite demon vulture army. They can fight in the sky at any time. Good. Yang Dingtian laughed. Let Song Chanhua and Kuei Qing fight this battle. Yes. Yun Zhenu immediately drafted the order, and Yang Dingtian signed it. 15 minutes later, Song Chanhua and Kuei Qing received the order. They immediately rode on the Demon Vulture Army and led 1,000 elite Demon Vulture Army into the sky. This Demon Vulture Army was made up of experts. On every Demon Vulture, there was a small crystal crossbow and a launcher. There were over 100 arrows and 10 mini crystal bullets. The bloody black gold was a special crystal. Originally, it could only be ignited with Xian flame or gunpowder explosion to ignite the crystal. The trembling sound of the huge energy could cause the special crystal to explode. But it could not be ignited with Xian flame every time it was fired. Very quickly, the warlocks solved this problem. They just needed to reach the same temperature as Xian flame. Then, how could they reach such high temperature? Very simple. Use the Xian flame to melt the bloody black gold into molten iron and store it in the energy field crystal box. The shockingly high temperature bloody black gold liquid would float in the energy field and the heat loss would be very slow. When needed, open the box and ignite the energy field crystal. However, this was still very troublesome. The warlocks were currently researching how to solve this problem from the energy field of the crystal. Just in case, Song Chanhua still put on the magic fire demon phoenix. It was already more than 2 meters in size. With an order, this 1,000 demon vulture army equipped with secret weapon rose into the sky and flew towards the southern middle continent. And the southern middle continent's 30,000 demon vulture army covered the sky and whistled north. This time, not only did they want to win, but they also wanted a magnificent victory. They wanted to beat Walingzi into submission. At the same time, Ling Wu had already arrived at the southern middle continent. She steered a small crystal boat and went south to sea to look for Wu Yuming. Chapter 717. The 30,000 Black Vulture army didn't look as amazing as the 100,000 before, but they still covered the sky and the sun as they flew across the vast sea. At this time, the leaders of the central continent were having a secret meeting. When they heard that the Black Vulture army had invaded the central continent again, they immediately congratulated each other. Well, the most difficult time is over. Now Yang Dingtian and the Vulture Palace are fighting. Good fight, now we're safe. Nangong Langia said loudly. Does that mean that Yang Dingtian will make a big concession in the negotiation? A leader of the central continent laughed. Negotiation? No, let's not talk about it. Nangong Langia said. The Vulture Palace and Yang Dingtian are fighting. It's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see first. Maybe in the future, Yang Dingtian will take the initiative to come to us. Then another voice whispered, maybe the Vulture Palace can do what Wu Yuming can't. So, not only do we not have to talk, but we can also take over the entire central continent. That's right. It's best if Yang Dingtian is defeated and retreats to the west continent, so that we can take over the entire central continent. What do you mean we can take over the entire central continent? The central continent was originally ours. Who does Yang Dingtian think he is? What right does he have to take over the place? Go back to where you came from. Who do you think will win this aerial battle? Of course Yang Dingtian will be defeated. At present, the Black Vulture army is unbeatable. Even if Yang Dingtian sacrificed all the Demon Vulture army, he could only kill 10,000 Black Vulture army at most. And the Vulture Palace has more than 100,000 Black Vultures in the south central continent. So, Yang Dingtian will definitely lose this aerial battle. It's very likely that his army will be wiped out. In this way, the Council of Light will be disgraced. That's right. That's why we have to destroy their spirit. Otherwise, after Yang Dingtian defeats Wu Yuming in the duel, the Council of Light will instantly assume that they are number one in the world, and those who obey them will prosper, and those who oppose them will perish. At this time, the Black Vulture Corps was not stopped. They rushed directly into the central continent for a full 500 miles before they encountered the special forces of the Demon Vulture Corps, who came to intercept them. Ling Chuzi and the other experts of the Vulture Palace couldn't help but sneer when they saw that there were only 1,000 Demon Vulture army soldiers, led by Song Chanhua and Kuei Qing. Was Yang Dingtian crazy? He had 1,000 Demon Vultures block 30,000 Black Vultures, and had Song Chanhua take command. Of course, with that being the case, Ling Chuzi would definitely not use his martial abilities. As such, he would naturally not attack Song Chanhua. Furthermore, the experts of the Council of Light were currently 100 miles away from the army. If Ling Chuzi were to use his martial arts, the experts of the Council of Light would instantly appear. Rush up and tear apart the Demon Vulture Corps in front. Ling Chuzi ordered lightly. Suddenly, 30,000 Black Vultures whizzed out in a dark mass, wanting to completely crush the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps. At this time, the Demon Vulture Corps in front of them formed a long array in the air. There were a total of 5 rows, with 200 Demon Vultures in each row. From top to bottom, they formed a square formation to meet the Black Vulture Corps. 30,000 Black Vultures neatly formed a 3-dimensional formation in the air and flew fiercely. They still blotted out the sky and the sun, and it was still a one-sided scene. The dukes of the central continent who came to watch the battle were extremely excited. They almost shouted in a low voice, "Kill the Demon Vulture Corps! Kill the Demon Vulture Corps!" Let Yang Dingtian's Demon Vulture Corps be completely annihilated. Let the Council of Light have no air force to use. The 30,000 Black Vulture Corps were getting closer and closer. 100 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles, 25 miles. However, the Demon Vulture Corps did not move. Whether it was the Black Vulture Corps or the Central Continent forces who were secretly watching the battle on the ground, they couldn't help but be shocked. Was the Demon Vulture Corps still seeking death this time? When the distance was still 20 miles, the warriors of the Demon Vulture Corps suddenly carried a long iron tube with a diameter of 5 kilograms on their shoulders. A Demon Vulture warrior behind them took out a small crystal missile of about 200 kilograms from a big box. There was a faint phoenix painted on it, indicating that this was a special phoenix missile. Of course, this time there were only more than 700 of them. One was not enough for each person. Therefore, among the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps, there were only 200 Phoenix-level missiles in the first wave of attack. The rest were all ordinary fire-level crystal missiles. The warriors behind loaded the missiles into the launchers one after another. "Everyone aim," Song Chunhua ordered loudly. Instantly, the 1,000 warriors all aimed at the black mass of the Black Vulture army that was coming at them. Seeing these iron tubes, everyone was stunned. Not only Ling Chuzi, but also the people watching the battle on the ground. Was the Council of Light crazy? They actually used iron tubes to fight. Were they looking for death? At this time, they still didn't use the small crystal crossbows. At this time, the Black Vulture Corps was getting closer and closer, and it began to form a semicircular formation to surround the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps. The secret weapon of the Council of Light was only met with harsh ridicule at the first moment. Even the warriors of the Black Vulture Corps were extremely disdainful. The Black Vulture Corps was 10 miles away. 9 miles. 8 miles. "Ignite fire!" Song Chunhua ordered. Suddenly, the Demon Vulture warrior behind carefully took out a small energy box. Inside it floated the bright red, liquid, bloody black gold. The temperature here was tens of thousands of degrees, or even higher. Then, the liquid, bloody black gold directly ignited the crystal power array at the tail of the missile. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 1,000 missiles whistled out in an instant, dragging a long tail like a meteor. And 200 of them were extremely fast. That's right. The speed of this small missile was faster and more astonishing than the large missile. The previous large missiles needed to fly too far, so they didn't dare to burn too many special crystals per unit of time. So in terms of speed, they could only take a balance value. But now, these small missiles only needed to fly a few dozen miles. Therefore, the warlocks increased the crystal power per unit of time, so the flying speed was astonishingly fast. The initial speed could reach tens of meters per second, and the highest speed in the middle could even reach more than twice the speed of sound. In short, these small crystal-powered missiles were much more outstanding than the large missiles in terms of speed. The rocket projectiles on Earth could also reach a very shocking speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In everyone's astonished eyes, these 200 missiles were getting faster and faster, faster and faster. In a short 6 or 7 miles, only a distance of 3,000 meters, it was only 10 seconds. "Destroy these things," Ling Chuzi suddenly ordered. But it was too late. Not every Black Vulture warrior was an expert who could slash out sword light. These small crystal missiles, at more than twice the speed of sound, fiercely plunged into the Black Vulture Corps. Puff, puff, puff. The first casualty was not the explosion, but these missiles which directly penetrated the body of the Black Vulture Corps, directly tearing the Black Vulture Corps, which was as hard as iron, in half. Then it suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, nearly 200 Phoenix-level small crystal missiles violently exploded. At every moment, the small missiles almost burst out a huge fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. In an instant, the entire sky was swallowed by countless flame giant flowers, completely dyeing the entire sky red. Among these missiles, there were only about 100 kilograms of high explosives, about 5 kilograms of ordinary fire crystals, and 3 grams of blood-black gold accompanying crystals. The power could only blow up a house that covered an area of 2 or 3 acres. However, it was enough, and it was already very amazing. Because at this time the Black Vulture Core was very crowded in order to completely destroy the Demon Vulture Core. Although this kind of missile was called a small missile, it was also a large rocket on Earth, and because of the existence of special crystals, its power was even more amazing. Boom, 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 boom. Within a large circle of 30 meters of each explosion, all the Black Vultures were directly burned into charcoal by the terrible high temperature, and then shattered into pieces. The Black Vultures within 50 meters instantly exploded on their backs, completely dying tragically, and the Black Vultures within 100 meters, although not dead, were also seriously injured. Suddenly, the sky seemed to rain Black Vultures. Countless charcoal, countless mincemeat, and countless Black Vulture corpses fell one after another. Everyone had no time to be shocked. The second wave of missiles came again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This time there were as many as 800 small crystal bullets. The flying speed was only about a quarter of the previous Phoenix-level missiles. The power of the explosion was less than a third. However, the previous round of explosions caused the entire Black Vulture Core to be in chaos, and there was no time to intercept this new wave of attacks. Suddenly, of the 800 ordinary crystal missiles, more than 700 of them fiercely smashed into the Black Vulture Core like a metal rainstorm. Boom, 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 boom. There was another earth-shattering explosion. The flames of these ordinary crystal missiles were not much smaller than the Phoenix-level crystal missiles, so the scene was still earth-shattering. Countless Black Vultures were once again swallowed by the flames, and the scene was extremely shocking. But in fact, the casualties caused by these 800 missiles were less than half of the previous 200 Phoenix-level missiles. The power of the explosion was less than a third, but it did not mean that the lethality was less than a third. Therefore, the second wave of missiles, except for the center of the explosion that would directly kill the Black Vultures, could only injure them but could not kill them. This was the difference between Phoenix-level missiles and ordinary missiles. The bloody black gold associated crystal was so powerful. Even the Phoenix-level missiles just now all successfully reached their targets and detonated. As for the ordinary missiles, there were still more than a dozen of them that directly lost their direction in the air. They either flew in other directions or directly fell to the ground. When the power of the crystal was exhausted, it exploded violently. The first wave of attacks had left Ling Chuzi and the experts of the Spirit Vulture Palace completely dumbfounded. The neat formation of the Black Vulture Core was suddenly in disorder, as if it had been cheated alive. There was a missing piece here and there. Ling Chuzi looked at everything in disbelief. The spectators also looked at everything in disbelief. How many Black Vultures had been killed in the first wave of attacks of the Demon Vulture Core's secret weapon? No one knew. No one knew now. But when the Demon Vulture's corpses fell just now, it was really more mysterious than raindrops. The results of this wave of attacks alone were much greater than the last time when the 2,000 Demon Vulture Core fought for a quarter of an hour. At least, this first wave of attacks directly killed and seriously injured thousands of Black Vultures. Before Ling Chuzi could react, the second wave of attacks of the Demon Vulture Core came. This time, 500 Phoenix-level missiles and 500 ordinary fire-level missiles whizzed over in an instant. A gorgeous light streaked across the sky. At this time, no one dared to laugh. They only felt that these flames were completely emitting the aura of death. Ling Chuzi immediately roared, "Disperse, disperse, army, disperse!" That's right. Such a dense formation was useful before, but now it was completely courting death. Moreover, it was foreseeable that from now on, the Vulture Palace would not dare to let the Black Vulture Core form such a dense formation. Immediately, the Black Vulture Core immediately changed their formation and dispersed. But in panic, not only did they not disperse, but they crowded together in groups. However, the Phoenix-level missiles that were more than twice the speed of sound wouldn't wait for them. In an instant, 500 Phoenix-level missiles fiercely plunged into the Black Vulture core. Because the Black Vulture core was too secretive, nearly 70% of the missiles hit directly. The remaining 30% just flew faster and faster, whizzing over. Some still crashed into the Black Vultures behind them, while others flew further and further away. Boom, 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 another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Then, the Black Vultures in the sky fell like a rainstorm. This time, no one knew how many of them died. Before they had time to be shocked, the 500 ordinary small crystal missiles behind came like a storm. However, the hit rate of this wave of ordinary missiles instantly dropped to 50%. But still, it caused another earth-shattering explosion. The spectators found that the extremely fast missile in front was so fast that it made people tremble. After flying dozens of miles away, it directly exploded in the air. In other words, this thing could fly dozens of miles away at such a fast speed. How amazing was that? In the last wave, no less than 200 ordinary crystal missiles did not hit the target. After flying dozens of miles away, they suddenly exploded. Looking at the Black Vulture core again, less than half of them were intact. The remaining Black Vulture core, which was less than half intact, immediately scattered and desperately scattered. They did not dare to gather together again. If they gathered together, they would be the living targets of the terrible missiles. At this time, Song Chunhua ordered 10 Black Vultures changed to small and medium-sized crystal crossbows. Hunt freely. After hearing the order, the 1,000 Demon Vulture corps immediately changed their formation. 10 in a group, a total of 100 groups. Each group formed a sharp knife-killing formation, sandwiching small and medium-sized crystal crossbows. Originally, small crystal crossbows were used. Later, they found that the Demon Vultures were large and heavy. They could use small and medium-sized crossbows, which were more lethal to the Black Vultures. Moreover, they could directly fix the small and medium-sized crystal crossbows to the north of the Black Vultures. At this time, the remaining 10,000 or so intact Black Vultures desperately scattered in private. Because there was no complete order, it was difficult to form a complete battle formation. Behind them, 100 hunting squads whistled as they approached. Therefore, an extremely absurd scene appeared. 1,000 Demon Vultures were crazily chasing after more than 10,000 Black Vultures. Moreover, the Demon Vultures flew faster. As long as the distance was within 2 miles, the small and medium-sized crystal crossbows on the back of the Demon Vultures would shoot wildly. Because of the change to small and medium-sized crystal crossbows, the shooting power was instantly 7 or 8 times stronger. Furthermore, instead of shooting 1 arrow each time, he would shoot 3 long sharp arrows at a time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, large crossbow arrows 2 meters long were shot out like a rainstorm. The crossbow arrows were not as precious as the small crystal missiles. It did not matter how much they were used. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, the Demon Vulture warriors would shoot wildly. After increasing the crystal crossbows, the power of the crossbow arrows also doubled instantly. Once shot from the back, they would basically be inserted 3 or 4 feet into the Black Vulture's body. Even if they did not die, they would be greatly injured. Therefore, the Black Vulture Corps, which had lost its organization, was like a plate of loose sand. They were crazily hunted by the Demon Vulture Corps, which only had 1/10 of their numbers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless crossbow arrows sprayed out like a rainstorm. The Black Vultures were not as fast as the Demon Vultures, so it was difficult for them to escape the pursuit. In an instant, the Black Vulture Corps in the sky rapidly decreased. Once again, the Black Vultures rained down. Countless Black Vulture corpses and secret manuals smashed to the ground. Ling Chuzi looked at this shocking scene. At this time, the number of Black Vultures in the sky was decreasing. there were only a few thousand left. At this time, even if they fought face to face with swords, they were no match for the demon vulture corps. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Ling Chuzi was, he could only shout, "Retreat, retreat!" Suddenly, the surviving black vulture warriors in the sky were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The black vultures were not afraid of death, but they were. Immediately, they controlled the almost crazy black vultures to flee in the direction of the South Middle Continent. Continue to chase and destroy the enemy, Song Chanhua ordered. Then, 100 groups of demon vulture hunting teams chased at full speed. The experts of the Council of Light rode on the black vultures and chased closely. Although the Vulture Palace would not break the rules and use martial arts, they still had to be on guard. The Great Middle Continent was thousands of miles away from the South Middle Continent. 1,000 demon vulture corps chased crazily for thousands of miles. Along the way, the black vulture corps fled desperately. However, they were not fast enough. Moreover, the demon vulture corps used long-range attacks. Not only did they have no power to fight back, they could not escape the pursuit at all. The experts of the Vulture Palace were mad with anger. They almost could not help but use martial arts to kill the hateful demon vulture corps behind them. However, if they dared to do so, the experts of the Council of Light behind them would not mind using martial arts to kill them all. Just like this, Ling Chuzi and the other experts suddenly realized that the demon vulture corps behind them did not continue to pursue. Then he realized that the black vulture corps had been completely annihilated. Only he and dozens of Vulture Palace experts were left. After half a day of fighting, the 30,000 black vulture corps were completely annihilated. Chapter 718. After the experts of the Vulture Palace fled to the South Central Continent, there was no response. Because Ling Chuzi had no authority, he had to report the news to the Vulture Palace and wait for Wulingzi's next order. When Wulingzi heard that the 30,000 Black Vulture army was wiped out by a mere 1,000 Devil Vulture army, he was completely stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. How was this possible? How was this possible? Why was the Vulture Palace so domineering and arrogant? Wasn't it because the Black Vulture army was invincible? For the past 200 years, the #1 strategic formation of the Vulture Palace was the Black Vultures. Black vultures, black vultures. They used all their strength and all the barbarians and beasts in the South Barbarian continent to feed the black vultures. Therefore, in 200 years, the Black Vulture army had increased from 20,000 to 200,000. These 200,000 black vultures gave Wulingzi great confidence. He even felt that even Wen Tian's Legion of Doom wouldn't be able to break into his Vulture Palace. Last time, the 2,000 Devil Vultures fought against the Black Vulture army, and a few thousand of them died. Wulingzi did not care at all, because the Demon Vulture Legion had also lost more than 500, and a few hundred were injured. This kind of casualty ratio was completely within his expectations. The Devil Vulture army only had 4,000 Black Vultures and 200,000 Black Vultures. Even if the Devil Vulture army was wiped out, the Black Vulture's casualties wouldn't exceed 20,000. It was a drop in the ocean. But this time, 1,000 Devil Vulture army actually wiped out 30,000 Black Vultures. This was too shocking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Wulingzi said impossible more than 10 times before he calmed down. Then how many casualties did the Devil Vulture army have? Wulingzi asked. The Vulture Palace expert stammered, It seems like 0. What? Wulingzi hissed. Are you talking in your sleep? Last time he killed a few thousand of my black vultures and also lost 1,000. Now there are no casualties? Are you dreaming? The Vulture Palace expert said, There really are no casualties. The Devil Vulture army used a new secret weapon and killed countless of our black vultures from a few miles away. We couldn't even get close. Wulingzi asked in shock, Secret weapon? The Vulture Spirit Palace expert said, It's a type of metal tube that shoots out a type of metal bullet. 100 kilograms of iron vultures. It flew very quickly, several times faster than the vultures, and iron vulture is. And vulture. One of these metal bullets is enough to kill a dozen of our black vultures. Wu Lingzi instantly thought of the terrifying things that were shot into the spirit vulture palace 10 days ago, especially the last one, which caused the ground within a radius of several dozen miles to collapse by several tens of feet. This powers vulture. Who would have thought that this thing could be shrunk and shot out from the demon vulture's body? It could even be used against the black vulture army. Suddenly, Wu Lingzi felt somewhat disheartened. He sighed and said, "The times have changed, the vulture palace expert said. "Ancestor, how should we respond? Should we gather all the black vulture army and rush into Zhongjing to kill? Are you going to kill all my black vultures?" Wu Lingzi said coldly, "Ancestor, it's not impossible to deal with the Council of Light's iron barrel missile. Disperse the black vulture army, and it won't hit. That thing's accuracy is very low," the vulture palace expert said. "Moreover, I believe that this thing must be very precious. The Council of Light doesn't have many of them. We don't need to be scared." Wu Lingzi hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, let's hold back for now. Send a letter to Zhongjing and ask Yang Dingtian to come to Vulture Palace personally to apologize. Then we'll let this matter go," the Vulture Palace expert said. That's it. "What? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Wu Lingzi said coldly. "I don't dare," the Vulture Palace expert said. "I'll send a letter to Yang Dingtian and ask him to come to Vulture Palace to apologize." Just like that, Wu Lingzi planned to turn this matter into a small one and a small one into nothing. Wu Lingzi wanted to let this matter go, but Yang Dingtian didn't agree. It was obvious that he didn't intend to give up. Qin Wanqiu had already entered the south-central region before the letter asking Yang Dingtian to apologize had even reached the central region. He didn't say a word and directly handed a letter of challenge to Ling Chuzi. Then he turned and left. That's right, it was a letter of challenge, a real letter of challenge. Seeing this letter of challenge, Ling Chuzi didn't open it. He felt as if his hand had been stung. He and all the Vulture Palace experts were stunned. What did Yang Dingtian mean by this? Was he crazy? Was he really going to declare war on Vulture Palace? Wu Lingzi had already planned to turn this matter into a small one and find a way out. However, Yang Dingtian didn't let this matter go and actually issued a letter of challenge. Was he really going to start a war? Ling Chuzi didn't read this letter of challenge and directly sent someone to deliver it to Vulture Palace. A few hours later, this letter of challenge appeared in Wu Lingzi's hands. Yang Dingtian's letter of challenge to Vulture Palace was written as follows. "Wu Lingzi, you old bastard. Not only did you not come to Zhongjing to apologize, you even sent 30,000 black vulture troops to despicably ambush the Council of Light. Such a deranged behavior is unforgivable. Here, the Council of Light officially declares war on Vulture Palace, swearing to erase Vulture Palace from this world, completely liberate the southern barbarian continent, and completely save the savages of the southern barbarian continent from hell." Clap, 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 clap. These rude words were like slaps to Wu Lingzi's old face. In particular, the sentence, "erase Vulture Palace from this world," completely stabbed Wu Lingzi. Overturn the heavens, Yang Dingtian, your crimes are unforgivable, unforgivable. Tear you to pieces. I will definitely tear you to pieces. Having just lost 30,000 black vulture troops, Wu Lingzi was about to grit his teeth and swallow it, not wanting to bicker with Yang Dingtian. Instead, Yang Dingtian was relentless and even said that he would erase Vulture Palace. This was simply trampling on the dignity of Vulture Palace. This was simply trembling, Wu Lingzi said sternly. "Fine, let's start the war. Send out all the black vulture troops, all of them. Today, I will have a life and death battle with Yang Dingtian." After Wu Lingzi gave the order with great anger, The 80,000 black vulture troops in the Vulture Palace rushed out of the southern barbarian continent and whistled directly to the middle continent. This was the first time in hundreds of years, that all 200,000 black vulture troops left the Vulture Palace and the southern barbarian continent. Countless people saw this scene and saw the black vulture troops that blotted out the sky and the sun enter the middle continent. This scene seemed to have given the leaders of the middle continent a shot in the arm. The scene of the 30,000 black vulture troops being wiped out the day before scared them out of their wits. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After returning, they took the initiative to go to the North Mansion and groveled to ask for the third negotiation. However, the 200,000 black vulture troops of the Vulture Palace came out in full force, which instantly made them extremely excited. Their judgment was the same as that of the Vulture Palace. The Council of Light did not have many of those small missiles. Perhaps they had already been used up yesterday. Moreover, after the event, they also judged that the iron cylinder missile had a big flaw. That was, its accuracy was not good enough. In the last wave of attack in yesterday's battle, 50% of them missed their targets. Therefore, as long as the black vulture troops were scattered, the lethality of this missile would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the leaders of the middle continent began to celebrate again. Therefore, after the negotiations started in the evening, the leaders of the middle continent changed their humble attitude from yesterday to smiling poker faces. Dongfang Minmi still put forward the 3 conditions. Then, the leaders of the middle continent refused without hesitation. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi sneered and said, "Everyone, yesterday you begged and pleaded for the third negotiation to be restarted. As a result, when the negotiation started today, you were disinterested and indifferent. You didn't even show any sincerity in the negotiation. Why do you have to be so respectful?" The leaders of the middle continent just smiled faintly and did not respond. Then the third negotiation, which had just started, parted on bad terms before it started. After the 80,000 black vultures entered the south middle continent again, there were 200,000 black vulture troops. Moreover, the people of the Vulture Palace began to move frequently and took the initiative to contact the forces of the middle continent. 200,000 black vultures began to organize and line up, ready to launch a fatal blow to Zhongjing at any time. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were fixed on the North Mansion of Zhongjing. The words of the leaders of the middle continent became more and more unbearable. "He's exposed, isn't he? Yang Dingtian is acting like a coward. What do you mean by tough on the outside but weak on the inside?" "This is tough on the outside but weak on the inside." Yang Dingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. As a result, 200,000 black vulture troops came, and he is a coward again. Yes, he has been seen through. Whatever secret weapon, it has all been used up. Yang Dingtian is at his wit's end. It's hard to escape. It's definitely hard to escape. Of course, the leaders of Zhongzhou State were not such shallow people. They were all eloquent. They were encouraging themselves and provoking Yang Dingtian at the same time. They hoped that the Council of Light would really go to war with the Vulture Palace, and they would reap the benefits without doing anything. Soon, the Council of Light responded, and it was an earth-shattering response. Nearly 1 million troops in the North Middle Continent crossed the sea directly to the south. The West Continent Army, which had been on standby at sea for several days, was about to turn around. Thousands of warships and nearly 2 million troops headed east at full speed directly into the Middle Continent. What was more critical was that the fleet of the Yingzhou Empire that had ambushed the spiritual Vulture Palace with super missiles was marching south, ferociously again, to the west of the spiritual Vulture Palace. That wasn't all. With the Yin-Yang sect as the leader, the East Continent's factions had been inspired by Yang Dingtian's great victory. The atmosphere of surrendering was instantly swept away. Immediately, the Radiance Parliament's factions had an overwhelming advantage. Under the orders of the Council of Light, the East Continent Army also began to gather their troops and martial arts forces, preparing to head west. Not only that, most of the Southwest Fleet was blockading the Netherworld Sea. Even so, they still managed to gather an army of a few 100,000. They boarded the newest warships and charged over from the west. Everyone was shocked by Yang Dingtian's generosity. 5 armies were attacking the South Middle Continent and the Vulture Palace from the east, west, and north. Tens of thousands of warships and more than 4 million troops were mobilized. From the looks of it, they were going to completely occupy the entire South Barbarian continent and wipe the Vulture Palace off the face of the earth. They were really going to wipe the Vulture Palace off the face of the earth, just like what was written in the letter of challenge. At this time, Ling Chuzi had a feeling that the 30,000 black vultures entering Zhongjing was like poking a hornet's nest. Then, countless hornets came in a frenzy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Yes, the 200,000 black vulture troops entered the South Middle Continent, but without Walingzi's order, they could not move. In the past few days, information about the Council of Light's army had been sent to the Vulture Palace one by one. However, Walingzi, who was in the Vulture Palace, did not respond. Ling Chuzi immediately complained in his heart, "If you want to fight, fight now." It was the best time to strike while the Council of Light was still on the way. In the end, you didn't fight, nor did you retreat. The 200,000 black vultures were here to scare people. Moreover, so what if the Council of Light had millions of troops? They could do nothing against the black vulture troops in the sky. Wu Lingzi had the same thoughts as well. Even though he had also felt the monstrous pressure and was indeed intimidated by Yang Dingtian's army that had split into 5 groups, he wasn't too afraid. Because these troops were not a big threat to the black vulture troops. These troops could not enter the Vulture Palace. However, the next piece of information really scared the crap out of the Spirit Vulture Palace, because thousands of huge missiles were continuously transported from the West Continent. Each missile was bigger than the ones that attacked the Vulture Palace. That was not all. The next 3,000 demon vulture troops were all equipped with iron barrels of missiles. Not only that, but there were also thousands of golden eagle troops and tens of thousands of other elite winged cavalry. They were all equipped. Each winged cavalry carried an iron barrel and 10 missiles when they went north. There was also a small crystal crossbow and countless crossbow bolts. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of small crystal missiles were transported to the Zhongzhou state, one after another, like a mountain. All of a sudden, the people of the Zhongzhou state were almost scared to death. This was too fucking crazy. Previously, 1,000 demon vulture troops used this secret weapon to kill 30,000 black vulture troops. Now, the Council of Light had madly piled up tens of thousands of launchers and transported hundreds of thousands of small crystal missiles. Not to mention 200,000 Black Vulture Legion. Even 500,000 Black Vulture Legion would be wiped out. Moreover, there were many rumors circulating in the Zhongzhou state. For example, Queen Hisense of the Snake Men Empire was Yun Jianu's foster mother and master. Another rumor was that Queen Hai Xian was actually one of Yang Dingtian's lovers. And in the Snake Men Empire, there were no less than 20 great grandmasters. Some people sneakily said that Duge Shao of the Temple of Blood had been in the Zhongzhou state recently. There was also news that Zhu Qingzhu was currently trying his best to return to the Zhongzhou state. Of course, the giant missiles and the small crystal missiles were all models. Where could the Council of Light find these crystals? The real missiles had been used up long ago. Bad news came one after another. Every one of them made people tremble with fear. Walingzi's whole body was cold. He had been hiding in the thatched hut and would not come out. Yang Dingtian is not only going to destroy the Vulture Palace. He is also going to kill me. Chapter 719. He had planned this all along. After defeating Wu Yuming, he was ready to destroy the spiritual Vulture Palace. Lass, do you think Yang Dingtian is serious this time, or is he faking it? Wu Lingzi asked. Vulture shook his head and said, I don't know. I have already lost my ability to judge him. Then, do you think he has the ability to destroy the Vulture Palace? Wulingzi asked. The thousands of large missiles he showed, are they real? And the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of small crystal bombs, are they real? I don't know either. Vulture shook his head and said, but I know that he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. What is it? Wulingzi asked. Do you still remember the blood pool in front of Cloud Sky City? The blood pool that can corrode everything is spreading rapidly. In just a few days, it has engulfed hundreds of miles of land. Soon, it will engulf the entire Cloud Sky City. Vulture said this is called a biochemical weapon in Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian used it to instantly kill Ning Wuming's 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. It was also at that time that Ning Wuming lost his army and his waist was broken. He could only rely on Zhu Qingzhu and Wu Yuming. Biochemical weapon. Wulingzi said, that's the poison that Wu Yuming thought of and Zhu Qingzhu wanted. If it is allowed to spread, it will be able to engulf the entire northwest continent. Yes, Vulture said, other than dealing with Ning Wuming and Qin Chi, Yang Dingtian has never used this kind of biochemical weapon. Wu Yuming and I once speculated that it might be a variant of the deep-sea Xian poison. Deep-sea Xian poison? Something from Naga? Wulingzi suddenly said in shock. Then why didn't Yang Dingtian use it? If he used this kind of weapon, wouldn't it be easier to destroy Zhu Qingzhu's army? Wouldn't it be easier to destroy the Black Vulture army with this so-called biological weapon? I've speculated that a single shot of such a poisonous crystal arrow would be enough to turn a black vulture into a puddle of pus, Vulture said. Wulingzi said, is the reason why Yang Dingtian doesn't use this deadly biological weapon because it's too vicious, so he only uses it on evil ways? As for Zhu Qingzhu, he saw it as a civil war between the Tiando League. He even views my Vulture Palace as a civil war within the Tiando League. Is that why he doesn't want to use such a vicious weapon to exterminate us? Vulture said, I've thought about it for a long time, and it should be like this. Just like how Yang Dingtian subdued Song Shao and Qin Huayu before, maybe he also wants to subdue our Black Vulture army and make it the main force in the future Doomsday War. In his dreams, Wulingzi sneered and said, the enmity between him and me is irreconcilable. I can't wait to tear him into pieces. It's pure daydreaming if he wants to use the Black Vulture army. Vulture said, but if we force him into a corner, he will really exterminate our Black Vulture army. Because only by destroying our Black Vulture army can he rest assured to reorganize Zhongzhou State. Wulingzi suddenly fell into silence. After a long time he asked, Girl, what do you think is the reason for my fight with Yang Dingtian? Vulture thought for a while and said, Anger face. In fact, our Vulture Palace and him are indeed life and death enemies. However, it isn't in the military. Instead, it is in the life and death situation between you and Yang Dingtian. So our key is to kill Yang Dingtian, not to destroy his army. Wulingzi nodded hard and said, Yes, our purpose is to kill Yang Dingtian. As for how many troops we destroy and how much territory we occupy, it doesn't mean anything to us. If we really defeat Yang Dingtian's army, it will only benefit those bastards in Zhongzhou State who are watching the show. Now, Wu Yuming doesn't even know whether she's dead or alive. Why should I fight Yang Dingtian with all my might? Yes, for us, the key is to kill Yang Dingtian. The army of the Council of Light has nothing to do with us. Even if we destroy 1 million or 10 million of them, it doesn't mean much, Vulture said. All right. Little girl, you can be considered to have some friendship with him. Go and talk to him. Both sides should stop fighting. Wulingzi said. Vulture said, I don't want to go. This time you have to go. Wulingzi said, because only you and he are friends. If necessary, you can use some tricks. Vulture's expression changed. Are you saying that I can use a honey trap? I didn't say that. I just said that you can act at your discretion until the goal of stopping the war is achieved, Wulingzi said. Vulture gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go." Yang Dingtian's 5 armies, a total of 4 million, were still approaching Zhongzhou State and Nan Barbarian State from the sea and land. Suddenly, the entire chaotic world was like a storm that was about to come. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the outbreak of the war. What was more strange was that Netherworld Sea was completely silent about everything in front of them. They did not express any attitude, but they were still in Zhongjing's South Prefecture and did not retreat. One day later, Vulture rode a black vulture and entered Zhongjing, asking to see Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, I know that your plan to deal with the Vulture Palace is fake. Your real plan is to reorganize Zhongzhou State." Vulture said slowly, "In front of a smart person, there is no need to lie. Keep the South Prefecture, release my mother, divide Zhongzhou State, and we can stop the war." Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture in shock. After a long time, he said, "Is your brain damaged? After destroying the Black Vulture Army, I can deal with Zhongzhou State at any time. If not to destroy your Black Vulture Army, why would I transport so many small crystal missiles?" Vulture said, "Who knows if your crystal missiles are real or just empty shells?" In a fit of anger, Spirit Vulture revealed the truth. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and said, "Servant June, send Miss Vulture out." Then, he directly refused to negotiate. Servant Yin stepped forward and chased Vulture out with a rude attitude. Vulture was furious and said coldly, "Servant Yin Jun, what right do you have to talk to me like that? Don't forget that I am the mistress of the South Prefecture, and you are just a servant." Servant Yin Jun looked at Vulture and sneered. "Don't you read the newspaper? Your husband has become one of the young masters of the evil ways, and he is notorious. If you don't draw a line with him, we will arrest you at any time and execute you. You dare?" Vulture said coldly, "Servant Yin Jun, if you dare to talk to me like that, you will die on the street one day." "Servant June, slap her," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Slap." Servant Yin Jun slapped her hard. Vulture wanted to dodge, but she was trapped by Yang Dingtian's energy and could not move. Suddenly there was a crisp sound. Vulture's delicate face was swollen and her delicate body was slapped away. Then she showed an extremely vicious look and was about to say something. "If you dare to threaten me, I will execute you immediately," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Don't forget that your old bastard is a half-saint, and so is Servant Yin Jun's master." Suddenly, Vulture felt extremely humiliated and walked out angrily. After walking out, Vulture said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, your missiles are all a bluff. Don't think that I don't know. Let me tell you, if you don't agree to stop fighting today, it will be too late if you want to stop fighting in the future." Then Vulture walked out angrily. "How many small crystal missiles have we produced in the past few days?" Yang Dingtian asked. Servant Yin Jun said, "We have sent out 30,000 prospectors, and 4 of them have returned. They brought back a total of 47 kilograms of bloody black gold accompanying crystals. This is the result of 1.5 months ago. We have produced a total of 115 Phoenix-grade crystal missiles." Yang Dingtian said, "Use them all. Send a Demon Vulture squad to launch a sneak attack on the Black Vulture Legion's camp." "Yes," Servant Yun Jun said. "By the way, Madame Mo Weaver provided a kind of corpse poison to the warlock ancestor. She specially made 50 ghost-grade missiles. Do you want to use them?" Yang Dingtian knew that this corpse poison was far inferior to the deep-sea Xian poison, but it was refined from countless corpses. It was something left from Ning Wuming's era. When the Blood-Eye Demon Army was created, only 1 in 10 could become a Blood-Eye Demon Army. The rest would die miserably and be refined into corpse poison. This corpse poison would become nutrients for the Blood-Eye Demon Army. But for ordinary creatures, this corpse poison was a nightmare. Although they wouldn't die, but their bodies would gradually fester. Moreover, this thing was infectious. Use 10, and then seal all these corpse poison missiles. Don't make any more. Yang Dingtian said, "We will need this Black Vulture Legion in the future. We can't kill them all." "Yes," Servant Yun Jun said. Then she drafted an order, and Yang Dingtian signed it. This sneak attack mission was directly handed over to Song Chanhua. After receiving the order, Song Chanhua immediately selected the most elite 100 Black Vultures. In the darkness, they rose to more than 10,000 meters. Under the cover of the night, they flew towards the south. At this time, they couldn't directly fly to the south middle continent. Otherwise, they would be easily discovered by the Black Vulture Legion's aerial patrol. One must know that, in terms of flying altitude, the Black Vulture Legion was not much lower than the Demon Vulture Legion. At this time, there were at least 10,000 Black Vultures monitoring and patrolling the south middle continent. Therefore, they had to take a detour to avoid the patrolling Black Vultures and sneak attack from the back of the south middle continent. Not only that, they also had to send out the Demon Vulture King to carry out a feint attack. When necessary, it would attract the patrolling Black Vultures. The Demon Vulture King and the sneak attack team, one to the east and one to the west, took a detour of more than 10,000 miles and suddenly came to the south of the south middle continent. Then, Kuei Qing rode the Demon Vulture King and rushed into the south middle continent. After rushing for a few hundred miles, they were immediately discovered by the patrolling Black Vulture Cavalry. Then, countless patrolling Black Vulture Cavalry desperately blew the horn of the enemy attack. Suddenly, the patrolling Black Vultures within hundreds of miles and thousands of miles all frantically chased and intercepted the Black Vulture Legion on the ground, as if facing a great enemy, rose into the air one after another. But soon, they found that there was only one Demon Vulture. However, this Demon Vulture's flying speed had reached an astonishing 4,000 miles per hour. It was more than 4 times the speed of the Black Vultures. They could not catch up at all. In this way, the Demon Vulture King led hundreds and thousands of Black Vultures in the air. Not to mention catching it, they could not even catch its shadow. Suddenly, the Vulture Palace was so angry that they cursed loudly. At this time, the Black Vulture sneak attack team, led by Song Chanhua, was lurking on the sea. The Demon Vulture King attracted all the patrolling Black Vultures within 1,000 miles, tormenting them in the air. After a full 4 hours, the Vulture Palace finally gave up. Besieging. In the Black Vulture camp, peace was restored. However, the patrolling order was completely disrupted and the patrol tasks needed to be reclassified. As a result, there was a temporary patrolling void and chaos in the sky above the entire Black Vulture camp. At this time, the sneak attack team led by Song Chanhua, like an arrow, suddenly rose into the sky. With the fastest speed, almost 1,000 miles per hour, they madly plunged into the interior of the south central continent. The Black Vulture camp of the Vulture Palace spanned 100 miles and was 700 miles away from the southern sea. In less than an hour, the Demon Vulture sneak attack team arrived in the sky above the camp. Without any hesitation, they directly aimed at the camp on the ground. Ignite fire! In an instant, more than 100 Phoenix-level missiles and 5 zombie poison bombs whizzed down from the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! Powered by crystals, coupled with the acceleration of gravity, the missiles shot down from a height of 10,000 meters reached a low altitude of 2,000 meters. Their speed was extremely astonishing, 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. At this time, the Black Vulture camp did not even talk about intercepting them, after seeing these missiles shot down. Just as they shouted the enemy attack, the missiles had already entered 5,000 meters in the air. Then the experts of the Vulture Palace ordered to activate the large crystal crossbows, but it was too late to shoot into the air, because as long as they were wound, they would consume the energy of crystals, so they would not be wound until the war. Occasionally, large crystal crossbows would be wound at all times for anti-air defense, but at this time it was completely impossible to shoot the missiles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 100 missiles whizzed and smashed into the ground at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Boom, 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 boom. More than 100 missiles, like a rainstorm, attacked the Black Vulture camp more than 10 miles away. In an instant, 100 meters of flames burst out. The entire night sky was completely illuminated. Countless Black Vultures and Black Vulture warriors were instantly smashed to pieces. And several of the missiles, after the explosion, there was no fire, only green smoke in the sky. Then, no matter if it was a Black Vulture or a human, as long as they were touched by the green smoke, only the flesh on their body began to fester, which was extremely disgusting and terrifying. And the Demon Vulture sneak attack team, led by Song Chanhua, after firing the missiles, did not even look at the results. They directly rose into the air and flew to the west. That's right, they flew to the west, not directly to the north, because if they went north, they would be intercepted by the Black Vultures. If they went to the west, with the speed of the Demon Vulture army, it was impossible for the Black Vulture army to catch up. As for the Black Vulture corps that was ambushed, other than desperately chasing after the Demon Vulture corps that was ambushed, they could not counterattack at all. They could only report to Wu Lingzi of the Spirit Vulture Palace again and wait for orders. Because Ling Chuzi had no power, when Wu Lingzi received this information, his body immediately trembled. This sneak attack had killed nearly 1,000 Black Vultures and injured more than 1,000. This number of casualties was not a big deal, but it was very significant. Just a moment ago, Vulture said that Yang Dingtian was bluffing and that these crystal missiles were fake. Then he shot more than 100 missiles and killed more than 1,000 Black Vultures. This was not a big deal. The most terrifying thing was the black poisonous bombs in the report. Although no Black Vulture died after the explosion, no matter if it was a human or a Black Vulture, after being infected by this poison, they would constantly fester and spread. At present, more than 100 Black Vultures had been infected with this terrible black poison, and their bodies had begun to fester. Obviously, this was a warning from Yang Dingtian. He was telling Wu Lingzi that he did have a more powerful secret weapon that was suspected to be the deep-sea Xian poison, but he did not use it. Instead, he used the inferior poisonous bombs. If he had really used the deep-sea Xian poison, who knew how many Black Vultures would have died? Wu Lingzi stared coldly at Vulture and said, "Why? I clearly asked you to take the initiative to stop the war. Why did you provoke Yang Dingtian?" Vulture gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we stop the war, we can't compromise too much. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian will only take an inch and want a mile. So, I'm just fighting for the conditions that Vulture Palace deserves." "Then what should we do now?" Wu Lingzi said, "Your rude attitude has angered Yang Dingtian. He is a person who can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. You know best. Just because of your pampering, my Black Vulture Legion has suffered such heavy losses." Vulture gritted his teeth and did not say anything. "Okay, you continue to go to Zhongjing. This time, no matter what method you use, even if you have to sleep with Yang Dingtian, you must make him stop the war." Wu Lingzi said sternly, "You don't have any choice. You said it yourself. Our key is to kill Yang Dingtian, not to start a war." "No, I won't go." Vulture said sternly, "I won't go and be humiliated by him again. You have to go." Wu Lingzi said word by word, "You don't have a choice. You have to go." Vulture said, "No, I'd rather die than go. You can kill me. In any case, I won't go and look at Yang Dingtian's face again. I won't go and be humiliated by him again." Then Vulture looked at Wu Lingzi with teary eyes and said, "Father, even if your daughter begs you, go to the Sea of Hades again. You can't stand aside and watch the show. You must persuade her. The two of you go to Zhongjing together and capture Yang Dingtian. Force Wu Maji to hand over her evil spirit power, so that she can't kill me at any time. I beg you, for your own sake and for your daughter, try one more time." After saying that, Vulture knelt down in front of Wu Lingzi. Wulingzi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth for a long time and said, I really owe you a lot in my previous life. Just let this old face of mine be trampled by her again. But what if Wu Yu still doesn't agree? Vulture said, then I'll go to Zhongjing. Even if I have to sleep with Yang Dingtian, I'll make him stop the war. Wulingzi stomped his foot and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the Sea of Hades again. The Council of Light's army didn't change at all. They still moved at the same speed toward Zhongjing and Nam-Barbarian continent. The Black Vulture Corps that didn't receive any orders could only desperately send out air patrols to guard against the Council of Light's sneak attack. Without orders, they couldn't fight back at all. It was really frustrating to the extreme. The encirclement of Nanzhong and Barbarian continent had been formed day by day. The entire Nanzhong felt suffocated. Wulingzi rushed to the Sea of Hades with his fastest speed. After entering the Sea of Hades, he met Wu Yu again. His intention was still to invite her to Zhongjing to deal with Yang Dingtian. Wu Yu didn't answer for a long time, but the disdain in her beautiful eyes became stronger and stronger. After a long while, she said, Are you still the Wu Ling that I saw 200 years ago? A few days ago, you said you were going to kill Yang Dingtian alone. Why didn't you go? I've never seen a half-saint that's so afraid of death. Then she left directly, not giving Wulingzi a chance to say a second word. She also didn't agree to go to Zhongjing with Wulingzi. Instantly, Wulingzi was flustered and exasperated. He was embarrassed and angry. Being humiliated like this by the woman of his dreams was the most painful and unbearable thing in the world. He really couldn't understand why we rejected him again and again. Instantly, he was even more convinced that Wu Yu didn't have good intentions towards him. Therefore, he rushed out of the Sea of Hades and returned to the Vulture Palace as fast as he could. At this time, Yang Dingtian's army of millions was less than 1,000 miles away from Nanzhong and Barbarian continent. In at most one more day, the army of millions would completely surround Nanzhong and Barbarian continent. At this time, there were only 20 to 30,000 Black Vulture Corps protecting Vulture Palace in Nanzhong. After arriving at Vulture Palace and seeing Vulture, Wulingzi's first words were, Go, go, go accompany Yang Dingtian. Even if she defiles you 100 times, you have to stop the war. Chapter 720. Vulture came to Yang Dingtian's North Castle again. After entering, she walked to the table in front of Yang Dingtian expressionlessly and laid down. Come on! Yun Zhenu glanced at her and continued to report to Yang Dingtian. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't ignore Vulture. He closed the document in his hand and said, Is there a way to do this? Sleep with me in exchange for a truce. Vulture said, You take me in exchange for a truce. Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the delicate, snow-white body and fell into deep thought. Yun Zhenu was startled and thought, Is this bastard really going to do it? Yang Dingtian said, Then I want to ask clearly, is it only once or always? What do you mean? Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture and said, Have you ever thought of remarrying me? Then Vulture Palace will completely join the Council of Light. Although I don't want to see the changes in your body, it's still not too late to turn back. Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and shook her head. You want our Black Vulture army? Of course. Yang Dingtian said, In 3 to 5 years, the Great War of Destruction will begin. Your 200,000 Black Vultures can fill the gap in the air force of the Tiando League. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Vulture said, You can only sleep with me once. It's impossible for me to remarry you and control the Black Vulture army. In this world, anyone can stand with you, but I can't. Why? Don't you dare to face your only pure time? Yang Dingtian asked. Don't make yourself sound like a saint. Vulture said coldly, You want me to remarry you for the sake of the Black Vulture army. How good can it be? Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold as he said, Then forget it. You go and tell Wulingzi. If you want to stop the war, you have to send the entire Black Vulture Corps back to the Vulture Palace and marry me. You want to stop the war after doing it once? That's impossible. You're not made of diamonds. Yang Dingtian's words caused Vulture's body to twitch violently. Jun Nu, send the guest off. Yang Dingtian said. Yun Jianu picked up the clothes from the ground and placed them in front of Vulture. Please. Yun Jianu's figure was simply too devilish. When she bent down to pick up Vulture's clothes, her curves were so perfect that no one could look straight at her. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, also, don't think of me as a pervert who can't stand seeing women. Jun Nu is much more attractive than you. I haven't touched you yet. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Jianu walked to his side and used her deerskin boots to step on his toes. It was so painful that Yang Dingtian trembled violently and couldn't say anything else. Yun Jianu used her heels to step on Yang Dingtian's toes and said to Vulture, Miss Vulture, do you want to put on your clothes and go out, or just go out like this? Vulture grabbed the clothes and put it on with extreme humiliation and resentment. He then walked out with a face full of resentment. Vulture, I'll give you 24 hours to consider. Either you marry me or go to war. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Jun Nu, when did you send the letter to your master? 5 days ago. She should be on her way here. But are you really going to agree to her? Yun Jianu asked. Isn't it just selling your body? What's so great about that? Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Vulture shuddered and then slammed the door shut and left the North Mansion. Your reaction is not bad. Yang Dingtian hurriedly took off his boots and rubbed his bruised toes. He looked at Yun Jianu's back and said, But your ruthlessness is exactly the same as her. It's just that you are more cunning than her. She is the kind of person who wants to kill your entire family. You are so evil. Yun Jianu didn't seem to understand what Yang Dingtian was saying. She opened a document and read it seriously. However, with the documents covering her face, her beautiful and charming lips pursed into a sweet and charming smile. After reading it, Yun Jianu said casually, Sect leader, if you blackmail Willingzi like this, what if he doesn't fall for it? Then there's no other way. We can only make the act real. We will really go to war and land in the South Barbarian continent. Yang Dingtian sighed. Although it will be a tough battle, but if it really comes to that, there's no other way. Yun Jianu pretended to be even more casual. If it really comes to that stage, will you really give yourself to my master? I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, Your master is ruthless. If I really sell myself to her and let her get pregnant, it might be the time of my death. She is ambitious and will not be controlled by anyone. Yang Dingtian wants you to marry him? Wu Lingzi hissed. He wants to encroach on my Black Vulture Legion. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Even if I poison all the Black Vultures to death, I will not give it to him. Wu Lingzi furiously grabbed a cup of water and drank it in large gulps. Furthermore, he doesn't have many years left to live. Once the doomsday battle arrives, he'll be dead for sure. He actually wants to drag the spiritual Vulture Palace down with him? Dream on, dream on. I also directly rejected him. Anyone can follow him, but I can't. I can follow anyone, but not him. Vulture said, Then what do we do now? Do we really go to war? He gave us 24 hours. Willingzi said, What did he say to you? Repeat it word for word. Either we marry him or we go to war. He gave us 24 hours. Vulture said, And 5 days ago, Yun Jianu wrote a letter to Queen Hyexen. It was as if Yang Dingtian had agreed to some condition of Hyexen. He mentioned selling himself. Wu Lingzi shuddered and said, That refers to impregnating Hyexen. Currently, no one is able to make the snake men go into estrus, and no one is able to impregnate them. It seems like Yang Dingtian is an exception. Vulture sneered, He is really a stud horse. Willingzi said, Yang Dingtian said marriage, but he didn't say who he was going to marry, right? Vulture nodded. Willingzi sneered, All right then, let's fulfill his wish. Who is the ugliest in the Vulture Palace? Of course it is Spirit Rabbit. Vulture sneered. Not only is she a mute, she is also the ugliest person in the Vulture Palace. Speaking of which, she is also my cousin. Ha ha ha. Willingzi laughed. Yang Dingtian wants marriage, right? Let's pick the ugliest mute for him. You go and find Spirit Rabbit, then bring her to Zhongjing and marry Yang Dingtian. Yes. Vulture's beautiful eyes flashed with a demonic light. In heaven, there was also hell. In New York, there was also a slum. In the Vulture Palace, in a cold and remote cave, there was an intense coughing sound. This kind of coughing was almost heart-wrenching. A withered old man with broken legs was lying on a pile of straw, coughing desperately. As he coughed, black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, an ugly girl dressed in coarse cloth held back her tears and desperately stroked the old man's chest. Seeing him in so much pain, she wished she could take his place. After coughing for a few minutes, the old man finally stopped. The ugly girl held a bowl of honey water and placed it beside the old man's mouth. This old man was so thin that he was only skin and bones. His hair was sparse like weeds, snow white. His entire person was like a candle flame in a strong wind that could be extinguished at any time. He took a sip gently and looked at the ugly girl with infinite love. He said hoarsely, I'm going to die soon, I should be dying soon. As soon as these words came out, the ugly girl shook her head desperately, tears falling down continuously. I'm not willing to die like this. The old man's withered eyes could no longer shed tears. They were like a dry well, revealing infinite pain. He said, If I die, what will you do? What will you do? My little rabbit, my little rabbit. Grand, grand. The ugly girl cried loudly and shouted with difficulty. The old man cried bitterly, but there were no tears. He sobbed and said, After I die, what will my little rabbit do? What will I do? They will torture you to death. They are a group of beasts. A group of beasts. The ugly girl shook her head desperately and cried desperately. The old man cried and said, Willingzi harmed my parents in order to fight for the position of the Vulture Palace. I admit it. Because I was too outstanding, he crippled me and broke my legs. I admit it. My son was too outstanding. He killed my son and daughter-in-law. I admit it. They can't harm you anymore. I'll beg him. Ask him to let you go. Let you go. The ugly girl hugged the old man desperately and cried desperately. Ugly ghost? Are you there? Outside, the voice of the vulture suddenly sounded. Immediately, the ugly girl trembled and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. There was also a trace of hatred. Since she was young, the vulture had been her nightmare. Since she was young, she had already lost count of how she had bullied and abused her. The vulture was a high and mighty princess, and although she, the Spirit Rabbit, was a true descendant of the Vulture Palace, she was even inferior to the lowest servant. Insulting, beating, whipping, cutting off her head, tying her body with a rope, throwing her into the black vulture's cave, and quickly lifting her up the moment before the black vulture ate her. These were all things that the vulture had done to her when she was young. It could be said that it was fortunate that she was ugly, otherwise her bones would have already rotted away. To the Vulture Palace was heaven. To her, the Vulture Palace was hell, the hell of hell, an eternal nightmare. If not for the fact that she and her grandfather depended on each other, she would have died long ago. The Spirit Rabbit took a deep breath, messed up her hair, and walked out of the cave. Slap! The vulture directly slapped her. Immediately, the Spirit Rabbit felt dizzy and spat out blood from the corner of her mouth. She flew a few feet away and fell to the ground. Are you deaf? Are you deaf? The vulture fiercely pulled her ear with her sharp nails and said coldly, Why didn't you hear me when I called you? Why did you only come out now? The Spirit Rabbit did not say a word because she was mute. The vulture tortured the Spirit Rabbit when she was young. For this, Ling Bai could not bear it and scolded her several times. Therefore, Her relationship with her mother was not good at all. She looked down on Lingbai. However, when she grew up a little, she did not torture the spirit rabbit anymore because she almost disdained to do so. When she grew older, she had a little sympathy for the spirit rabbit. Of course, it was only a little. Especially when she was with Yang Dingtian, her heart would still surge with guilt towards the spirit rabbit. At this time, she and the spirit rabbit had not seen each other for almost a few years. This was the first time they had met. The reason why she hit the spirit rabbit was because she had transferred her anger towards Yang Dingtian to her. The vulture stepped forward, grabbed the spirit rabbit's neck, and raised her face. Then she smiled and said, 7 or 8 years have passed, and you have become uglier. Just right, just right. It's just right for you to marry Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian is only worthy of an ugly ghost like you. Then the vulture directly grabbed her hair and dragged her out. He wanted to drag her directly to Zhongjing to marry Yang Dingtian. At this time, the spirit rabbit struggled desperately and wanted to run back into the cave. You still dare to resist? Are you rebelling? The vulture said coldly. Then she kicked her to the ground and dragged her out by her hair. The spirit rabbit quickly took out a dagger from her waist and cut off her hair. Then she quickly ran back into the cave. The vulture quickly chased after her. In the cave, the spirit rabbit hugged the old man tightly and shook her head in pain. The vulture covered her nose and stepped forward to grab the spirit rabbit's hair. She said coldly, "Today you have to marry even if you don't want to." "What? Marry? Marry who?" the old man said with a trembling voice. "A lowly Yang Dingtian," the vulture said coldly. "He is not from the vulture palace?" The old man's eyes lit up. "No, he is not," the vulture said in disgust. The old man said in surprise, "Okay, we will marry, we will marry." For him, as long as the spirit rabbit could leave the hell of the vulture palace, nothing else mattered. It didn't even matter who she married. Even if she married a vicious person, it was better than staying in the vulture palace. Then the old man said to the vulture, "Little princess, you go out first. I will persuade the spirit rabbit and let her marry. If she doesn't agree, I will kill you." The vulture said and left. After the vulture went out, the old man said to the spirit rabbit, "Child, you have to marry. You have to leave this hell immediately. Otherwise, you will die, and it will be the most tragic death. Even if your face is ugly, it's useless. Your body is gradually maturing. Some bastards will definitely not let you off. You have to marry them." The spirit rabbit shook her head desperately and cried desperately. She hugged the old man tightly. The old man pulled out a dagger and placed it on his dry neck, saying, "If you don't marry, then I will die. Anyway, I have lived until now for you." Suddenly, the spirit rabbit did not dare to move. Her tears kept falling. 2 hours later, several women bathed the spirit rabbit and changed her into a red wedding dress. In a burst of ridicule, the spirit rabbit put on silk for the first time. Then she rode on a black vulture and flew with the vulture to Zhongjing. A few hours later, the vulture and the spirit rabbit in the wedding dress landed in the North Mansion. The vulture palace agreed to Yang Dingtian's conditions. The black vulture army would withdraw from the south central continent and marry Yang Dingtian in exchange for a ceasefire. However, they chose the ugliest woman in the vulture palace, the spirit rabbit. After landing in the North Mansion, the first sentence of the vulture was, "Yang Dingtian, we have married you according to your words. I have sent your new wife." Chapter 7:21. Yang Dingtian raised his head from behind the table and looked at vulture in front of him. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She was wearing a wedding dress and a headscarf. "Yang Dingtian, you said that as long as the Black Vulture Legion retreated to the Vulture Palace and the Vulture Palace married you, you would stop the war. Does this still count?" Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian replied, "I always keep my word." Vulture said, "But you didn't specify who the woman from the Vulture Palace would be. who would marry you, right? And you didn't state that the person who would marry you would be me, right? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "But if the Vulture Palace dares to tease me in this regard and randomly find a woman to marry me, I will let you see my anger." Vulture laughed and said, "Of course we won't randomly find a woman. The one we chose to marry you is the true descendant of the Vulture Palace, my dear cousin, Spirit Rabbit. From today onwards, she will be your new wife. Are you looking forward to seeing her appearance?" Then Vulture's beautiful eyes emitted a demonic light as she stared at Yang Dingtian's face. Her hand grabbed Spirit Rabbit's headscarf, ready to tear it off at any time. She wouldn't miss this scene. She was looking forward to it. The pain of others was her joy. She was looking forward to seeing Yang Dingtian's painful expression when he saw the ugly Spirit Rabbit. She was looking forward to seeing it. Are your eyes wide open? Now I'll show you. The Spirit Vulture suddenly tugged. The headscarf fell, revealing Spirit Rabbit's ugly face. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly shrank and he burst out with anger. But then he saw the fear and uneasiness in the woman's eyes. She was like a little beast that had just escaped from hell. She didn't even dare to look at Yang Dingtian. Her hands were clenched into fists so tightly that even her veins were popping out. Then Yang Dingtian's eyes widened again, from anger to gentleness. He knew this girl. Ling Bai had spent too much time in the taboo continent's illusory realm. She had told him all the interesting things that she had encountered. Most of it was about this girl called Spirit Rabbit. There was one thing that she had said at least 10 times. That was when Ling Bai's black vulture was young, it also ate human flesh like other people. Of course, Ling Bai was unwilling, so she forbade it from eating human flesh. He gave it food, raw materials, fruits, and beef and mutton. At that time, Black Vulture was still very young. Of course, he was unwilling. After being hungry for a few days, he secretly ran away from home. At that time, it was still young. After running out, it couldn't find anything to eat. Thus, he went into a cave and slept. As they slept, they became dehydrated and starved to death. At that time, the Spirit Rabbit, which was also very small, was looking for food all over the mountains to feed itself and its grandfather. Of course, he found this dying Black Vulture. Then, she used the porridge that she cooked herself to revive it. As for the Black Vulture's problem of being picky about food, it had also completely corrected itself. Eating the Spirit Rabbit's porridge every day, it was so happy that it forgot about home. However, the food that the Spirit Rabbit found every day was enough to feed itself and its grandfather. How could it afford to feed the little Black Vulture? Thus, it was hungry every 2 to 3 days. But even so, she did not stop giving the Black Vulture porridge. If Ling Bai had not found the Black Vulture, this silly thing would have been eating for free with the Spirit Rabbit. It would probably starve the little Spirit Rabbit to death. From then on, Ling Bai came into contact with the pitiful Spirit Rabbit. Although she did not have a good time, she did not have any problem surviving. Thus, she tried her best to help the Spirit Rabbit and her grandfather. However, this kind of help did not bring any luck to the Spirit Rabbit. Instead, it brought misfortune. At that time, although Vulture did not like her mother, when she saw that Ling Bai treated the Spirit Rabbit better than her, she came to torture the Spirit Rabbit every 2 to 3 days. Ling Bai wanted to stop her, but her status in the Vulture Palace was far inferior to the Vulture who was still a little girl, even though she was her daughter. Therefore, she did not dare to help the Spirit Rabbit openly. She could only secretly bring food to her. From then on, Ling Bai disliked Vulture very much. Although she was her own flesh and blood, she was more willing to see the Spirit Rabbit as her daughter. Therefore, although Ling Bai was very stupid, she still protected a pitiful life. Ling Bai even said that under her influence, Lingxi once said that the people in the Vulture Palace should not bully the pitiful Spirit Rabbit anymore. Yang Dingtian walked over and held the Spirit Rabbit's slightly rough hand, saying gently, From now on, no one can bully you anymore." Then he held her hand and walked towards the back of the castle, not seeing the scene that she was looking forward to, and not seeing Yang Dingtian's pained expression. Vulture was furious and immediately said without thinking, "Yang Dingtian, are you satisfied with the new wife that we have made for you? She is so ugly. She is a match made in heaven with you. Janu, stay behind and talk to her about the ceasefire." Yang Dingtian said, "After talking, ask her to get lost immediately. Then, wash the place where she stood with boiling water. Also, she sat on my table yesterday. Dig out all the places where she sat." "Yes," Yun Jenu said. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of Vulture's eyes, and she almost fainted. This was the first time that Yang Dingtian used such a vicious tone. In the magnificent room, Yang Dingtian sat in front of the spirit rabbit. "I know you." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "You can talk, but you pretend to be mute." Once these words were said, the spirit rabbit trembled and revealed a frightened look. "Also, you are very beautiful. When you were very young, your beauty shocked the entire Vulture Palace. But when you were 6 years old, you knew how to protect yourself. You let your grandfather turn you ugly." Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the spirit rabbit revealed a look of disbelief. How could it be? No one knew about this secret. How could she know? At that time, on the surface, you became ugly because you ate a strange poisonous mushroom. Yang Dingtian said, "And this mushroom was deliberately picked by you. And to make yourself ugly, you ate this mushroom every day. But I don't have this ugly mushroom here." At this time, the spirit rabbit's whole body was curled up. Her eyes were full of fear and vigilance when she looked at Yang Dingtian. "You even secretly practiced martial arts. Although you were very talented, you lacked elixirs and a place to practice. You lacked everything, so your cultivation was not as good as Vulture's." Yang Dingtian said, "Not only that, you also searched all the mountains in the Vulture Palace, trying to cure your grandfather." The spirit rabbit breathed heavily. Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with her eyes wide open. She said, "Who are you? You will harm me. Will you harm my grandfather?" Yang Dingtian did not answer. He just gently stroked her neck with his hand. The spirit rabbit in front of him was still too young. But if she could really restore her grandfather's strength, then perhaps she would be a good chess piece to usurp the Vulture Palace. Although the spirit rabbit's grandfather was a generation younger than Melingzi, he was the true heir of the Vulture Palace, just like his father. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Suddenly, the spirit rabbit's body trembled violently, and all the hair on her body stood up. It was as if she was really a little rabbit in the wild. Even the slightest movement could make her incomparably alert. "Come in, the door is not closed," Yang Dingtian said. Opening the door, the beautiful Ling Bai came in. The moment she saw the spirit rabbit, she was stunned. The spirit rabbit's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing an unbelievable surprise. Ling Bai rushed in and directly hugged the spirit rabbit's little body. She cried with joy, "Little rabbit, you're not dead." That's great, that's great." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart softened slightly, and then he left. After the negotiation with Yun Janu, Vulture left with humiliation. Yang Dingtian immediately ordered the negotiation team, led by Dongfang Minmi, to send an ultimatum to the forces of Zhongzhou State. They could start the 4th negotiation immediately, which was also the last negotiation, or they could completely close the door of the negotiation. Moreover, they only gave the leaders of Zhongzhou State 24 hours to think. Suddenly, the ultimatum completely frightened the leaders of Zhongzhou State. They immediately gathered together and held a closed-door meeting. Soon they reached a consensus. That was, they resolutely disagreed with the 3 conditions of the Council of Light, but they did not dare to refuse the negotiation. No one was willing to say no to the Council of Light. The meeting lasted for 4 to 6 hours, but there was no result, and it was impossible for there to be a result. They neither agreed nor dared to turn hostile. Therefore, these leaders of Zhongzhou state immediately ran to the South Mansion and asked the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea for help. Here, they got the most exciting answer they could think of. The ancestor of the Vulture Palace must have agreed to fight Yang Dingtian to the end and completely destroy all the military forces of the Council of Light in Zhongzhou state. Not only that, the representative of the Vulture Palace also said that the Netherworld Sea also decided to help. They would never sit by and watch Yang Dingtian be arrogant. The ancestor of Wulingzi went to the Netherworld Sea twice in person and finally persuaded sect master Wulingzi to fight Yang Dingtian. Moreover, the representative of the Vulture Palace told the leaders of Zhongzhou state. They had already investigated and found out that Yang Dingtian was simply bluffing. Those missiles were all fake and they were all empty. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the Council of Light. Moreover, the masters of the Vulture Palace also asked all the forces of Zhongzhou state to send out troops to attack Yang Dingtian from behind. After conquering the whole of Zhongzhou state, the Vulture Palace would only take the South Zhongzhou state and leave nothing behind. Suddenly, the leaders of the forces of Zhongzhou state felt their blood boil. However, they did not dare to send out troops to attack Yang Dingtian's army from behind. They would not dare to do so even if they were given 10 guts. Therefore, they tried every possible way to refuse. Therefore, the representative of the Vulture Palace said that they should sign a secret agreement. The leaders of Zhongzhou state did not need to send out troops. When the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea completely destroyed the face-to-face parliament, they would send out troops symbolically and take away all the territories of the Council of Light. However, these leaders of Zhongzhou state had always been sending themselves to their deaths. You can eat the meat, and I'll do it. They didn't even dare to sign such a symbolic agreement. They thought, even though it's impossible, what if the spiritual Vulture Palace screws me over? Therefore, the representative of the Vulture Palace was angry. Well said, you guys only want to eat meat and don't want to be beaten. You want me and Yang Dingtian to fight to the death while you snatch the territories from behind? How can there be such an easy thing? Therefore, they threatened not to negotiate with Yang Dingtian. The leaders of Zhongzhou state were frightened again. In the end, the leaders of Zhongzhou state said that if they wanted to sign this secret agreement, they could ally with the Vulture Palace and attack Yang Dingtian together. However, they had to see the Vulture Palace send out troops and confirm the real war before they could sign it. Obviously, these leaders of Zhongzhou state were smart. They would not act without seeing the hair. Although the representative of the Vulture Palace was very unhappy, he still agreed after hesitating for a while. Then, on behalf of the Vulture Palace, he invited these leaders of Zhongzhou state to South Zhongzhou state to participate in the swearing-in ceremony of the 200,000 Black Vulture Corps. The moment the 200,000 Black Vulture Corps took off and rushed to Zhongzhou state, the moment the real war started, they would sign the secret agreement. The leaders of Zhongzhou state, who had no choice, agreed. Then, under the leadership of the representative of the Vulture Palace, hundreds of leaders of Zhongzhou state came to the camp of the Vulture Palace in South Zhongzhou state. A few hours later, the blood-boiling swearing-in ceremony began. 200,000 soldiers, a total of 200,000 Black Vulture Corps. They took off in rows and finally covered the sky for hundreds of miles above their heads. Even the sun could not shine down on the whole city. It was really covering the sky and the sun. Heroic military music and impassioned proclamations. There were also the sounds of countless Black Vulture Knights fighting to the death. In the end, 200,000 Black Vultures covered the sky and the earth and headed for Zhongzhou state. The leaders of Zhongzhou state were also excited by this monstrous scene. Let's kill Yang Dingtian. Yes, instead of waiting for death. It's better to fight with all our might. Yes, let's fight Yang Dingtian to the end. Let's go back and gather the army. If we add up our army, there will be at least 10 million of them. we will be able to crush Yang Dingtian to death. Yes, Zhongzhou State belongs to the people of Zhongzhou State. Yang Dingtian, get out of here. Council of Light, get out of here. Fight, fight, fight. Fight to the end. Then, in this impassioned atmosphere, the leaders of Zhongzhou State signed the secret agreement with a representative of the Vulture Palace, Ling Chizi. All the leaders used their profound energy to sign their names. Finally, when it was Ling Chizi's turn to sign, he directly stamped a seal. It was the seal of Wu Yuming from the South Mansion. Of course, the leaders of Zhongzhou State did not care about this. Then, with the secret agreement in his arms, Ling Chizi directly flew to the Black Vulture and flew toward Zhongjing. The leaders of Zhongzhou State were stunned, then said, Palace Master Ling Chizi is going to the battlefield to fight Yang Dingtian to the death. I heard that Ancestor Lingzi is also going to Zhongjing to kill Yang Dingtian. Yes, Yang Dingtian is doomed this time, ha ha ha. Then let's go back to our territory and summon the army. Gather 10 million, 20 million, and kill Yang Dingtian's army. Yes, let's go. Then all the leaders of Zhongzhou State got up with their blood boiling. They were about to get on the winged cavalry and return to their territory. Suddenly, at this moment, several senior leaders of the Vulture Palace in the sky blew some strange horn. Then the 200,000 black vulture troops neatly turned around in the air. After hovering in the air for a while, they covered the sky and flew toward the south. Why are they flying toward the south? Zhongjing is in the north. They should be going to annihilate the Council of Light fleet on the southern sea. Yes, kill the nearest enemy first. Then kill the Council of Light bastards in Zhongjing. Then everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the dark clouds were getting farther and farther away. After a long time, someone said, they seem to be flying a bit far. They should be at the seaside. Why aren't they swooping down to attack? No one answered. The 200,000 black vulture troops kept flying toward the Vulture Palace in the southern barbarian continent, farther and farther away. Finally, they completely disappeared into the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone suddenly felt that the air was very cold. Finally, someone said, They can't have all retreated to the Vulture Palace, right? I don't think so. A leader said, I saw the secret agreement clearly just now. They are irreconcilable with Yang Dingtian and will fight to the end. Finally, someone remembered and said, But I seem to remember that the seal at the end of the secret agreement was Wu Yoming's seal, not the Vulture Palace's. After almost a month of serialization in the newspaper, the whole world now knew that Wu Yuming was one of the adopted sons of Wan Wentian of the Temple of Annihilation and one of the great devils of the evil ways. Moreover, no one doubted this conclusion. This was because every word in the newspaper was backed by absolute evidence. It was absolutely true and authoritative. Wu Yuming was one of the young masters of the evil ways. This was a fact that could not be changed. They signed a secret agreement with Wu Yuming. This was a public rebellion and evil ways. Then they thought of a very, very, very scary thing. Have we been sold by the Vulture Palace? Finally, someone said this nightmarish fact. No one answered him. No one was willing to face this terrible truth. Then the entire ground suddenly began to tremble. A deafening sound came from afar. It was the fleet of the Council of Light. Thousands of ships began to bombard the coastal defense line of South Zhongzhou. Thousands of warships and tens of thousands of cannons fired wildly. Almost in an instant, the defense line on the shore was instantly reduced to dust. The soldiers on it were instantly smashed into pieces. Countless cannonballs rained down like a storm of steel. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then countless flying mounts rose from the ships on the sea and whistled toward South Zhongzhou. Countless soldiers, team by team, landed on the beach. Suddenly, many of the leaders of Zhongzhou spat out a mouthful of blood. Willingzi, fuck you. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian called for a meeting of the Tiando League. He took out the secret agreement signed by the leaders of Zhongzhou and Wu Yuming and publicly announced that some of the vassals of Zhongzhou had colluded with young master Wu Yuming of evil ways and tried to overthrow the Tiando League in Zhongzhou. Their crimes were unforgivable. Yang Dingtian, as the master of the Tiando League and the master of the Council of Light, officially gave the order. Gather all the military forces of the East Continent, North Zhongzhou, West Continent, and Yingzhou to completely eliminate the rebellion. Then, millions of troops that had long been prepared. Like a tide, they surged into South Zhongzhou and Great Zhongzhou. The millions of troops that were originally stationed in Great Zhongzhou attacked crazily, sweeping down from the north to the south. Hundreds of thousands of air troops suddenly rose into the sky and flew toward all the rebel territories in Zhongzhou. Moreover, there was a small announcement. The daughter of the Vulture Palace, the Golden Spirit Rabbit, was officially married to Yang Dingtian, the master of the Council of Light. Suddenly, all the leaders of Zhongzhou vomited blood. I fuck you, Willingzi. Chapter 722. What happened next could not be considered a war at all. All the territories of the leaders of Zhongzhou State added up were more than 2 West continents. The population was 5 or 6 West continents, and the army was more than tens of millions. However, they had lost all their morale. The moment they were completely betrayed by the Vulture Palace, the leaders of Zhongzhou State had completely lost all their fighting spirit. Therefore, the so-called War of Zhongzhou State was like boiling water splashed on snow, melting in an instant. When the 5 armies of the Council of Light entered Zhongzhou State from all directions, they almost did not encounter any decent resistance. All the troops collapsed at the first touch. After these troops surrendered, they did not even change their clothes and flags. They directly picked up their weapons and charged all the way with the army of the Council of Light. For the army of Zhongzhou State, there was no psychological barrier to surrendering to Yang Dingtian at all. The middle and low-level armies in this world were Yang Dingtian's most solid supporters. Therefore, the army of the Council of Light increased as they fought all the way. From 5 million, it increased to 10 million, and then to 20 million. The only one who was unhappy should be Song Shao, the commander-in-chief of this war of Zhongzhou State. Damn it, he was ready to raise his butcher's knife and wash Zhongzhou State with blood. As a result, the other party surrendered before he raised his knife. What was even more outrageous was that as soon as his army arrived in front of their city, the city gate opened without saying a word. Then a group of guides came out and took him directly into the city. That was not all. The most outrageous thing was, before he arrived in the city, all the troops had gathered outside the city. At first, Song Shao was ecstatic, thinking that there was a great war to fight. As soon as he arrived, the neat army of Zhongzhou State immediately shouted excitedly, "Long live the Council of Light! Long live Yang Dingtian!" Then he could not wait to change the flag of the territory to the flag of the Council of Light. This was not the most outrageous thing. In the end, he was still hundreds of miles away from a territory to be attacked. In the end, the army in the other party's territory rushed right in front of them. From their flags to their armor and badges, they changed everything to the Council of Light. This caused many of the Council of Light's generals to feel extremely depressed. You guys are the ones leading the way. Not only did you guys prepare your own flags and weapons, you even prepared your own clothes and rations. This is too much. Previously, Song Shao had been holding back his anger, wanting to fight a great battle. Hence, he had always been at the forefront. Half a month later, he left the front line. He couldn't stand the excitement anymore. What kind of war was this? They were simply taking everything in. With regards to this situation, Yang Dingtian had never expected it. It was only at this moment that everyone fully understood the power of the public opinion of the chaos times. This was truly the will of the people. Unknowingly, he had won the hearts of all the middle and low-level martial artists and soldiers in Zhongzhou State. Yang Dingtian did not have a good reputation among the people. He had done many things that crossed the line. However, his image was welcomed by the soldiers like never before. In order to save his fiancée, he dared to go to the territory of evil ways. After being pushed down by Dugu Fengwu, he actually dared to acknowledge Dugu Shao as his father-in-law. In short, all the stains on Yang Dingtian were things that all the soldiers yearned for. They wanted him to become a person of flesh and blood. He would not be like Wu Yuming, who was always illusory and high above. Of course, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Zhongzhou State, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming were the exact opposite. Most of the leaders of Zhongzhou State did not have a good impression of Yang Dingtian. The reason was very simple. It was because Yang Dingtian wanted to touch their lifeblood and take away their army and territory. In the face of such a situation, countless Zhongzhou State troops changed sides. Yang Dingtian, who was supposed to be idle, suddenly became extremely busy. He could not disappoint the hearts of these Zhongzhou State troops. They definitely did not change sides because they were afraid of death. They changed sides because they truly yearned for and agreed with him. Such an army would be the backbone of the future doomsday war and resist evil ways. Therefore, in the end, it was basically Yang Dingtian who went to different cities every day to take over different armies. When he met with countless soldiers, he did not give any speeches. He just went to talk to the generals and representatives of these defected armies. In the end, the entire war of Zhongzhou State was completely anticlimactic at the beginning, because there was almost no decent war. In the end, Yang Dingtian alone was not enough to take over these cities. The leaders of the Council of Light were all working round the clock. The entire Council of Light did not fully estimate this situation. Therefore, the specific division of administrative areas, the allocation of officials, the land policy, and other matters had not really started yet. Therefore, they had to urgently transfer hundreds of thousands of people from the West Continent to the reorganization of Zhongzhou State. Tang Guizhou and Song Lihua once again entered into an inhuman work. The so-called reorganization before was just scratching an itch. They could only issue orders to the various leaders and vassals. They could not even really supervise the execution of the orders. In total, he had only done two things. The first was the division of defense areas. The second was the establishment of the Zhongzhou State Army. As a result, the duel began before the second thing was completed. Because they were not optimistic about Yang Dingtian, the leaders of the forces of Zhongzhou State all turned to Yang Dingtian, causing the construction of the defense areas and the Zhongzhou State Army to be directly stopped. Now, the Council of Light directly took over a complete Zhongzhou State. All the forces that did not side with the Council of Light, all the vassals were wiped out. A huge power vacuum appeared in the entire Zhongzhou State in an instant. The Council of Light had many discussions and finally decided. All the first and second-tier forces of the Taiando League and forces with martial arts sect attributes would still be preserved. However, a large number of territories would be reduced and replaced with the shares of the Central Chamber of Commerce of the Taiando League and the gold shares of the Taiando League. All the purely territorial forces with vassals would be abolished and transformed into provinces, states, and counties. The Council of Light would directly send civil and military officials to govern. All the territories obtained from the rebellious vassals would be distributed to the civilians according to the way of the southwest mainland, and all the serfs would be liberated. The Taiando League would unify the harvest, business tax, and agricultural tax. All the strategic resources in the territories would be unified and owned by the Taiando League. In short, this was an extremely tedious work. It would take hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of people, and a few years to completely reorganize it. However, the Taiando League's order to reorganize Zhongzhou State had just been issued. The entire Zhongzhou State was completely boiling, especially the serfs and civilians at the bottom. They instantly became the propertied class with land. As for the people in the cities, the benefits were not so great, but at least they were not harmed and were still the same as before. Influenced by the people of Zhongzhou State and intimidated by the power of the Council of Light, They also raised both hands in approval. Another group of people who benefited were the middle and low-level soldiers of Zhongzhou State, the warriors. Their salaries, fields, and houses were almost several times higher than before. The bottom-level army of Zhongzhou State was the same as the army of West Continent before. It was all because their families were poor and could not support them, so they sent the strong and healthy to the vassals to serve as soldiers and receive a meager salary, mainly to eat their fill. Today, the army of the Council of Light completely adopted the meritorious service system. The more meritorious service accumulated, the more generous the treatment. Moreover, the promotion channel was incomparably smooth. Even the son of a serf could be a staff leader, commander, or even general. It was not like before, when all the officers were controlled by the children of the vassals in the territory. Even a pig could be a commander. Therefore, as soon as the rectification edict of the Council of Light came out, those troops and people in the remote territories and cities of Zhongzhou State could not wait any longer. When they were still thousands of miles away from the Council of Light army, they changed the flags of the cities themselves. They could not wait to raise the flags of the Council of Light in all the towns and cities. They directly arrested the families and minions of the vassals, sealed all the accounts, and sealed all the accounts in boxes, waiting for the people of the Council of Light to come and take them. Therefore, it was a huge war of Zhongzhou State. In less than half a month, the victory had been completely decided. In less than 2 months, it was completely over. Of course, the real tedious rectification work had just begun. As for the leaders and vassals of Zhongzhou State, they could have used their territories to exchange for shares of the Tiando League's Central Chamber of Commerce and the gold accounts. Now they could not even exchange these. However, the Council of Light did not completely exterminate them. They let the families of the vassals enter various cities with a large sum of money and quietly live there. The general policy of the Council of Light was to take back the territories and the army. However, they could let the vassals keep a larger proportion of their property, so that their families could maintain a good life. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was inevitable to kill people. Among them, Wu Yoming's hardcore supporters, who were complete enemies of the Council of Light, could not be let off. They were completely destroyed mentally and physically. Not only that, but those who had done many evil things in the territories before would also be imprisoned or executed according to the laws of the Tiando League. Therefore, although the Council of Light had been relatively lenient, they still killed a large number of people. They killed until rivers of blood flowed in the execution ground of Zhongjing. As for the leaders of the fence-sitters, their Xian meridians were locked, and they were half-monitored. They were half free and half under house arrest. As for the leaders of the first-tier and second-tier martial arts forces of the Tiando League, they had all replaced their leaders, and the Tiando League publicly appointed them. The original leaders were either put under house arrest or imprisoned. In short, the Council of Light was very cautious against those with high cultivation and would not easily kill them. Even so, there were still countless leaders, and vassals who fled and went into exile. However, the entire chaotic world now belonged to the Council of Light. Even if they wanted to go into exile, they could not find a place to go. Therefore, they all chose a place, and that was the Dongli grassland. Some leaders ignored their old grudges and went into exile in the southern barbarian continent. But no matter what, after this so-called Great War of the Central Continent, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light truly unified the entire chaotic world, the entire human countries for the first time. The outcome of the Great War of the Central Continent was countless times better than expected. At almost the smallest price, the smallest number of casualties, those cities and lands that contain the most essence of humanity were conquered. Just from this point alone, Yang Dingtian's achievements had already surpassed the past leaders of the hidden sect, including Nihility Piaoling, because no leader of the hidden sect, no leader of the Tiando League, had truly unified the chaotic world, had truly gathered all the fighting forces of the chaotic world, and had not united everyone in the chaotic world. But Yang Dingtian had done it. He had truly unified the entire human countries. and from start to finish, it had only taken slightly more than 3 years. Among them, although his personal martial arts cultivation had played a crucial role in some key points, from the entire process of unifying the chaotic world, the effect of his personal martial arts cultivation was next to nothing. The only reason he had truly accomplished this great task was one word: Tao. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Using the greatest effort, the greatest tolerance, to obtain the support of the greatest number of people, to unite the majority of people. Therefore, from Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Shao, Qin Wanchou, Qiu Wanjie, Yun Kailin, Zhu Qingqi, and countless others, they had all turned from enemies to comrades. Of course, there was also a group of people that Yang Dingtian had never been able to successfully turn from enemies to comrades. For example, the Vulture Palace or the Netherworld Sea. Within these few months, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had always entered the craziest and busiest state. Countless people were working hard to reorganize the central continent. As for Ling Wu, within these few months, she had constantly distanced herself from the central continent, getting further and further away. She steered a small crystal ship and searched island by island to find traces of Wu Yuming. By the time the central continent had started the war and the Council of Light had entered the southern middle continent, she was already 30,000 miles away from the southern middle continent. At this moment, it had already been 100 days since she had left the central continent to search for Wu Yuming. At this moment, she was already more than 70,000 miles away from the human countries. At this moment, the sea region that she had entered could no longer be found on the map. Furthermore, the clean water, food, and elixirs that she had brought were almost used up. However, she still hadn't given up. She also wouldn't give up. At the instant Wu Yuming was defeated, the entire world had given up on Wu Yuming. This included the Netherworld Sea, the Vulture Palace, and even his wife, the Vulture. It was just like how the entire world had given up on Ling Wu when she had left Yang Dingtian. The words that Wu Yuming had said to her had been engraved in her heart until now. You have to finish the path that you've chosen, even if you have to kneel down. Otherwise, you'll be worthless. Before the duel, how glorious was Wu Yuming. He was only one step away from the pinnacle of the entire world. Almost the entire world was prostrating at his feet. At the moment of his defeat, he had instantly lost everything. Everyone could abandon Wu Yuming, but Ling Wu couldn't, because once she abandoned Wu Yuming, it was equivalent to abandoning herself. Therefore, she would continue to search until Wu Yuming's death. In this unfamiliar sea region, Ling Wu raised her head to take a look. It was a rotting island with an overwhelming stench. She then looked inside the ship. The water was all gone, the food was all gone, and the elixirs were all gone. If she still couldn't find Wu Yuming on this island, then she wouldn't leave either. She would die on this rotting island. Chapter 7:23. This was a rotten island. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, everything was rotten. Every step she took was as disgusting as a puddle of mud. The entire island emitted an unbearable stench. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. She really didn't know how such an island was formed. Furthermore, it only had one color. After being dried by the sun, the thick blood had a nearly jet-black color. Just like this, Ling Wu walked towards the island, one step at a time. That small crystal-powered boat of hers was being pushed by the waves and gradually drifted away. She didn't care about it at all. The disgusting mud on the island was getting deeper and deeper. It was almost buried up to her thighs. She continued to walk blindly towards the inside. She continued to walk. That's right, she was walking blindly. When she first left the central continent, she still held on to hope to find Wu Yuming. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months after more than 100 days, she had actually almost given up hope. Of course, giving up hope wasn't equivalent to giving up on searching. She continued to search numbly like this. Perhaps she wasn't looking for Wu Yuming anymore. Instead, She was persevering in a kind of suffering. Once she gave up, it would be equivalent to betraying herself. Just like how she couldn't turn back from the moment she left Yang Dingtian's side. Once she turned back, it would be equivalent to betraying herself. The deeper she looked, the deeper she went. The disgusting mud of blood gradually buried her thighs, her waist, her chest, and her throat. If she took another step forward, her mouth, nose, and eyes would be completely buried. Then she would stop. She would die. When she was very young, she had heard a story told by her mother. It was said that there was a kind of bird that didn't have legs. Therefore, it could only fly continuously. When it stopped flying, it would die. She didn't know when it started, but Ling Wu felt that she was like this legless bird. She couldn't find sustenance or a place to land. Just like that, she kept flying until she died. All right, then, I'll die like this. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian. Ling Wu took a step forward and waited for the disgusting mud of blood to drown her eyes and life. However, after she took a step forward, not only did she not continue to go offline, she floated up instead, because she seemed to have stepped on something. At this moment, she was already numb and unable to react. After stepping on it, she even used all her strength to press down. Then, with a sudden thought, he stretched out his hand, grabbed that thing, and pulled it out. This was a person. Oh no, this is a ghost. Because he no longer looked like a human from head to toe. His entire body was rotting. In fact, it was even more rotting than the entire island. It was extremely disgusting and smelly. He was motionless, so he should be dead. Ling Wu loosened her grip, and it sank down just like that, remaining motionless. However, his eyes seemed to be open, but they were covered by blood. Ling Wu extended her hand to wipe away the blood and mud in his eyes. Immediately, a pair of eyes that were like a dry well was revealed. They were deep and profound, yet there wasn't any radiance or focal distance. His face could no longer be seen. It was all rotten. Only a pair of eyes that looked like dried wells were still intact. Seeing that he was about to sink completely, Ling Wu lifted him up once again, allowing him to float above the disgusting, bloody mud. However, he still remained motionless and continued to sink. Ling Wu lifted him up once again. However, he sank down again very quickly and remained motionless. "Are you dead?" Ling Wu asked. "I'm dead." That person replied, "If you're dead, why can you still speak?" Ling Wu asked, "Even if I'm dead, I can still speak." That person replied, "Even when he was speaking, his mouth didn't move at all. His eyes didn't move at all as well." Ling Wu looked at him for a while and said, "Since you're dead, then I'm dead too. Let's die together." Ling Wu laid down beside him and sank down together with him. Finally, that person's eyes moved as he said, "You don't have to die. You're already dead. I'm worthless in this world. There's no meaning in living anymore." Ling Wu said. That person said, "You can go and find the person you love. You can go and find Yang Dingtian." Ling Wu said, "I won't go. Back then, I didn't go to Cloud Heaven City to look for him. Now, I won't go to the central capital to look for him." That person looked over and said, "Do you love him?" Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, "I'll only love one person in this lifetime. I can only love one person. It's not that I'm loyal and faithful, but once I change my feelings, all of my actions will become laughable and shameful. Only by loving him can I be justified in my actions. Only by loving him can I maintain the pride in my heart." That person said, "Then go and find him. As long as you apologize that I'm late, he'll forgive you. He will forgive you. I know him very well." Ling Wu shook her head and said, "If I go and find him now, I'll lose even my last trace of dignity. That's even more painful than death." That person said, "No, you're wrong to think this way. The reason why you became strangers with him is because there's a problem with your perception. You think that you're righteous and correct. In fact, you're wrong. Yang Dingtian is the correct one." Ling Wu trembled as she looked at him and said, "But I've always been following you. If I'm wrong, then you're also wrong. No, to me, you can't use wrong and correct to describe me. That person said, if you insist on using a word to describe me, then it would be righteous and evil. Little Wu, everything that I've done in the past has been to deceive you. Yang Dingtian is righteous. Everything that he's done is for the sake of saving this world. However, I'm evil. Everything that I've done is for the sake of destroying this world. I'm a person of evil ways. I'm the adopted son of the Demon King, Wen Tian. This person was naturally Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming, who had been missing for more than 100 days. After telling the truth, Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu and said, "Why aren't you surprised?" Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, "I want to surprise myself, but I don't know why, but I'm unable to be surprised in my heart. Perhaps I've long known this truth in my heart. It's just that I've been constantly hypnotizing myself all this while." Wu Yuming said, "Haven't you always wanted to stand on the side of righteousness?" Ling Wu smiled sadly and said, "It's already at this point in time. There's no need to deceive myself anymore. Perhaps righteousness is just an excuse for me, an excuse that allows me to righteously go against him. Since I can't obtain any dignity from him, I'll use another method to obtain weight, even if it's hatred. You're really foolish." Wu Yuming sighed and said, "He's never thought of hurting your self-esteem at all. He didn't do it on purpose." Ling Wu said, "It's this kind of unintentional that hurt me the most. It made me feel that I'm so lowly, and I wanted to be so different from the rest." Immediately, Wu Yuming fell into silence. Ling Wu said, "Did you choose this place? It's so far away." Wu Yuming said, "That's right. Back then, after I was defeated, my soul was instantly destroyed. After that, I wore the demonic spirit, mist cloak, and blinked aimlessly. Blinked, blinked, blinked. I didn't know where I was going at all. I couldn't find my destination either. Therefore, I finally found a target. That was to find a place to die, the best place. After that, I found this place. This place isn't bad." Ling Wu said, "It's not bad, right?" Wu Yuming smiled and said, "After I found this place, my profound energy had just been exhausted. After that, I just laid here and watched myself rot day by day. This kind of feeling is very blissful. However, what's not blissful is that I can't die no matter what. I've been waiting for my death every day. Why haven't I died yet?" Ling Wu said, "Why must you die? You've only lost once." Wu Yuming smiled and said, "There's a kind of person who can lose many times in a battle. He doesn't care about winning or losing. For example, Yang Dingtian. No matter how many times he loses, even if he dies, there will still be many people who love him and remember him. However, there's a kind of person who wants to win all the time. Even if he loses once, it means that he has nothing, and it means death. And I'm this kind of person." Ling Wu said, "When my mother was young, she once told me a story. She said that there's a kind of footless bird that flies for its entire life. As long as it lands once, it will die." Wu Yuming said, "I'm the real footless bird. Because I don't have any foothold, I shouldn't exist in this world. Since the moment I was born, I only existed for one person. Only by defeating him completely and eliminating him can I truly become a person and truly stand on the ground. Otherwise, I'll always be illusory. Of course, perhaps I've always been illusory." "Is that person Yang Dingtian?" Ling Wu asked. "It's not important who he is. When I was born, Yang Dingtian hadn't been born yet. Even his parents hadn't been born yet. Even his grandparents hadn't been born yet." Wu Yuming said, "I'm a flaw, a cheating device of the Demon King Wen Tian. The reason why he created me was to prove one thing. Under the circumstances of cheating with all his might, whether the spokesperson chosen by God could be defeated and whether the so-called fate could be broken. I have already cheated so badly. Before he was born, I was already very strong. Even now, I'm 10 times stronger than him. However, I still failed. This proves that everything is predestined. Everything I do is futile and my existence is meaningless. Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, I kind of understand now. You exist for the sake of proving one thing. Now that the result is out, you've lost all meaning. Then I'd like to ask, other than this matter, do you have any other reason to continue living? You don't want me to die? Wu Yuming asked. I don't know. Ling Wu said, I only know that as long as you die, I'll definitely die with you. Because when I lost my love and dignity, I yearned for your loneliness. Wu Yuming smiled faintly and said, All right then, let's die together. It's pretty good to die in this place where no one will ever discover us. After that, the two of them lay quietly in the bloody mud and gradually sank down, waiting for the arrival of death. Merry Christmas. Although I'm not a homosexual and don't care about this holiday, it's still okay to find a reason to be merry. Chapter 7:24. Just like that, Wu Yuming and Ling Wu lay motionlessly on the rotten island, waiting for the arrival of death day by day. Yang Dingtian still knew nothing about the matter regarding Ling Wu and Wu Yuming. He was still extremely busy every day. The entire chaotic world had basically been unified. Next, other than fully preparing for the world extermination war, the next strategic target was the Vulture Palace. The Netherworld Sea was purely based on martial strength. It didn't seem to have any astonishing military strength. As for the Black Vulture Core in the Vulture Palace, Yang Dingtian was almost determined to obtain it. However, now was the crucial moment to reorganize the central continent. Yang Dingtian didn't wish for side issues to crop up. Therefore, the war definitely couldn't be fought. He still had to use the old method of coercion and bribery. The first step was to rescue Ling Xuanji, the grandfather of Ling Tuesday. He had to find a way to let him recover his strength before taking back the Vulture Palace. However, this should be very difficult to do. The current Wulingzi was like a granddad. He was incomparably precious to his own life and power. Once his power was touched, he would be extremely vigilant, even if it was just the slightest movement of the wind. Moreover, once someone touched his lifeblood, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. If a half-sage started to fight with his life on the line, the consequences would be incomparably shocking. Therefore, the entire matter indeed had to be considered at length. West of the northwest continent, in the sky above the sea, near the Taboo continent. Suddenly, two figures approached from afar. One was peerlessly beautiful, the other was peerlessly handsome and looked down on the world. The fourth person of the evil ways, Princess Mu Dan, and the young master of the Foxman race of Little Western Paradise, the snow-white masked man, Yao Li. Let's part ways here. Princess Mu Dan said, Your Excellency Yao Li, won't you reconsider the matter of forming an alliance? Yao Li shook her head lightly and said, I'll say it again. Although the Temple of Annihilation is very strong, there is no need for us, Little Western Paradise, to form an alliance with anyone. No one has the right to form an alliance with us. We have no interest in the conflicts between you humans. Then Yao Li's figure flashed and disappeared in the air, flying towards the northeast. Princess Mu Dan's fragrant figure flashed and flew towards the southeast. Several hours later, Yao Li's figure instantly appeared tens of thousands of meters above Cloud Sky City's castle. Yao Rao was holding Bao Bao and playing mahjong with Yan Yan. Suddenly, her heart twitched, and all the hair on her body stood erect. Then, she sniffed instinctively, wanting to find something, but found nothing. Sister Alluring Rao, what's wrong? Yao Rao shook her head and said, Oh, nothing. Master's wife said softly, Yao Rao, now that little Tian's matter's finished, you should tell him if there's anything. Yes, Yao Rao said. At this time, Bao Bao, who was in the bosom of Yao Rao, suddenly raised his head to look, but he only saw the ceiling, and his little face immediately showed a perplexed expression. North Prefecture of Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian was crazily struggling with countless documents. Now he had completely turned into the busiest signing machine. The mountain-like documents were all waiting for him to review and sign. He originally wanted to read 10 lines at a glance and then sign them directly. But every time this happened, Yunjanu's eyes would become very strict as she stared at him, or she would pretend to cough a few times. In short, as long as Yang Dingtian was distracted, she would be able to sense it. This secretary was too competent. She was completely like a housekeeper. Every time this happened, Yang Dingtian would be afraid of her like a tiger. Yunjanu also put in a lot of effort. She knew that Yang Dingtian did not like this kind of work, and among the 1,000 documents that he had read, at least 999 of them were signed directly. But among the 1,000 to 2,000 documents, there would always be 1 or 2 that Yang Dingtian felt were very inappropriate from his point of view, so he would reject them. With regards to these rejections, the Council of Light and Yunjanu treasured them very much, because Yang Dingtian could often see things from a different point of view. These rejected documents would also become very important. As for Spirit Rabbit, ever since she entered the North Prefecture in her wedding dress, Yang Dingtian had never seen her again. Originally, he thought that after this pitiful little girl escaped from the Sea of Bitterness and met another relative, Lingbai, the two of them would definitely not want to be separated, and Spirit Rabbit would also enjoy this quiet and leisure life. Then she would have some charming interactions with Yang Dingtian, even though Yang Dingtian was incomparably busy. However, none of this happened. Spirit Rabbit and Lingbai were only together for 3 days. In these 3 days, she fully understood Yang Dingtian, after understanding the Council of Light. She then mentioned that she wanted to go to Shijing Tianqi Academy. That's right, she wanted to practice martial arts. She wanted to take back all the time that she had lost. Therefore, in these few months, she was in Shijing, madly practicing martial arts. Of course, no matter in name or in fact, she was Yang Dingtian's wife, so almost every day there would be information about her sent to Yang Dingtian. In fact, these information were very simple. It was nothing more than just how much her cultivation had broken through. Also, her beauty was recovering day by day. Of course, on the 50th day, the information said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty should have completely recovered, shocking the entire Tianqi Academy. In the end, on the 51st day, the information still said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty was still recovering. On the 100th day, the information still said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty was still recovering. In other words, since she did not eat the poisonous mushrooms, she became more beautiful bit by bit. On the 50th day, the intelligence personnel felt that they had reached their limit, but on the 100th day, she was still becoming more beautiful, and they did not know when it would stop. Since you have recovered your beauty, you should come back. Why are you still in Shijing? Yunjanu asked. Yang Dingtian pretended not to hear and did not look at Yunjanu's mesmerizing back. How long had it been since he had touched a woman? It had been a long, long, long time. The last time was after he defeated Wu Yuming. Then Wu Maji rushed back to the Snow Clan because she was worried about Yang Dingtian's duel. She had not seen her twin children for a few months, and she missed them so much that she was going crazy. She was not the only one who went back. Qin Ji and Dishi Bian went with her, and the 3 of them were as good as one. After Wu Maji left, Yang Dingtian did not have a single woman by his side, and he could not touch her even if he wanted to. Moreover, he was so busy that he did not even have time to go back to Sky City. He was a normal man, and he was more hot-tempered than others. Therefore, whenever Yunjana talked about this topic, he would definitely keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, if he was provoked, it would be troublesome if there was no way to put out the fire. Seeing Yang Dingtian's bitter face, Yunjanu pursed her lips and smiled. She stretched her body slightly, and the curve of her waist was even more breathtaking. Then, when she saw Yang Dingtian turn his face away, she felt an inexplicable sweetness and satisfaction in her heart. She had always enjoyed her current life, and every day was filled with sweetness. She enjoyed this kind of sweetness, and if she was from Earth, she would have a term for it, which was platonic love. Of course, Yunjanu was closer than that. She also enjoyed the warmth and light touch very much. Sect leader, there is someone outside and he wants to see you. Zhu Hongxue suddenly said from outside. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Is it someone important? I don't know him, Zhu Hongxue said, but I feel that he is very important. Okay, I will be right there. Yang Dingtian put down the document in his hand, stretched, and walked out. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian saw the unfamiliar man. He was wearing a snow-white mask, but the eyes that were exposed were already beautiful to the point of being devilish. Sir Yang Dingtian, the masked man bowed slightly to greet him. At this time, Yang Dingtian was almost the number one person in the chaotic world. Although the masked man was polite, but Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the indifference in his eyes. The way he looked at Yang Dingtian was like a human looking at an animal in the zoo, with curiosity and admiration. That's right, admiration. Just like in the zoo, when you saw some animals doing acrobatics, you would look at them with admiration. Hello. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, May I know who you are? You have never seen me before, but I have seen you. The masked man Yao Li said, At that time in the taboo continent, I saw you struggling in the illusion. But Sir Yang Dingtian is very impressive to be able to escape from the illusion in such a short time. From what I remember, you are the second person to escape from the illusion with your own ability. And compared to the other person, your time was much shorter. Thank you for the compliment, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li asked, Aren't you curious about who the other person who escaped from the illusion was? Yang Dingtian said, It should be Dongfang Bingling or Princess Mudan. Yao Li couldn't help but clap and say, Wow, Sir Yang Dingtian has really impressed me. For some reason, the more the other party looked at him with admiration, the more uncomfortable Yang Dingtian felt. So he directly said, May I know your name, and what business do you have with me? My name is Yao Li, the masked man said. I come from Little Western Paradise, the same place as Yao Rao. Yang Dingtian's gaze suddenly trembled, and his heart jumped. Then he said, Nice to meet you, Sir Yao Li. What business do you have with me? Oh, it's nothing. Yao Li said, I'm just here to bring Yao Rao home. After all, she has been outside for so long. Thank you for taking care of her all these years. Chapter 7:25. Bring Yao Rao home? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Then he put on a smile and said, So, someone from her family came? How about this? I'll go back and ask her and see what she thinks, okay? Then, Yang Dingtian's smile became even more enthusiastic. He said, Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen Yao Rao's family since she was married to me. I shouldn't have. I'll definitely bring Yao Rao back to visit them when I have the time. Seeing Yang Dingtian smile, Yao Li's faint smile disappeared. He took half a step back and his expression became even more polite. He said, I think you might have misunderstood. When I said bring her home, I meant bring her back to the Little Western Paradise forever. Yang Dingtian's smile also disappeared. He said, But I think you're being unreasonable. If a woman marries a chicken, she will follow the chicken. If she marries a dog, she will follow the dog. Yao Rao is married to me, so my place is naturally her home. What home is there to talk about? Oh, no. Yao Li bowed again and said, I'm sorry, fox demons and humans are not allowed to marry. Is there such a rule? Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Of course there is, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian said, Then why did you let a bunch of female fox demons come to the human countries? To play? When he said this, Yao Li's eyes twitched and turned cold. Yang Dingtian's words undoubtedly poked the fox demons' sore spot. Why did they let so many female fox demons out? Of course, it was to find humans to mate with and borrow their seeds to improve their bloodline. They wanted to give birth to a perfect demigod race. Yang Dingtian didn't say it clearly, but that was what he meant. Yang Dingtian continued, Also, Yao Rao is already an adult. She can decide everything by herself. Even if you're her brother, you have no right to interfere. Yao Li stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. I'm not her brother. I'm her fiancé. I grew up with her. When he said this, Yang Dingtian trembled. When he had heard the names Yao Li and Yao Rao, he had thought that they were brother and sister, but the result was that they were actually fiancés. Yao Li took a deep breath and withdrew her exposed anger. She spoke politely. Sire Yang Dingtian, did you know that when you were in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm a few months ago, not only was I there, but Dongfeng Bingling was there as well? Yang Dingtian obviously knew, but he didn't nod or shake his head. Do you know what she's doing? Yao Li asked. I don't know. Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li said, is he there for the sake of forming an alliance? They want Little Western Paradise and the Temple of Annihilation to form an alliance. This was a major event, an unprecedented major event. His expression immediately turned serious. Yao Li continued, of course, don't worry. I didn't agree to it, because we don't interfere in your human affairs. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I have come with great sincerity. How about we make a deal? Speak, Yang Dingtian said. If you agree to my request, we will provide you with generous help in this battle against the evil ways, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, are you planning to form an alliance with the Council of Light? No, no, no. Yao Li shook her head vigorously and said, I don't know about the Temple of Annihilation or the Council of Light. To be honest, I don't know what they mean. I only have one word for you, and that is humans. If I form an alliance with humans, I think I will become the laughingstock of Little Western Paradise. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Yang Dingtian said, go on. Yao Li said, when I say help, I mean to send some experts to help you. For example, a few of your so-called half-saints. A few dozen of your so-called great masters will be your reward for taking care of Yao Rao all these years. How about that? Yang Dingtian didn't answer. The coldness in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. I'm sorry. My words are harsh, but they are the truth. Yao Li said, just like how you humans can help monkeys, but you can't form an alliance with them, right? If I hurt your pride, then I'm sorry. My pride doesn't come from my mouth, and it's hard for it to be hurt by it. Yang Dingtian said, then if I refuse, you will stand on the side of the evil ways, right? Oh, no, no, no. Yao Li said, you have completely misunderstood. Because we are noble silver dragon bloodline bearers, we won't bully others. That's why I came to negotiate with you very honestly, and I'm offering a generous reward. If you refuse, then I can only apologize. What? If I refuse, you will kill me, right? Yang Dingtian sneered. How can you understand it like that? Yao Li said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, please don't judge me from the perspective of a human. Why would I want to kill you? Just like how a human wouldn't want to kill a monkey just because it barked at him, right? If you don't agree, then I can only regretfully take Yao Rao away. That's all. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, What if I stop you from taking Yao Rao away? Yao Li was stunned and said, Then I can only be very, very sorry. After all, patience is limited. It's just like a monkey blocking your way and throwing feces at you. I think you're likely to kick it away, right? Yang Dingtian didn't even have the desire to be angry. There were many racists on Earth. In their eyes, only white people were human, yellow people were monkeys, and black people were beasts. Of course, the racism of this person in front of him was even more deranged. In his eyes, all humans were monkeys. Yao Li smiled and said, I know you have very complicated emotions, so it's hard for you to make any rational decisions when you're angry. As a silver dragon bloodline holder, I think I have to give you time. How about 10 days? I'll give you 10 days to think about it, and I'll come back after 10 days. If you agree, I'll give you some so-called half-saints and grandmasters to help you win this so-called Armageddon War. If you don't agree, then I can only take Yao Rao away. Of course, if you want to stop me, then I can only be very, very sorry. Then Yao Li turned to leave. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "If Yao Rao and I don't have a child, will you still want to take her away? You only talk about Yao Rao and don't talk about the baby. How hypocritical are you?" Yao Li's face twitched and then said, "As for the child, please don't worry. After I marry Yao Rao, I'll treat her as my own." Yang Dingtian said, "I have another question to ask you." Yao Li said, "Please speak." Yang Dingtian said seriously, "Please tell me a man who needs another man's help to have a child with a woman. Where does his sense of superiority come from? This is the first time I've seen someone with a sense of superiority, even after being cuckolded." Yao Li's eyes suddenly turned cold, and then he continued to smile and raised his slender index finger and said, the first time you threw shit at me, and that exhausted a third of my patience. If there are 2 more times, then I can only be very, very sorry. Goodbye." Then he bowed respectfully in a gentlemanly manner, and then directly disappeared. At this moment, for some reason, Yang Dingtian actually missed Wu Yuming. Even though Brother Netherworld was hypocritical and ethereal, he was indeed the kind of person who was as carefree as the wind and clouds. He wouldn't bend his waist all the time, bow all the time, and wouldn't speak polite and vicious words all the time. When Wu Yuming occasionally said vicious words and cursed Yang Dingtian, it was also quite realistic. Princess Mu Dan flashed the dark purple wings on her back and quickly soared on the surface of the sea. Then she floated above a rotten island. She raised her hand slightly, and immediately 2 bodies slowly floated up from the disgusting bloody mud below. She frowned slightly and distinguished which one was Wu Yuming. Then she threw the other one back into the bloody mud and didn't look at it again. Wu Yuming was still alive, and he really didn't know why he couldn't die. "Princess Mu Dan, right?" he said hoarsely. "Yes," Princess Mu Dan said indifferently. "You lost the duel with Yang Dingtian." "Yes, I lost," Wu Yuming said. "Then what are you doing right now?" Mu Dan asked. Wu Yuming said, "I'm waiting for death, but I don't know why, but I can't die." "You don't have to die," Mu Dan said. "You can live." "No, please don't," Wu Yuming said. "It's impossible for you to bring a dead person back to life. You can recover your energy and even become stronger," Mu Dan said. "I have a first-class evil spirit, and Li Ming also has a first-class evil spirit. Because your and Dongli's mission is special, you don't have it in your bodies. But your first-class evil spirit has been temporarily stored somewhere. Once the mission fails, you will be given the evil spirit that you should have obtained. I've brought your share this time." Dongli was responsible for making the Naga pregnant, and he was worried that the evil spirit energy would affect this, so he didn't activate his evil spirit. And Wu Yuming, because she wanted to usurp the power of the Taiando League, of course, she couldn't have the evil spirit energy, so it wasn't activated. Wu Yuming said, "I can actually enjoy the same treatment as you and Li Ming." "You deserve it," Mu Dan said. "However, I don't need this kind of evil spirit anymore." Wu Yuming shook her head and said, "I can't beat him after cheating once, and then I have to cheat a second time. I'm not that shameless." "No, you don't have to deal with Yang Dingtian anymore," Mu Dan said. "As you said, you only have one battle with Yang Dingtian. Once you fail, there won't be a second time. Therefore, the battle between him and Yang Dingtian had already ended. The next mission you have to complete is the upcoming Armageddon War." Wu Yuming's eyes trembled slightly, but there was still no light. Wu Yuming thought for a while, but still shook her head and said, "I was only born to defeat Yang Dingtian in this life. Only by defeating him can I obtain a new life and have the qualifications to do other things. Now that I've failed, I don't have the qualifications to do other things, and I can only die. So, just put me down and leave me here to rot and die. At least I'm not left with nothing here." At this moment, Mu Dan's gaze fell on the body that she had just thrown down. Ling Wu's body that she didn't know whether was dead or alive. Mu Dan slowly looked at Wu Yuming and said coldly, I'm very moved by your desire to die. However, all of this is meaningless. I can only say that it's not up to you to decide whether you want to live or die. From the day you were created, your fate wasn't up to you to decide. Therefore, even if you want to die, you can't do it. After that, Mudan's gaze suddenly turned cold. Both of her hands suddenly converged in the air and squeezed the air between her palms. Immediately, a purplish-blue light dragon condensed and swam in her hands. It was lifelike and ferocious. That purplish-blue light instantly set off Mudan's incomparably beautiful face, making it incomparably gorgeous and incomparably bewitching. Phew! Then she suddenly released it. Aolo! With a fierce roar, the purplish-blue light dragon suddenly drilled into Wu Yuming's body. No, I don't need it. Wu Yuming struggled with all her might in the air and desperately roared. However, just like what Mudan had said, his fate was never up to him to decide. No matter if it was life or death, he had no right to decide. After that, purplish-blue light dragon entered Wu Yuming's body. In an instant, an unparalleled energy, crazily, filled Wu Yuming's body. His already rotting body instantly turned into ashes inch by inch. Only a skeleton was left, as well as a ball of light and shadow whirled in the Qi Sea. Immediately after, the skeleton in his entire body was completely shattered. In the entire Wu Yuming, there was only a Qi Sea energy world left. The roaming dragon of light and shadow drilled into his Qi Sea with all its might. Boom! In an instant, the entire sea suddenly set off monstrous waves. Huge waves of tens of thousands of meters and huge waves of thousands of miles. The entire sky instantly covered all the light, and the two suns in the sky were completely shrouded. The world of thousands of miles seemed to have been completely changed, as if it was the end of the world. After the swimming dragon completely entered Wu Yuming's Qi Sea, a blue light instantly exploded. In an instant, the world of thousands of miles, where one couldn't see their fingers, instantly became as bright as day, as if instantly blinding people. After the light dissipated, a brand new body floated in the air. The skin of her entire body was as flawless as white jade. Her entire body was like the most exquisite and gorgeous sculpture. Wu Yuming stretched out her hand and looked at her palm and body. It was even more perfect than before she was seriously injured. The surging power in her palm was incomparably powerful. However, she still didn't have any pleasant surprise, but only endless disappointment. Is there any meaning in becoming stronger? Wu Yuming slowly said, My previous strength was accumulated bit by my own efforts. Now a first-class evil spirit has made me so strong all of a sudden. What a big cheat. What do you want me to do? Kill Yang Dingtian? I will vomit. No, I said it before. You and Yang Dingtian are already over. Mudan slowly said, Your next mission is to help your creator fight against the so-called fate, help your foster father, and defeat the so-called God. The World Extermination War is only the first step. Chapter 726. When Wu Yuming came back to his senses, Princess Mudan had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, no one could describe what he was feeling. Whatever he lacked, he would pursue it. Wu Yuming wanted to defeat Yang Dingtian in a frenzy just to prove his worth. So for many years, he cultivated with all his might. Like an invisible person, he traveled to every corner of the world. When he discovered the darkness profound flame, he was as excited as Yang Dingtian. He felt as if he had found the source of this world's energy. Then he started to search for profound flames. All kinds of profound flames were used to feed this darkness profound flame. This darkness profound flame was extremely powerful, but he had never used it before, because he wanted to use it on God's spokesperson. Every year he was waiting for the appearance of God's spokesperson. Every year he was filled with anticipation and urgency. Therefore, before Yang Dingtian appeared, he had already been in a spiritual relationship with Yang Dingtian for a long time. He wanted to use this extremely powerful darkness, profound flame, on God's spokesperson. Once he defeated God's spokesperson, he would obtain a new life and become a real person. And when Yang Dingtian appeared, he was really disappointed. Extremely disappointed. How could God's spokesperson be so weak? How could he become God's spokesperson? So, at the beginning, Wu Yuming was not only disdainful of Yang Dingtian, he was also filled with hatred. You are so weak. How can you be worthy of my lifetime of hard work? How can you be worthy of my darkness, profound flame? So, on the mountain of the cloud sky pavilion, he could not hold back the disappointment in his heart and expressed his disdain for Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian performed miracles again and again. Finally, he made Wu Yuming face him. In the end, Yang Dingtian stabbed Wu Yuming so many times that he started to hate Yang Dingtian again. In the end, when the duel was about to begin, even this feeling of hatred disappeared. Because he wanted to use the darkness, profound flame to kill Yang Dingtian. He was going to obtain a new life. Then, something unbelievable happened. He was defeated and killed in an instant. Perhaps many people would think that he was unwilling to give up, but he really wasn't. Even after being seriously injured, his cultivation was still far above Yang Dingtian's. However, he wasn't unwilling. He just wanted to find a place to wait for death. Because this proved that fate could not be defied. Even though he was 10 times stronger than the God spokesperson, he was still killed in an instant. It was as if everything was predestined. With this answer, everything became meaningless to Wu Yuming. As for obtaining a first-class dark spirit, it made him extremely powerful in an instant, breaking through an incredible bottleneck. Others might have been overjoyed, but this was not the case. But for Wu Yuming, what did it feel like? It was just like playing games. Level 90 was the pinnacle, a pinnacle that almost no one could surpass. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, and so on. You've spent countless lives and effort to reach level 85. You're about to break through to level 90. In the end, with a whoosh, the system installed the private server and instantly reached level 90. Even reaching level 100 was very easy. Instantly, the hard work and struggle of the past few decades became meaningless. He raised his hand into the air. Immediately, Ling Wu, who was covered in blood and mud, slowly flew up from the quagmire. With a light wave, the blood and mud on her body instantly flew away. Ling Wu became clean. However, her body was thin, weak, and on the verge of death. I'm not going to die. What do you plan to do? Asked Wu Yuming. Ling Wu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Wu Yuming thought for a while and said, Now that I have a first-class dark spirit in my body, I should be one of the strongest humans in this world. However, I can't find the goal of survival. In the following days, I'll work hard to find the goal of my life. As for you, I don't have the authority to decide your fate. Let yourself decide, okay? Ling Wu nodded. Wu Yuming said, I'm the owner of a first-class dark spirit. Therefore, I can bestow a second-class dark spirit to 5 people. I'll give one of them to you. He stretched out his palm. Immediately, a blue bead floated above his palm. With a light flick, this blue bead flew into Ling Wu's chi vessel. You have 3 days to think about your future life. Wu Yuming said, Of course, this choice is actually life and death. 3 days later, I'll activate the second-class dark spirit in your body on my dark spirit tree. At that time, you'll undoubtedly become extremely powerful. However, you won't even be able to die. If you don't want this, you can choose to commit suicide within 3 days, okay? Ling Wu nodded again. Wu Yuming channeled a stream of profound energy into her body, allowing her to gradually recover her vitality and energy. After that, he gently lifted Ling Wu's back and flew in the direction of the central continent. 3 days. Within these 3 days, Ling Wu could choose to die. After 3 days, Once the second-class dark spirit in her body was activated, she wouldn't be able to die anymore. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was talking to Yao Rao in the Cloud Castle. Yao Li, he's indeed my former fiancé. Moreover, we can be considered as childhood sweethearts. We've been playing together since we were very, very young. Yao Rao said, "Our fathers were the patriarchs of our respective tribes. Therefore, we were engaged when we were very young." Yang Dingtian said, "But I feel that he's very loathsome. He's a stupid racist." Yao Rao smiled faintly and said, "He's just this kind of arrogant person." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "A man who allowed his fiancée to leave the little western paradise to find a human to plant her seed. What bullshit pride is there to talk about?" Yao Rao's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. She said in a low voice, "Little Tian, actually, when I left the little western paradise and came to the human countries to plant my seed, he wasn't there. He had gone to the most dangerous place to cultivate, and the reason why he cultivated with all his might was because he didn't want me to plant my seed with a human." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yao Rao continued, "He's actually always been the craziest opponent of the plant borrowing theory. He looked down on humans. He always firmly believed that the silver dragon bloodline should rely on their own efforts to ascend to the demigod clan and not walk the same path as Naga. At that time, during the tribal assembly, he picked me as a plant female fox. Moreover, I was the most important one. He wanted to elope with me and even wanted to instigate all the young people in the tribe to rebel. Thus, the Tribal Alliance Council could only cancel my plant borrowing qualification on the surface. They gave Yao Li a chance to prove himself. After that, he went to the most dangerous, dark domain to cultivate alone. Taking advantage of his absence, the Tribal Alliance Council sent me out of the little western paradise to plant my seed in the human countries." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sunk into silence. Then he said, although he has a perverted racial tendency, but he's not completely useless. Yao Rao gave a complicated smile. "You liked him, didn't you?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yao Rao smiled and said, "We were childhood sweethearts. There's no need to talk about liking or not liking him, but we definitely have the same feelings as family." Yang Dingtian hugged her and said softly, "You're mine. Remember, you're mine. No one can change this. Whoever wants to change this, I'll kill his whole family. If I can't kill him today, I'll kill his whole family tomorrow. I know I'm yours. I'll always be yours." Yao Rao kissed Yang Dingtian's chest and said softly, "Husband, I'm not worried about Yao Li. Although he looks down on humans almost crazily, but he's not a bad person. What I'm worried about is those elders in the little western paradise. Once they know that we have a child, an almost perfect demigod child, they won't let us go. They won't hesitate to kill our whole family and then steal the child." Yang Dingtian's face twitched fiercely. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. "Baby." Yao Rao gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face and said softly, "I'll go and see Ali. I'll talk to him and see how bad the situation is. If it's not bad enough, I can ask him to let us go. Although it's not pleasant to hear, it's not shameful for the baby, for our family." Yang Dingtian kissed her delicate lips and said softly, "Do you trust him?" "I trust him, just like how you trust Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua," Yao Rao said. "Good," Yang Dingtian said. "Then you go and talk to him." Wu Yuming and Ling Wu returned to the great central capital. He changed his appearance and walked aimlessly on the street like an ordinary person. He observed every person on the street, thought about the meaning of his life, and searched for the goal of his life. Then he came to a newsstand and bought a copy of the Chaos Times. He read the newspaper very carefully. Then he took out a handful of gold coins and gave it to the newsstand owner. "I'll have to trouble you to find me a copy of all the Chaos Times in the past 100 days. The newsstand owner's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins. He immediately went back to look for it. Then he folded the newspaper that he had left behind and handed it to Wu Yuming. After receiving it, Wu Yuming nodded at him to thank him. Then he carried the thick newspaper and found an ordinary inn to stay in. Then he read it carefully. He passed by his once prominent southern mansion. It was still there. Even the people from the netherworld sea hadn't left yet. However, not only did he not go in, he didn't even take a look. In the ordinary room, he began to read the articles one by one. Then he read the articles about himself. There were more than 100 articles. He became almost the only male lead in the Chaos Times. His limelight completely overshadowed Yang Dingtian. Just like that, he read the articles one by one. Not a single word was a rumor. Not a single word was a smear. Not a single word was a stain. Everything that Wu Yuming had experienced was described in an extremely objective manner. When he forgot about Wu Yuming's identity and treated himself as a reader, he finished reading the several 100,000-word serial about Wu Yuming. Then he immediately developed complicated feelings for this person. Pity, sympathy, admiration. However, there wasn't much disgust. On the contrary, his impression of Wu Yuming's wife's vulture became extremely disgusting. Ling Wu, on the other hand, was more or less negative. This was also the feeling that all the readers had towards Wu Yuming. After these 100 articles, Wu Yuming had almost become the #1 person. Countless people sympathized with him and pitied him. However, there was almost no pure disgust. There was even a group of fans that had an astonishing number of them. Almost all of them were women. This fan group was now frequently appearing in the newspapers and news. Among them, the most exaggerated one was Yang Dingtian's eldest daughter, Yang Ning, who was the leader of the Iron Furnace City's fan group. Naturally, she wasn't a fan of Wu Yuming. She only worshipped Yang Dingtian. Her original words were, "It's not easy for Wu Yuming to become my father's enemy. In order to prevent this fan group from going astray, I'll reluctantly become their leader." After Wu Yuming finished reading, he couldn't help but smile. His mind began to recall that Yang Ning. In the end, he discovered that he seemed to have never seen this fairy-like little girl before. After he finished reading all the articles about himself, he sighed and closed his eyes. Lying on the bed, he began to think about the meaning of his life. After that, he immediately became envious of Yang Dingtian. At the very least, his life was very meaningful. As for Ling Wu, she was also thinking about her own choice. She could either die or let the second-grade evil spirit in her body revive. That way, she would become extremely powerful. However, at that time, she wouldn't be able to die even if she wanted to. Moreover, her path had already come to an end when Wu Yuming was defeated and revealed his identity as one of the evil ways. Wu Yuming had already told her clearly that he was evil and Yang Dingtian was righteous. In that case, she couldn't use this righteous excuse anymore. Since she had already walked to a dead end, the only right thing to do was to die. She arrived at the northern region of the Zhongjing city and requested to see Yang Dingtian. It was Yun Jianu who received her. When he saw the pale Ling Wu and her lifeless eyes, Yun Jianu couldn't help but be stunned. Sect Master isn't in the Zhongjing city. He's in the Cloud Heaven city. Ling Wu said, "Then can you give me a demon eagle? I need to see him as soon as possible." Yun Jianu said, "Why do you want to see him? Are you going to scold him again?" Immediately, Ling Wu couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, she had given Yang Dingtian's people such a bad influence. Every time she came, she would mock and scold him. However, her status was lowly. Yang Dingtian would clench his teeth and listen to her words. Yet he couldn't kill her. "Don't worry, it's not like that. Actually, I didn't really dare to see him a long time ago." Ling Wu said, "I'm looking for him to free myself." Yun Jianu stared at Ling Wu for a long time before nodding his head. Then he called the fastest demon eagle for her. Yun Jianu rode on the demon eagle and flew towards the Cloud Heaven city in the northwest continent. At the same time, Yao Rao rode on the demon eagle and flew towards the Yin Yang mirror in the north. because Yao Li, who possessed crazy racism, couldn't live in any place that had the smell of humans. Therefore, he chose to live in the yin-yang mirror that was uninhabited. 12 hours later, Ling Wu landed in the Cloud Heaven City and requested to see Yang Dingtian. Yao Rao also landed in the yin-yang mirror at around the same time. At this moment, Yao Li was sitting on the surface of the mirror motionlessly. Chapter 7:27. Why didn't you go in to see me when you arrived at Cloud Sky City? Yao Rao asked, using the unique language of the Black Fox clan. A man can't protect his own woman, so he doesn't have the face to see you, Yao Li said, but there was a hint of anger in his tone. My man is Yang Dingtian, Yao Rao smiled and said. Big brother, don't get it wrong. Your man is me? Yao Li looked at Yao Rao and said word by word. Yang Dingtian is just a despicable and lowly human. He is just an insignificant stallion. We are noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Don't forget this just because you stayed in the human world for a long time. Yao Li, I won't argue with you about this, Yao Rao said. I'll tell you directly here, I won't leave with you. My husband and my son are here. This is my home. You love him? You love Yang Dingtian, that monkey? Yao Li said sternly. Yes, perhaps I can't say that I love him because I haven't experienced a lot with him like his other wives, Yao Rao said slowly, but without a doubt I miss him very much. It's like a woman who married a man she has never met, did the most intimate things together, and gave birth to a child together. She will miss him and love him. So even though my love is different from Shimin Yanyan and the others, it's still love. Then what about me? Yao Li said angrily. Then what am I? Are you going to betray the feelings between us? Yao Li, first of all, even though you and I grew up together, it's not an intense love between a man and a woman. I see you more as my big brother. Yao Rao said, of course, if we get married smoothly, then this kind of feelings might become the love between husband and wife. We might also become a loving couple that can't be separated. But now I'm Yang Dingtian's woman. After I got pregnant, I wanted to leave him and return to Little Western Paradise, but I realized that I can't do it. Then what if I take you away by force? Yao Li said, you should know that even if Yang Dingtian were to gather all of his monkey minions, he still wouldn't be able to stop me. Then you are my enemy, Yao Rao coldly said. If you bring me back to Little Western Paradise, I will be powerless to stop you. But my precious son will work hard to become stronger, kill all of you, and then bring me back to Yang Dingtian, even if it takes 20 or 30 years. Of course, even without my precious son, perhaps in less than 10 years, Yang Dingtian will kill his way into the Little Western Paradise and bring me home. Dream on, dream on. Yao Li sneered and said, Yang Dingtian is just a human monkey. He's dreaming if he wants to defeat us noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Yao Li, frogs at the bottom of a well. I'm talking about you people. Yao Rao coldly said. Yao Li said, it seems like the human world really can't be stayed for too long. You'll be polluted if you stay too long, just like you. You can say whatever you want. Yao Rao coldly said, in short, if you want to take me and my baby away, you'll have to kill me and bring my corpse back. Yao Li was furious. If you don't come with me, I'll kill Yang Dingtian. Yao Rao sternly said, before you kill Yang Dingtian, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Betrayal, betrayal. Yao Li was instantly enraged and said loudly, this is a shameful betrayal. How can you do this? How can you betray our feelings? Moreover, it's towards a human monkey. It's still the same. You can say whatever you want. Yao Rao said, but you know, once I make a decision, I will never change it. Then she suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Yao Li suddenly said, is this okay? You can leave your son to Yang Dingtian, but you have to follow me. However, you must come with me and return to the Western Paradise with me. Impossible. A woman can't have two husbands, Yao Rao coldly said. Then she rode on the demon eagle and returned to Cloud Sky City. However, after flying for 100 miles, she turned back again. Yao Li was instantly overjoyed, thinking that she had changed her mind. She flew in front of Yao Li again and asked, "That's right, I was confused by my anger just now and forgot to ask you. Other than you, who else in the little Western paradise knows that I've successfully gotten pregnant in the human countries and even gave birth to a child?" Yao Li was instantly disappointed and furious. He said unhappily, "I don't know." Yao Rao said, "They don't know." Yao Li said, "Yes. I'm not sure if they know that you've successfully given birth to a child." Yao Rao said, "Then use your brain to recall." Yao Li took a deep breath and said, "I really don't know, and I don't dare to guarantee." Yao Rao looked at him deeply. Then she turned around and returned to Cloud Sky City. The moment Yang Dingtian saw Ling Wu, he was extremely astonished. He completely did not expect that he could still see Ling Wu at this time. However, the current Ling Wu was almost unrecognizable to him. Her skin was so white that it was almost bloodless. Moreover, she had lost a lot of weight. Not only had her temperament changed, even her appearance had changed a little. From a healthy and powerful, wheat-colored woman, she had turned into a beautiful and delicate girl. Purely looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had really become much more beautiful. However, Yang Dingtian still liked that healthy and powerful woman with wheat-colored skin. Of course, the previous Ling Wu had always carried a hidden fierceness and resentment. However, the current her had a calm and indifferent expression. It was as if she had really undergone some kind of transformation. So much so that Yang Dingtian did not know how to deal with her. "Sit." After a long time, Yang Dingtian said this word. Then he said, "Do you want to drink some tea?" Ling Wu was slightly stunned. Then she nodded. Yang Dingtian found some fragrant tea and lifted the kettle. However, he realized that the water was cold. Therefore, he hurriedly channeled his profound energy into the kettle to heat up the water. Then he poured 2 cups of tea. After Ling Wu received the tea, she held it in her hands and stared blankly. Yang Dingtian was also sitting behind the table. For a moment, he did not know how to open his mouth. Immediately, the two of them froze there awkwardly. "You, why didn't you ask me if I found Wu Yuming?" Ling Wu finally opened her mouth. "Yang Dingtian, I don't think it's appropriate for me to ask." Ling Wu said, "Then why didn't you ask why I'm looking for you at this time?" Yang Dingtian scratched his head and said, "Why are you looking for me at this time?" Uffed. Ling Wu could not help but laugh. However, her beautiful face was incomparably desolate. Then she smiled and said, "Didn't you scold me quite fiercely every time you saw me previously? Why are you so gentle now?" "Yang Dingtian, it's because you mocked me first. That's why I scolded you back. He didn't provoke me, so why would I scold him?" Ling Wu was stunned. Then her smile was filled with even more bitterness. Ling Wu asked again, "Can I ask you a question?" "Yang Dingtian, go ahead. However, don't ask a question that's too difficult." Ling Wu said, "When you successfully won the city lord's position, why didn't you go to Inferno Island to pick me up?" She had practically used up all of her courage to ask this question. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and thought for a while before saying, "Because I was very, very busy." Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that I hoped that you would be able to successfully marry someone else. Ling Wu said, "It's because I don't hold enough weight in your heart, right?" "You can say that." Yang Dingtian. Actually, at that time, feelings were already a kind of burden to me. I was somewhat unable to bear it. "Then how were you able to marry Qin Jiao Jiao, Muliani, Wu Maji, and Ning Ro Er?" Ling Wu said, "Wu Maji and Ning Ro I dare not compare their beauty. However, don't tell me that Qin Jiao Jiao is much better than me?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment before saying, "Firstly, Jiao Jiao is a very cute girl. I also like her very much and love her dearly. Every woman has a unique inner world, including you. You're practically the most special girl I've ever met. However, I don't have the courage to explore the inner world of every girl, because that would be an extremely huge emotional burden to me, because that would mean a responsibility, and I might not be able to bear such a huge responsibility. Ling Wu's eyes turned red as she said, "You still haven't answered my question. Why can you marry Qin Jiaojiao so easily, but can't you send someone, even if it's just a random person, a message to Inferno Island and ask me to come to Cloud Heaven City and come to your side?" Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Ling Wu, before I married Qin Jiaojiao, I only hated her. Her reputation was extremely bad. However, for the sake of Cloud Heaven City, I could only marry her. After I decided to marry her, I decided to understand her and love her. The facts have proven that she's indeed a cute girl." "No, this answer still can't satisfy me," Ling Wu said while sobbing. "Yang Dingtian, I seem to have told you before, or perhaps I didn't. I've loved 2.5 women. One is Dongfang Bingling. My love was born from longing, which then became even stronger because of hatred. The other is my wife, Shimin Yanyan and Shimin Ningning. Don't ask me who I love more. I don't have the heart to answer. In fact, I've experienced many women after that, especially Wu Maji. She's more beautiful than Yan Yan and Ningning. She's more special, more complicated, and completely capable of making people madly love her. It can be said that if I met Wu Maji before I met Dongfang Bingling, I would have pursued her crazily and wouldn't even be able to fall in love with other women. However, I've indeed met Dongfang Bingling first." After drinking a mouthful of tea, Yang Dingtian, "Ling Wu, I'm a very ordinary man. My love for women is also very superficial. Let me put it more bluntly. As long as she's extremely beautiful and has an extremely good figure, even if her character isn't too good, I'll fall in love with her as long as she enters my world. Once we start to fall in love, I'll turn my love into love. I'm such a superficial man. I'm not like Wu Yuming. He's almost harsh towards love. Only an extremely small number of women can move his heart. As for me, as long as she's beautiful enough, she can move my heart. Then, as long as her character is cute, I'll be addicted to her. Therefore, Ling Wu," Yang Dingtian said slowly, "my love isn't mysterious or noble. It's also not some amazing spirit. My love is very superficial. The reason why I don't love you enough is because I've already been stuffed with enough emotions before I met you. I've also lost the impulse to take the initiative to possess a woman. Therefore, if the you back then had come to Cloud Heaven City, I would have been prepared to welcome your arrival, to truly understand you and to love you. However, if you want me to take the initiative to marry you, I'm sorry I can't do it." Yang Dingtian drank another cup of tea and sighed. "Ling Wu, there's a saying that every woman is an angel. Actually, I agree with this saying, but I don't agree with it at the same time. In this world, there's a large portion of women who are ordinary and ordinary. There's also a portion of women who are vicious. There's only a small portion of women who are complicated and filled with strong personalities. As for you, you seem to be in this small portion because you have a will and self-esteem that's so strong that it's almost abnormal. Of course, this isn't a compliment," Yang Dingtian said. "In fact, this kind of woman makes me feel intimidated at the sight of her. However, if there's a type of woman in this world who's most worthy of happiness and most worthy of becoming an angel, then you can be one of them. It's just that the superficial me back then was unable to match your complicated and strong will of emotions." Hearing this, Ling Wu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Like pearls dropping from a necklace, her tears flowed down continuously. "Ling Wu, I've once said that you've fallen. I've said that you've betrayed your past. You've started to despise your past and your hard work." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Perhaps I've said most of the wrong things because I didn't know you well enough back then. The reason why you resented running boats resented your slightly dark skin, and hated your unglamorous clothing. It's not because you've betrayed your past, but because of my responsibility. Ling Wu started to bite her lips and started to tremble continuously. It's because I didn't pick you up. It's because I married Qin Jiao Jiao that you felt inferior. You felt that your status wasn't worthy of me. At this time, Wu Yoming's appearance had undoubtedly given you the strength to set an example. Therefore, you took the initiative to change. Not only did you have to be worthy of me, you also had to surpass me. After that, you'll appear before me in a myriad of splendor, making me start to be amazed by you and regret my indifference towards you. Yang Dingtian, this kind of mentality is very normal. It's just like a loser who fell in love with a goddess, but the goddess didn't spare him a glance. Therefore, he worked hard in his heart. I must prosper and appear before the goddess in a dazzling manner one day, making her regret not choosing me back then. Of course, the loser here refers to a man with a lowly status. With a sigh, Yang Dingtian, it's just that your willpower is too strong. Therefore, you've gone further and further. Furthermore, your wisdom is unable to control your willpower, causing you to lose yourself in your heart. But fundamentally, this can't be considered as self-degradation. Instead, a lot of it is because of me. The true self-degradation is like vulture because of greed. At this moment, Ling Wu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her mouth and started to sob intensely. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. He just let her cry to her heart's content. After crying for close to an hour, she gradually calmed down. She raised her head and asked, Yang Dingtian, if you could foresee what would happen later, would you have gone to Inferno Island to pick me up? Yes. If I knew that it would bring you such great harm, I would definitely have gone to pick you up. Yang Dingtian, I've said it before, I'm a superficial man. Therefore, I wouldn't be willing to let a beautiful and unique woman fall into the demonic barrier of the abyss. Ling Wu wiped away the tears on her face. For the first time, she revealed a smile to Yang Dingtian and said, Actually, I originally wanted to apologize to you. However, there's no need for that now. Ling Wu continued, Originally, I also wanted to explain to you. I wanted to explain the reason for all my actions and my way of thinking. However, there's no need for that now. Ling Wu continued, I've even issued a final provocation to you. That's right, it's a provocation. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not in the wrong, even if I'm standing on the side of evil. However, the one in the wrong is you. However, before I even open my mouth, you've already taken the initiative to say that this is your fault, even if it's actually my fault. I was too obsessed and too prideful. In the name of my personality, I've forced others to do things. Because I love you and want to marry you. Yet you didn't give me the same response. I felt that I've suffered great harm and humiliation. In fact, you've never hurt me. On the contrary, you've saved me and my family. Rather than saying that I love you, it's better to say that I love myself too much. Ling Wu drank the tea in her hand. After that, she smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, All right, I'm truly free now. After that, she walked to the front of Yang Dingtian and said, If you have even the slightest bit of pity for me, then please give me my final release and kill me with your own hands. All right? Chapter 728. After the transformation, Ling Wu rushed to the central capital and saw Wu Yuming. How do you feel? Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu. Ling Wu had become so much more beautiful. He couldn't help but look at her in amazement. I feel very strange. Ling Wu said, It's different from what I imagined. I thought that the terrifying feeling of darkness would instantly envelop my entire body and make me unable to resist it. However, who knew that it wasn't the case? Instead, it was a kind of light, incomparably blurry and incomparably blissful feeling. I can't describe it. In short, I feel very excited, as if I'm floating in the air. That's right. Wu Yuming said, the evil spirit energy has such a subtle influence that makes people fall deeply. Your excitement and blissful feeling will last for a very long time because you were originally too weak. After a period of time, when this excitement and blissful feeling gradually fades away, you will become incomparably sad and dispirited, so much so that you will crazily pursue this feeling again. And the thing that can bring about this feeling is the strength of energy and the rise of authority. Therefore, you can only desperately pursue authority and strength to make yourself stronger and stronger. Moreover, there's no end to it until your will is completely ruled by the evil spirit energy. What about you? Ling Wu asked, do you feel excited and blissful when a first-grade evil spirit allows you to break through to the half-saint realm directly? Wu Yuming shook her head vigorously and said, Little Wu, I'm different from you. My past is too long and heavy, so much so that this little bit of excitement is completely unable to offset the confusion in my heart. Therefore, breaking through to the half-saint realm not only doesn't make me excited, it makes me even more dispirited. This includes Dongfang Bingling. The strength brought about by the first-grade evil spirit energy can only make her suffer incomparably. You know that she was originally the master of the hidden sect. She wanted to become the #1 person in the world through her own efforts. However, the first-grade evil spirit has already destroyed all of her efforts. Following that, Wu Yuming smiled and said, All right, let's not talk about us. Let's talk about you. How's your talk with Yang Dingtian? Very good. Ling Wu said, At least I don't hate him anymore. Instead, I hate myself. Wu Yuming said, Even though this is a deeper obsession, it's still considered an improvement. How did Yang Dingtian persuade you to give up on suicide? Ling Wu said, She said that if I were to commit suicide now, my life would be too worthless. Therefore, I have to work hard to find my own value. The first step is to defeat the invasion of the evil spirit's will. Wu Yuming said, He didn't want you to defeat the second-class evil spirit. Instead, he wanted you to look at problems from a higher perspective, expand your mind, and further find the value of your life. Do you understand? Ling Wu nodded. Wu Yuming said, Second-class evil spirits are like addictive monsters. That feeling of happiness and excitement made you desperately chase after it until you couldn't stop. In the end, the evil spirit completely controlled your will and turned you into its tool, madly chasing after power. Ling Wu said with a trembling voice, Then can I resist it? Direct resistance is meaningless. Wu Yuming said, Because can you reject the excitement and happiness in your heart right now? Ling Wu shook her head and said, I can't reject it. In fact, the reason why I returned to the Central Continent immediately was because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist the happiness in my heart and would rush to Yang Dingtian to woo him. Because I felt that this happiness was gradually destroying my strong self-esteem. That's right. This is how it achieves its purpose of controlling you. Wu Yuming said, Unknowingly, it disintegrates your will. Then what should I do? Ling Wu said in shock, I don't want to become an addict and a degenerate. Direct resistance won't work. Wu Yuming said, It's just like you're a small boat and the evil spirit is a surging river. It's simply a pipe dream for you to sail against the current. The only way is to go downstream. Then, isn't that degeneration and loss? Ling Wu said, Not only do you have to go downstream, you also have to flow faster than the river. You have to surpass its speed. Wu Yuming said, Now you'll feel incomparable satisfaction and happiness. This feeling will last for a few months. After that, you'll fall into an extreme emptiness. You'll desperately chase after strength to fill yourself up, so as to achieve satisfaction once again. However, we can't give it the chance to feel empty. We'll desperately chase after it, desperately satisfy it, and exceed the energy required by a second-grade evil spirit. This way, you'll gradually become numb and completely liberated. Then you can do the same too. Ling Wu said, I can't. Dongfang Bingling can't do it too. We're first-grade evil spirits and can control and suppress our will at any time. Wu Yuming said, "You may not know this, but the one instructing Dongfang Bingling to do anything is no longer her own. It's completely the will of the evil spirit. The evil spirit has suppressed all of Dongfang Bingling's will. Do you know what will happen if you relax a little? Dongfang Bingling will commit suicide." Ling Wu said, "That's right. Dongfang Bingling will commit suicide." Wu Yuming said, "Therefore, I've heard that when Dongfang Bingling had just turned into a devil, she had already decided on a duel with Yang Dingtian. I've thought about it carefully. From Dongfang Bingling's standpoint, this kind of duel is unnecessary. Therefore, I suspect that this duel is a trap that Dongfang Bingling has set for herself. She wants Yang Dingtian to kill her. During the duel, the will that she had accumulated for several years will erupt in an instant. After that, she'll lose the duel and die under Yang Dingtian's sword?" Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming said, "This is merely my guess, because no matter how I think about it, there's no need for her to duel with Yang Dingtian. As a matter of fact, at that time, she no longer had any desire to battle with Yang Dingtian, and after turning into a devil, there's even less desire." "Why do you say that after turning into a devil, she no longer has any desire to battle with Yang Dingtian?" Ling Wu asked doubtfully. "Firstly, in the mission of evil ways, I'm the only chess piece that can deal with Yang Dingtian." Wu Yuming said, "Li Ming also has a certain desire to battle, because he loves Dongfang Bingling deeply. He's jealous of Yang Dingtian. Only Dongfang Bingling herself, who didn't have any desire to battle at that time, proposed a duel. Therefore, the only explanation is that she wants Yang Dingtian to kill her and free herself from being a first-grade evil spirit. But a person who possesses an evil spirit can't die." Ling Wu said, "Others might not be able to kill her, but Yang Dingtian might be able to do it." Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu said, "Then, does Yang Dingtian know about this matter?" Wu Yuming said he shouldn't know. "He doesn't want me to be so meticulous." Ling Wu said, Then I want to tell him." Wu Yuming said, "But if you tell him, he might make a mistake in the duel and lose his life." "Of course. All of this is up to your will. If you want to tell him, you can tell him at any time." Ling Wu immediately sank into contemplation. "All right, let's go," Wu Yuming said. "Where are we going?" Ling Wu asked. Wu Yuming said with a smile, "Let's go and disband the southern mansion first and let the people from the netherworld see return. After that, I'll bring you to the ends of the earth and let you become stronger in the shortest amount of time. I'll let you defeat the devouring desire of a second-grade evil spirit and break free from its control." "How long will it take?" Ling Wu asked. "Who knows? Maybe a few years, maybe even longer." Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu said, But you have your own things to do. Don't tell me that you'll accompany me and help me become stronger for the next few years?" Wu Yuming said, "In any case, I can't find any goal in life now. You're also my only family member. I have to find something to do and can't read the newspaper every day. Moreover, the Chaos Times has become an issue every 7 days. I'm about to finish reading all the newspapers that I've saved up previously." Then, under Ling Wu's somewhat incomprehensible gaze, Wu Yuming walked out of the inn and directly entered the southern mansion. Everyone in the southern mansion saw Wu Yuming appear. They were completely stunned in an instant. Then it was boundless ecstasy. At this moment, other than the people from the Sea of Hades, those who were stationed in the southern mansion were the most loyal to the evil ways. Or it could be said that they were already at the end of their rope. For example, the undying cockroach Shimanju, Qiuruhan, and Yangzheng were all hiding in the southern mansion. If there were still people who hoped for Wu Yuming to return safely, it would be them. However, they were different from Ling Wu. They only treated Wu Yuming as their backing and hoped for revenge. Especially Shimanju. The moment he saw Wu Yuming, His entire body practically trembled, and he knelt on the ground. After Wu Yuming was defeated, Shiminju and the others were practically in complete despair. Now Wu Yuming had returned. Moreover, she seemed to have become even more profound and unfathomable. How could they not be wild with joy? Sect Master is back. This subordinate pays his respects to Sect Master. Shiminju and the others kowtowed with all their might. Instantly, their entire body was filled with the desire for battle. Wu Yuming said, "I'm here to tell you that from today onwards, the Southern Mansion is disbanded. Just treat me as if I don't exist." Shiminju was stunned and said in disbelief, Could it be that Sect Master wants to give up?" "I'm not some Sect Master," Wu Yuming said. "I'm just a member of the evil ways and one of the nominal foster sons of the Demon King, Wen Tian." "Who cares?" Shiminju said, "The winner takes all. As long as you win, you'll be the master of the Tiando League. I feel that Yang Dingtian's victory over you was purely coincidental. No matter which aspect you look at, he's far from being your opponent. We still have a huge chance of winning." "Say no more," Wu Yuming said. "From today onwards, the Southern Mansion is no more. You can do as you please." Qiu Ruan said in a cold voice, "Sect Master, could it be that you've been scared out of your wits by that despicable Yang Dingtian? Could it be that you're going to be a coward and allow Yang Dingtian to be so arrogant?" Wu Yuming looked at her and said, "Yes, from today onwards, I'll avoid Yang Dingtian. Wherever he is, I'll immediately run 1,000 miles away." Then Wu Yuming directly flashed and disappeared. Then what should we do? Wait for Yang Dingtian to come and slaughter us?" Shiminju said loudly. Wu Yuming's voice came from afar. "If Princess Mudan is willing to accept you, you can go and submit to her." Then he completely disappeared, leaving behind a completely stunned Qiu Ruhan and Shiminju. Even if they were to die, they couldn't imagine why Wu Yuming would be so depressed after a single defeat. He even said that he would avoid Yang Dingtian. Of course, they didn't know that Wu Yuming was like a program. His final fate was written in the code. Either he killed Yang Dingtian and obtained a new life, or he died. Moreover, he was only allowed one chance, because this was to test the authenticity of his fate. Wu Yuming's defeat proved his fate. He was supposed to die, but someone didn't let him die. Then, if he encountered Yang Dingtian again, it would be like a program encountering a fatal bug. If he encountered someone he was supposed to never meet again, he could only avoid him. Just like that, a few hours later, shocking news came from Zhongjing. The Southern Mansion was disbanded, the Sea of Hades was withdrawn, and all related personnel were dismissed. Immediately, everyone finally confirmed that Wu Yuming's era was over. As for those Central Continent leaders who were watching in the dark and still had hope, their final hope was also cut off. Wu Yuming had been walking in this world for countless years. In order to defeat God's spokesperson, he had been walking in this world with the identity of an invisible person for close to 100 years, constantly making himself stronger. Therefore, he was only half a step away from becoming a half-sage previously. Therefore, his understanding of this world had far surpassed Dongfang Minmi. He couldn't be more familiar with which place would give birth to mystic flames and which place would have secret realms. He wanted to bring Ling Wu to devour all the mystic flames he knew of and to train in all the secret realms he knew of. He wanted Ling Wu to walk in front of the second-grade evil spirit and help her defeat the second-grade evil spirit. In any case, he had nothing else to do. Wu Yuming met Dongfang Bingling on the sea after leaving the Central Continent. "Where are you going?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "To bring Ling Wu to cultivate." Wu Yuming said, "But you should complete your mission." Dongfang Bingling said, "The World Exterminating Army is about to descend, but they still lack a human commander. You should find a suitable candidate and bestow your second-grade evil spirits, so that they can become the backbone of the World Exterminating Army in the future. You must know that the Temple of Blood and Pleasure Palace are already half disintegrated." Wu Yuming said, "I know, but I don't want to do this because this isn't my mission. Princess Mudan said, "You're the adopted son of His Majesty the Demon King and not Dongfang Bingling. We don't want to use the will of the evil spirits to suppress your soul directly. Don't force us to deal with you like how we dealt with Dongfang Bingling." Wu Yuming said, "The reason why I tried my best to defeat Yang Dingtian was so that I could be reborn and become a real person. If you want to suppress my will like how you dealt with Dongfang Bingling, then do as you please." Princess Mudan said, "Then are you going to ignore His Majesty the Demon King's orders?" Wu Yuming said, "He's my everything, my sky and my earth. I've been carrying out his orders all my life, and he only gave me one order, which was to defeat Yang Dingtian and challenge fate. It's just that I failed, and you didn't let me die. Other missions are none of my business." Princess Mudan stared coldly at Wu Yuming for a long while. Then, she suddenly flapped her wings of light and flew towards the direction of the Dongli grassland in the northwest. One of the adopted sons that His Majesty the Demon King placed in the primal chaos world had already been crippled. The remaining one couldn't be crippled anymore. Wu Yoming's only mission was to defeat Yang Dingtian and take control of the Tiando League. He failed. Dongli's mission was to conquer the Naga race and make all the Naga race fall in love with him. Then he would give birth to a demigod race and become the absolute ally of the evil ways. Therefore, Princess Mudan wanted to urge Dongli to speed up the pace of conquering the Naga race. Furthermore, she had already found the key to make the Naga race fall in love with him. Looking at Bing Ling's departing figure, Ling Wu asked, "Where is she going?" "To the Dongli grassland." Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu asked, "Why is she going to the Dongli grassland?" "She wants to urge Dongli to speed up the pace of conquering Queen Hai Exen." Wu Yuming said, "In this world, only Yang Dingtian has successfully impregnated a demonic fox, and only Yang Dingtian is able to make the Naga race fall in love with him. In the past, no one knew why. However, after the battle between Yang Dingtian and I, an extremely small number of people saw the key." "What key?" Ling Wu asked. "The darkness profound flame is the key to making the Naga race fall in love with him." Wu Yuming said, "Yang Dingtian possessed a higher grade darkness profound flame. That was why he was able to defeat me in an instant." Queen Hai Exan had indeed suspected that the darkness profound flame could make the Naga race fall in love with him. However, I have the darkness profound flame. Therefore, she had secretly met me before. However, she realized that I was unable to make her fall in love with him. Therefore, she and Dongli gave up on this route. Actually, this route is correct. The reason why I am unable to make Queen Hai Exan fall in love with him is because I am not a complete man. You have also discovered this point by accident a few days ago." Ling Wu's face immediately turned red. She said gently, "Big brother Wu, no matter how you are in the eyes of others, you will always be in my heart. In my heart, you will always be the best man." Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu with a gaze that was filled with gentleness and pity. He smiled slightly. Mudan also knows about this point? Then, does she know how to know about the darkness profound flame? Ling Wu asked. She definitely doesn't know about the details. Wu Yuming said, however, for a top expert, this kind of thing can be easily seen through. Yan Yan Shimin was once poisoned by the darkness crystal. Yang Dingtian saved her. As a result, he obtained the darkness profound flame. With a little speculation, one can come to a conclusion. Then, is Dongli also able to create the darkness profound flame and make Queen Hai Exan fall in love with him? Ling Wu asked. Perhaps, Wu Yuming said. Then what should we do? Wouldn't Queen Hai Exan be in danger and fall into Dongli's demonic clutches? Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming said, perhaps Dongli would fall into Hai Exan's demonic clutches. Hai Exan has always wanted to obtain a man who can make her fall in love with him. However, Yang Dingtian is too dangerous and too hard to control. Therefore, she has never officially made a move. Furthermore, she wanted to borrow my hand to get rid of Yang Dingtian the last time. Ling Wu said, Then do we need to inform Yang Dingtian immediately? Wu Yuming said, You decide. If you want to inform him, then go ahead and inform him. As for me, I don't have this motivation. Although I won't kill him and avoid him, I also don't have this motivation to help him. Because I don't care if Hai Xian has an illicit relationship with Dongli and gives birth to a descendant. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. She was thinking in her heart whether she should inform Yang Dingtian about this matter. Chapter 729. At this moment, the central capital was extremely busy. Yang Dingtian should have left the Cloud Heaven City and returned to the central capital. But before Yao Rao's matter was settled, he couldn't leave. Therefore, this was the longest time that Yang Dingtian had ever spent with his family. Finally, his eldest son, Yang Li, was more or less close to his father. Yang Li was already over 3 years old and was considered a big child. His personality and Dugu Fengwu's personality were becoming more and more obvious. He was very domineering, but also very magnanimous. Yang Li was almost 1.5 years old, but he didn't look much younger than Yang Li. Furthermore, he was astonishingly beautiful. He didn't speak much, but his enunciation was very clear. When he answered questions, he was very accurate. Sometimes his answers even shocked Yang Dingtian. According to Yao Rao, Yang Li had never formally learned how to speak. When the adult spoke, he would listen at the side and then open his mouth to learn. When he could speak correctly, he would then speak. Although Yang Qin was slightly older than him, she still couldn't speak fluently. She spoke in a childish voice. Only Daddy, Mommy, Grandma, and Big Brother could speak more clearly. Because she was the only girl among the babies, she received the most doting. Yang Dingtian also liked this baby very much. It looked like a doll and was soft and chubby when he held it in his hands. It was unexpectedly well-behaved and rarely cried. It was born with a natural fondness for smiling. Even when it wasn't smiling, its eyes and mouth would curve as if it was smiling. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian spent most of his time with the babies, he was basically holding Yang Qin in his hands. When he was telling stories, Yang Dingtian widened his eyes and looked at him with admiration. Moreover, he would ask questions from time to time. This child seemed to be very eager to get Yang Dingtian's attention and affirmation. As for him, Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate to praise him. Yang Li, on the other hand, was moving around and twisting around, pretending not to listen carefully. In fact, he heard every word clearly. In short, this child was very rebellious. As for Yang Yi, he was the most serious child. He sat on the ground and sat very straight. He listened quietly and even thought. However, he was only a little over a year old. As for baby Yang Qin, she couldn't understand what her father was saying at all. She just lay in her father's arms and stared at her father's mouth that kept opening and closing. She found it very amusing. Then, when others laughed, she also laughed. His eldest daughter, Yang Ning, was almost 9 years old and no longer listened to stories. She had already requested to spend some time alone with Yang Dingtian. First, she would practice her swordsmanship in front of Yang Dingtian so that he could give her pointers. After the exchange of martial arts, she would also exchange her views on current affairs with Yang Dingtian. In short, she wanted to prove to Yang Dingtian that she had grown up. Last night, Yang Dingtian finally told Yanyan Ningro, and Mu Liani that they should take this opportunity to have a few more babies in the valley. Ningro, and Mu Liani were both very happy. As for Yanyan, she said that Yang Li was still too young and still needed her mother's love. Yang Dingtian said that Yang Li's rebellious heart was very strong now. She was too dependent on Shimin Yanyan and wanted to monopolize her. Furthermore, as she grew older, her possessiveness towards Yang Dingtian was also very strong. These days, although she deliberately acted impatient in front of Yang Dingtian, she had never left his side. Furthermore, she tried her best to show off and even pretended to be casual. Therefore, she had to learn how to share, especially maternal love. Therefore, it was time for Yen Yen to give birth to a baby. Then, with joy and longing, Yen Yen worked hard to give birth to a little life in her stomach. At noon, a familiar voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. It was the annoying racist voice. Yang Dingtian, come to the Poison Strait in the north to meet me. I can't smell you humans. Yang Dingtian was still carrying Yang Qin. After telling the story, he handed the children to his master's wife and wife. Then he flew to the Poison Strait in the north of Cloud Sky City alone. Don't get too close to me. Just talk like this. Yao Li immediately reached out to stop Yang Dingtian from getting closer. At this moment, the two of them were more than 100 meters apart. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. She was really a hopeless racist. If you have something to say it quickly, Yang Dingtian said unhappily. You can leave that child behind immediately, but Yao Rao must come with me. Yao Li said, this is my biggest concession. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very curious. What are you planning to do with Yao Rao back to Little Western Paradise? Yao Li said, of course it's to get married and be together forever to give birth to the purest silver fox offspring. Yang Dingtian said, don't you hate humans? Yao Rao and I had the most intimate relationship. Her body had the smell of me, a human. Why don't you mind? Yao Li's body suddenly twitched. She said coldly, Yang Dingtian monkey, this is the second time you want to throw shit at me. If it happens again, I will be very sorry to you. Don't threaten me. Just answer the question, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li clenched her fists and said, then let me ask you a question too. Do you love your wife? I love her very much, Yang Dingtian said. Then, if you didn't protect her well and caused her to be defiled by a beast, would you despise your wife? Yao Li sneered. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, although I hate your description and analogy, I understand what you mean. I also admire your infatuation and breadth of mind. However, you are mistaken about one thing. Yao Rao is my woman and my legal wife. We are very much in love. Wrong. Yao Li said sternly, she has been in your human country for too long and has been corrupted by you. That's why she is lost. As soon as she returns to the Little Western Paradise, she will immediately wake up. She will look down on this relationship and want nothing more than to wash away every mark you have left on her. Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that other than your pride and magnanimity, you have no intelligence. The third time, Yang Dingtian monkey, you threw shit at me for the third time. You have used up all 3 chances, Yao Li said coldly. Yao Li said coldly, if there's a next time, I'll stomp you to death like an ant. The nobility of the silver dragon bloodline cannot be violated. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to say that she was just a bastard and that it had happened for the 4th time. However, he remembered that Yang Yi baby was also a hybrid between him and Yao Li. How could he bear to say that? Thus, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. 7 days. Yang Dingtian, you have 7 days to choose, Yao Li said coldly. You can either agree to my request and leave your child behind. I will take Yao away and help you defeat the so-called evil ways. Otherwise, I will forcefully take Yao and your child away. You will get nothing. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. After saying that, Yao Li disappeared into thin air. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to think about how to deal with this sick racist. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, the Jiao Liao was extremely anxious because she didn't know where Yang Dingtian had gone. Furthermore, she had received an extremely urgent report a few hours ago. Sect Master, this is the report we received 8 hours ago. Someone stopped our patrolling winged cavalry and passed it to you. However, we don't know where you went, the Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian took it immediately. It was a piece of snow-white silk. The words on it were faint blue and were written in with mystical chi flames. Mu Dan went to the Dongli grassland to help Dongli obtain the darkness mystical flame in order to achieve his goal of conquering the Snake Queen. Quickly go and stop her." The handwriting was very beautiful and delicate. As for the signature, there was only one word: Wu. It was Ling Wu. This report was given by Ling Wu. Almost instinctively, Yang Dingtian didn't have any doubts about this report. What about the patrolling winged cavalry who received the report? "Have you seen it?" Yang Dingtian asked. He didn't open it. However, according to the regulations, he was already in the secret pavilion. After receiving the report, he took the initiative to distance himself from all the other patrolling winged cavalry and didn't have any contact. Therefore, this report only passed through him and me, the Jiao said. Yang Dingtian said, "Follow Madame Shimin to the secret pavilion and wait for the spiritual master to wash away this memory, including that patrolling winged cavalry. Wash away this memory together." "Yes," the Jiao said. Then she quickly locked all the mystic meridians in her body so that she couldn't speak or write. Madame Shimin came in, carried her, and walked toward the secret pavilion. Actually, Ling Wu couldn't have used such a direct method to transmit this level of information. This involved the top secret of how to conquer the snake race. However, she wasn't Yang Dingtian's subordinate after all. It was already very hard for her to pass this information to Yang Dingtian. It seemed that her second-grade evil spirit had undergone a transformation after being activated, which made her somewhat afraid to meet Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian shook lightly, and this piece of silk instantly turned into ashes. This piece of information was too important. Yang Dingtian knew very well why he could make the snake race and Yarao go into estrus. It was the darkness mystical flame, because when Yan Yan had the darkness crystallization in her body and met Yarao for the first time, Yarao was already restless. Even though it hadn't reached the stage of estrus, it was still very budding. From then on, Yang Dingtian knew that the thing that made the snake race and demon fox race go into estrus was the energy of the black hole and the darkness mystical flame. Wu Yuming wasn't a complete man, so she couldn't make the snake race go into estrus. However, not only was Dongli a complete man, he was also a pervert. Once he possessed the darkness mystical flame, he could make Queen Hai Xian go into estrus anytime. Then he could possibly rule the entire snake race. The consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, could Dongli create the darkness mystical flame? The darkness mystical flame was very mysterious. However, once the theory was pointed out, it wouldn't be difficult. Yang Dingtian could create the darkness mystical flame. Wu Yuming could also create the darkness mystical flame. Naturally, Dongli could also create it. As long as the energy of the mystical flame and the darkness crystal reached a balance, the darkness mystical flame would be born when both parties perished together and couldn't devour each other. Of course, the darkness mystical flame created by Dongli might be very weak. It was far from being comparable to Wu Yoming's and Yang Dingtian's. However, so what? This thing wasn't used for battle. It was used to make the snake race go into estrus. Just a little of it would do. He had to stop it. Furthermore, he had to stop it immediately. Once Dongli conquered Queen Hai Xian and the snake race, the consequences would be unimaginable. In order to stop Dongli, Yang Dingtian had to resort to unscrupulous means. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to betray himself and seduce Queen Hai Xian. He wanted to impregnate Hai Xian before Dongli did. After making the decision, Yang Dingtian didn't even have the time to gather Dongfang Minmi or Dishibian to go with him. There was no time at all. He had to deal with Queen Hai Xian before Dongli did. Before leaving, Yang Dingtian met with Yao Rao again. He told her that he had something very important to do and he had to leave. However, he would be back in 3 to 5 days at most. Yao Rao only said one sentence. "Don't worry, my husband. If Yao Li wants to take me away, I'll have to die. Moreover, you don't have to worry about Yao Li. I have confidence in dealing with Yao Li." Yang Dingtian nodded and kissed her deeply on the lips. Then he rode on the demon Vulture King and flew towards the Dongli grassland at his fastest speed. He had made the decision. In terms of martial strength, he wasn't Dongli's opponent. Therefore, he had to go all the way. He had to take down Hai Xan and cook her thoroughly first. Chapter 730. He couldn't let Dongli succeed. He couldn't let him get Queen Hai Xan. Yang Dingtian had to make the first move and cut off all of Dongli's escape routes. It wouldn't take too long to deal with Queen Hai Xan. If necessary, it wouldn't take more than a few days to deal with the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Naga tribe. That's right. Yang Dingtian really had such a plan. There was a saying, "I'm not a casual person. I'm not a person when I'm casual." There were 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Naga Empire. Although there were less than 10 great masters and 1/2 saint now, their potential was too great. It could be said that these 20 to 30 high-level Naga tribe members could all break through to the half-saint level in the future. So for this trip, it wasn't enough to deal with Queen Hai Xan alone. If he wanted to conquer, he had to conquer all the high-level Naga tribe members. Again, he was not a person when he was casual. In short, not a single high-level Naga tribe member could be left for Dongli. Although after Hai Xan got pregnant, the first person she would kill would probably be Yang Dingtian. The situation was urgent, and there was no other way. There were still 7 days before the deadline given by Yaoli. Even if Yang Dingtian conquered all the high-level Naga tribe members, he would only have 3 or 4 days at most. It was enough for him to return to Cloud Sky City. Cloud Sky City was almost 20,000 miles away from the Naga Empire. With the speed of Demon Vulture King Aja, it would only take 10 hours. Aja flew thousands of meters in the air and whizzed past. On the sea between the northwest continent and the Dongli grassland, there were ships passing by occasionally. Moreover, they were medium to large ships. In the past, there was almost no contact between the human countries and the Dongli grassland. But now, there were so many ships heading to the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian knew who these people were. They were all defeated leaders of Zhongzhou State who were unwilling to accept the rule of the Yang Dingtian Council of Light, so they went into exile in the Snake Men Empire. It was easy for Yang Dingtian's fleet to stop them, but Yang Dingtian just wanted to test whether anyone dared to shelter these Zhongzhou State leaders. At that time, most of the Central Continent's leaders were exiled from Sky Demon City, and very few of them went to the Snake Men Empire. However, Sky Demon City did not dare to offend Yang Dingtian at this time. Not only did they refuse the Central Continent leaders' request for refuge, they even sent people to escort these exiled leaders back to the Council of Light's sphere of influence. Left with no choice, these Central Continent leaders could only flee to the Snake Men Empire. Yang Dingtian wanted to see if the Snake People Empire would take in these Central Continent leaders. In the end, Queen Hai Xan really took them in. Thus, the leaders of Central Continent continuously went to the Snake Men Empire. Queen Hai Xan's heart was strange and unpredictable. It was really hard to understand. 8 hours later, Yang Dingtian flew to the sky above the Dongli grassland. At this time, it had been a full year and a half since Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland. And in this year and a half, the Dongli grassland had completely changed. When he first entered the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian felt everything very clearly. The most magnificent and most powerful defense line in history stood in front of him. The huge city wall was dozens of meters high, like a giant dragon, and he could not see the end of it. Yang Dingtian knew how long this city wall was. It surrounded the entire Dongli grassland. Every few miles was an incomparably sturdy castle, and the sea outside the city wall was densely packed with all kinds of warships. These were the fleets of the Snake Men Empire. Every place on the city wall was a fully armed, half-human race army. In the air, the dense, patrolling winged cavalry crisscrossed. The half-human race army, especially the several major combat tribes, was far more powerful than the human army. The entire Snake Men Empire had hundreds of millions of troops. Therefore, in terms of military power, the Snake Men Empire was far more powerful than the Council of Light. Of course, The Council of Light's armed forces were far more powerful than the Snake Men Empire. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Dingtian directly let the demon Vulture King Azu fly to an altitude of 20,000 meters and directly whistled in the night. Therefore, the extremely strict air patrol of the Snake Men Empire did not find any trace of Yang Dingtian at all. After an hour and a half, Yang Dingtian came to the sky above the capital of the Snake Men Empire. The capital of the Snake Men Empire was completely different from when Yang Dingtian left. This was a city almost larger than Zhongjing. Incomparably magnificent buildings stood in every corner of the capital. The architectural style here was completely different from that of the human countries. All of them were made of stone and filled with the mysterious aura of an underwater empire. In the center of the capital, there was an incomparably huge pyramid. The pyramid was thousands of meters high, like a huge mountain, standing in the center of the Snake Men Empire. This pyramid did not exist a year and a half ago. Yang Dingtian could not imagine how such an amazing pyramid could be built in just a year and a half. The tallest pyramid of the Egyptians was only 100 meters high, and it took an unknown number of years. The pyramid of the Snake Men Empire was thousands of meters high, and it only took a year and a half. Of course, the national strength of the Snake Men Empire was not just 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times more than ancient Egypt. At the top of the pyramid was an incomparably beautiful statue. This was Queen Hai Xian, half human and half snake, coiled at the top of the pyramid. This statue was lifelike, beautiful, and enchanting to the extreme. She was high on the pyramid, overlooking all living beings. Almost as soon as he entered the range of the pyramid, Yang Dingtian was discovered, even at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For beautiful women with snake tails and human faces, like meteors, rushed up to 20,000 meters in the air. Then they used their powerful Xian Qi to instantly lock onto Yang Dingtian. Of course, at this time they could no longer lock onto Yang Dingtian. It was just that he did not resist. These 4 female snake men, generals, were very unfamiliar, but they were all great grandmasters. "Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Imperial Golden Palace?" The leader of the Snake Men generals said coldly. The leader of the Tiando League in the human countries, Yang Dingtian said, "Of course, I also have another identity, which is the husband of your Princess Huangyu." "Princess Huangyu?" The leader of the Snake Men generals said disdainfully, "Even if you are the husband of Princess Huangyu, trespassing into the Imperial Golden Palace is a crime punishable by death. We will send your head back to the human countries." Her words showed that she did not put the Tiando League and the Council of Light in her eyes at all. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he said, "It's better if you go and report. Don't forget, I once fought side by side with your Queen Hai Xian. I contributed the most to your queen's ascension. Attack!" The 4 female Snake Men generals suddenly stabbed their swords. Boom! The energy in Yang Dingtian's body, mixed with the Xian flame, burned fiercely. Then this energy and flame rushed toward the 4 female Snake Men generals. What was Yang Dingtian trying to do? Of course, he wanted to make the female Snake Men generals transform. Although the 4 of them together were not his match, it would save him a lot of trouble if they did not have to fight. Moreover, conquering the Snake Men race would start with these 4 female Snake Men generals. However, what puzzled Yang Dingtian was that the 4 female Snake Men generals did not have any reaction to Yang Dingtian's flame. Not to mention that they did not transform into human form. They did not become aroused. Even their hostility did not decrease at all. This should not be. What was going on? Why did the 4 female Snake Men generals not transform into human form? Moreover, Yang Dingtian had seen the 4 great commanders and the 16 great generals. "You dare to attack? You are courting death." The female Snake Men general's beautiful face flicked out her tongue, and her expression became ferocious. Then, she suddenly turned into a stream of light and stabbed her sharp sword toward Yang Dingtian. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight. Yang Dingtian did not unsheath the sword. He smashed it against the female Snake Men General's sword and shook it. Instantly, the female Snake Men General's sword turned red, and then turned into bloody black gold liquid and dripped down. The female Snake Men Generals were shocked. She did not expect to meet such an expert like Yang Dingtian. Hiss! Then her snake tongue flicked out, emitting a special sound wave that humans could not hear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen Snake Men experts shot into the air like meteors. Among them, 4 or 5 were martial grandmasters, and the remaining half were advanced martial grandmasters. However, there was still not a single familiar face among them. What was going on? How was this possible? How did so many experts appear in the Snake Men tribe? It had only been a year and a half. Even if it was accelerated, there was no way to produce so many martial grandmasters at once. What exactly did Queen Hai Xen do to these Snake Men tribe? At this moment, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by 8 or 9 martial grandmasters. The leader of the group was wearing a purple mask and had reached the level of a 9-star martial grandmaster. However, from his eyes, Yang Dingtian seemed to have seen him before. He should have been one of the Snake Men tribe's higher-ups, if not one of the 4 great commanders, then one of the 16 great generals. Although he was powerful now and was already a 6-star martial grandmaster, it was still impossible for him to defeat 8 or 9 martial grandmasters. "Are you Yang Dingtian?" the leader of the 9-star martial grandmasters asked. "Are you Viper Z?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Have you searched my body before?" Yang Dingtian remembered that when Yang Dingtian went to see Queen Poisa, Viper Z was the one who searched his body. At that time, she was considered Queen Poisa's personal guard, one of the 16 great generals. However, at that time, she had not broken through to the martial grandmaster level, but was just about to break through. Now, she was a 9-star martial grandmaster. How did she do it? And most importantly, she had once fallen in love with Yang Dingtian. Once the Snake Men fell in love, they would never be able to erase it. At this moment, she looked at Yang Dingtian with a very cold and emotionless gaze. "Why did you see the queen?" Viper Z asked. "Important," Yang Dingtian said. Viper Z looked at him deeply and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go and report." Whoosh! Then she instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into the pyramid. After a short while, Viper Z returned. "The queen is waiting for you. Please follow me." After that, she turned into a stream of light and flew toward the pyramid's main hall. Yang Dingtian immediately followed. Then he prayed in his heart, hoping that it was not too late. He hoped that Dongli had not succeeded. He hoped that Dongli had not obtained Queen Hai Xen to the top of the pyramid, in the most dazzling palace. Yang Dingtian saw the peerless beauty, the devastatingly beautiful Queen Hai Xen. She seemed to be even more beautiful than the last time Yang Dingtian saw her. She was the kind of beauty that would make you feel ashamed at first glance. She was the kind of beauty that could almost blind you. In terms of pure beauty and special temperament, she had already caught up with Queen Poisa, and her cultivation was much stronger than a year and a half ago. At least, Yang Dingtian could feel an unfathomable aura. Even in front of Wu Yu and Wu Lingzi, Yang Dingtian could not feel such a terrifying and deep energy. The Snake Men were indeed the Snake Men. He did not know what methods she used to make herself so strong, but also those unfamiliar female Snake Men generals. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and bowed. "Yang Dingtian greets mother-in-law." "No, you don't have to pretend," Queen Hai Xen said. "I believe you already know that your mother-in-law should be Queen Poisa. Dugu Shuang, Dugu Fengwu's mother, and also my good elder sister, Queen Poisa." I am the one who conspired to usurp the throne. You were deceived by me and killed Queen Poisa." Yang Dingtian trembled violently. Of course, his shock was not because of the content of these words. It was because Hai Xan had completely torn off the face of the saintess. It was obvious that she had nothing to fear. After being the empire's queen for a year and a half, her heart and willpower had become incomparably strong. She was no longer like before, when she was secretly hiding things from Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian greets Her Majesty the Queen. Yang Dingtian changed the way he addressed her. "I believe you have seen it for yourself. I have finished what my elder sister did not finish. In fact, I have done it better than her." Queen Hai Xan said slowly, "In the near future, the Snake Men Empire will become the strongest empire in the entire primal chaos world. In the near future, the human kingdoms will also crawl under the feet of the Snake Men Empire." Power was indeed a poison, an incomparably terrifying poison. In just a year and a half as queen, Hai Xan had completely torn off all her hypocrisy and became so naked. "Speak, why are you looking for me?" Queen Hai Xan said. Yang Dingtian said, "Queen, to ask for help." "Against who?" Hai Xan asked. "Little Western Paradise, the young lord of one of the demon fox tribes, Yao Li," Yang Dingtian said. "What is it? What is his cultivation level?" Hai Xan asked. "My wife, Yao Rao, is a black-tailed demon fox from Little Western Paradise. She was once Yao Li's fiancée. He wants to take her away by force," Yang Dingtian said. "And this Yao Li, I am no match for him." "Half-saint?" Hai Xan asked. "I don't know, he should be more than 1,000 years old." Yang Dingtian said. "In short, I gathered all the experts of the Council of Light, but they were no match for him." Hai Xan said, "You want me to help you get rid of him?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. Hai Xan said, "What price are you willing to pay?" "It's very simple, you will see soon." Yang Dingtian, who was originally respectful, suddenly said domineeringly. Then he rushed over and pushed Queen Hai Xan down. Queen Hai Xan was caught off guard and was instantly brought to the ground by Yang Dingtian. Chapter 731. Hai Xan was furious at first. No one had ever dared to be so impudent to the so-called Supreme Queen. But when she smelled the unique energy in Yang Dingtian's rough and violent aura, her heart swayed and she was instantly mesmerized. Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth fiercely. Although Queen Hai Xan was devastatingly beautiful, Yang Dingtian was not that anxious. But at this time he wanted to catch her off guard and settle the situation in the shortest time possible. Hai Xan did not expect Yang Dingtian's sudden action at all, and she could not reject the unique energy in Yang Dingtian's body, so she instantly fell into a daze. If they were husband and wife, Yang Dingtian would definitely take it step by step, but now it could be said that they were in a war. The most important thing was to take her down as soon as possible. Yang Dingtian made a prompt decision to take down Queen Hai Xan. Suddenly, Queen Hai Xan's eyes flashed with a painful light. Then she suddenly struck out with her palm. Uft! Yang Dingtian's body flew out like a straw and smashed into the golden wall, spitting out blood. Queen Hai Xan sat up from the bed, panting, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Of course, Yang Dingtian's blood was from the internal injury caused by the palm, and Queen Hai Xan's blood was from Yang Dingtian biting her tongue and the corner of her mouth. Yang Dingtian, I purposely seduced you that day and flirted with you, but you looked at me with disgust. Why are you so impatient today? Hai Xan picked up a bottle of clear water and poured it into her mouth, trying to cool herself down. Queen Hai Xan did not hide her sarcastic tone in her words. Yang Dingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Isn't it because I have something to ask of your Majesty?" Yang Dingtian's reply also felt a little shameless. "No, of course not. Hyaksan sneered. You hate me in your heart, but you don't want me to fall into Dongli's hands. Because the secret of you making the Naga race and the demonic fox race go into heat has already been exposed, and that is the darkness profound flame. As for Dongli, he was creating the darkness profound flame. Once he succeeds, he will be able to make me fall in love and impregnate me. That way, he would become the husband of the queen and obtain the incomparably powerful strength of the Naga Empire. That's why you couldn't wait to rush to the Naga Empire to forcefully cook rice, right? Yang Dingtian did not speak, nor did he refute. Your so-called request to kill Yao Li for you is also a lie, Hyaksan said. The Little Western Paradise is a world created by the fallen silver dragon. How powerful is it? If I kill Yao Li, countless silver dragon bloodline warriors will become enemies with the Snake Men Empire. You clearly know that I won't agree, and you definitely won't ask me to help kill Yao Li. You only rely on yourself for everything, and you didn't even ask me to help you deal with Wulingzi. So why would you ask me about Yao Li? Your Majesty is indeed unparalleled in intelligence. Yang Dingtian stood up and walked in front of Hyaksan, stared at her impudently, and said, Then, Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with me? Wait, we will wait together. Hyaksan said, When Dongli succeeds in creating the darkness profound flame, and when he can make me give birth to a demigod descendant, you can die. How ruthless of you! Yang Dingtian pinched Hyaksan's neck, bit it, and then merged his blood into her wound. That's right, he definitely wouldn't give up. He still wanted to think of a way to let his blood enter her body, and make Queen Hyaksan enter an even more intense state of passion and lose her mind. Hyaksan's heart trembled, and she almost lost her mind. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's unique aura merged into her blood. Queen Hyaksan almost couldn't resist. Bang! She suddenly slapped out, and directly sent Yang Dingtian flying, spitting out blood. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's profound veins felt as if they were about to be torn apart inch by inch. His internal injuries had become even more serious. Hyaksan's attacks were indeed ruthless. Yang Dingtian, you can play with me, but it won't be good if you make such big movements and bite me until I bleed. Hyaksan sneered. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, You'd rather let that bastard Dongli take advantage of you than let me take advantage of you, right? Of course. Hyaksan smiled and said, A queen can only have a gigolo and not a husband. You, Yang Dingtian, don't have any greed and are too selfless. I can't control you, and you can't become my gigolo. But Dongli is different. Not to mention being a gigolo, even if he were to be a dog, he would be willing. Your Majesty, don't forget, Dongli belongs to the evil ways, and is one of the adopted sons of the demon king Wentian. How could he be so easily controlled by you? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, I want to cooperate with the evil ways. Dongli and I can be used as a bridge for cooperation. Queen Hyaksan giggled and said, You should know that I've taken in many leaders of the Central Continent, and they are all officials in my empire. I promise them that when my Snake People Empire completely destroys the human countries in the future, they will rule the entire human race in my place. They are wild with joy and can't wait to kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes. But how noble am I? How can I let these lowly humans lick the soles of my shoes? Yang Dingtian's smile gradually disappeared and said, But if I die, the human countries will be in a state of disunity. At that time, the world extermination war won't happen. If the world extermination war won't happen, it will go against the demon King Wentian's will. What does that have to do with me? Queen Hyaksan said indifferently, I want to cooperate with them, but it doesn't mean that I have to obey their interests. What I want is the human countries, and a tool that can help me conceive. That's all. Then Queen Hyaksan gently bent down and laid down on her side. Yang Dingtian, in the ancient times, the Naga Empire wiped out tens of billions of underwater life forms, ruled the entire underwater world, and established the most powerful empire in history. Hyaksan giggled and said, Now it's my turn to establish the most powerful empire in history, the lands that have already been discovered, and the lands that have yet to be discovered. From the eastern cloud state to the far west continent, from the North Pole to the Snow Tribe in the South Pole, all of them will become the territory of my Naga Empire. Do you think that you, a mere Yang Dingtian, can compare to my ambition? Yang Dingtian said, "It seems that power is really an incomparable poison. A year and a half ago, just usurping the Naga Empire was enough to make you extremely satisfied. But now, the entire primal chaos world seems to be unable to satisfy your appetite. The empire is as big as your heart, and the more power you have, the more your heart is." Queen Hyexan hooked her finger and said, "Dongli is about to succeed. You don't have much time left to live. During this time, you should enjoy your last moments." "Hyexan, where's Huang Yu?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. "She fell out with me," Hyexan said indifferently. "She ran off to do something she shouldn't do. She's challenging my bottom line." "What about Viper Mo and the others?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They were purged, but I couldn't bear to kill them," Hyexan said. "What about Day by Day Bella and the elites of the resistance?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They were exiled," Hyexan said. "My tolerance for them is already very high, but they still cross my bottom line." "Why can't those female Naga generals fall in love?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Because I removed something from their bodies and removed it," Hyexan said indifferently. "So they will never fall in love again." Yang Dingtian's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Queen Hyexan wanted to rule the entire world. Only she alone would be allowed to give birth to the demigod tribe. Then, why did Viper Z and those female Naga generals suddenly become so strong? Yang Dingtian asked. Hyexan smiled and said, "Of course there's a reason, but it's not convenient to tell you. After all, we Nagas are different from you humans." Yang Dingtian looked at the dome of the palace and said, "I once thought that you would change like this, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." "You're too naive, Yang Dingtian," Queen Seaheart said indifferently. "Not everyone is as stupid as you. Not everyone is as disdainful as you." "You really want to kill me?" Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Hyexan said, "Yes, your growth is too terrifying. If I give you a few more years, you might be even stronger than me. At that time, the one dead will be me. My dream of the Naga Empire will be completely shattered. So I won't let you live." "Then what if Dongli doesn't succeed in creating the darkness profound flame?" Yang Dingtian asked. Hyexan said, "How can it not succeed? Isn't it just to balance the energy of the darkness profound flame burning the darkness crystal, and let the two perish together to give birth to the flame? If Dongli doesn't succeed in such a simple matter, then he can die." Then she took out an incomparably gorgeous golden dagger and handed it to Yang Dingtian. "Look at this dagger, I made it especially for you." Yang Dingtian took it and looked. It was really made especially for Yang Dingtian because there was a sculpture of Yang Dingtian on the hilt. "Originally, it was a gift for you. Now that you are no longer irreplaceable, I might as well use it to send you on your way." Hyexan opened her jade-like hand gently, and the golden dagger was instantly sucked into her palm. Then she slowly placed it on Yang Dingtian's neck and said gently, "As long as Dongli succeeds, I will use this dagger to cut off your head and use the golden sculpture to create your body. I will make you a complete person and place you in my palace to accompany me at all times." At this moment, Dongli, who was thousands of miles away, had reached the most crucial moment. The darkness crystal used to create the darkness profound flame could not be too big, or else there would not be a profound flame of such a level. However, he did not dare to use too small of a darkness crystal. He was afraid that the darkness profound flame would not be enough to make Queen Hyexan go into heat. However, the darkness crystal was so precious that it was impossible to have a large stockpile, let alone a large or small one. Therefore, Queen Hai-Xian and Dongli mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to transport the seawater down from the Red Sea. Then, they mobilized hundreds of experts and hundreds of warlocks to extract the darkness crystal from the seawater. Hundreds of thousands of people worked for a day and a night. They extracted an extremely small darkness crystal. It was much, much smaller than the one that Yang Dingtian had swallowed. It was about 100 times smaller than the one in Yin Yin's body. This was the most suitable level of energy that he had calculated. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the darkness profound flame that Dongli had produced was about 100 times smaller than the one that Yang Dingtian had when it was born. This darkness crystal floated in front of him. Whoosh! Dongli suddenly summoned the profound flame and started to burn this thing. At the beginning, he carefully used less than 1,000th of the energy. The darkness crystal crazily swallowed the energy of the profound flame. Therefore, Dongli quickly increased the energy of the profound flame. The darkness crystal continued to swallow crazily. Dongli kept injecting profound qi into it. The energy of the profound flame became stronger and stronger. Finally, 15 minutes later, the energy of the profound flame and the darkness crystal reached a balance. As long as both parties perished together, the darkness profound flame would be born. Whether it was a success or a failure, it was now.